Hey y'all, good morning. Sorry, or good afternoon for some of you. Sorry I'm late. I've been dinging around doing some stuff and then I had a phone call. So I hope you guys are all having a great, what is it, Wednesday? I don't even know what day it is anymore. Hey everybody. We're gonna get into it. Get your snacks, get your lunch, get your dinner, get your drinks, get your comfy spots, get all of it. And by the way, you are going to hear this constant beeping of the fire alarm going off in my girls' bedroom. And the reason you're going to hear that is not because I don't know how to change it or the fact that I don't have batteries to change it. I can't reach it, even with the ladder. I can't reach it. Okay. So Kyle comes home tonight. You're going to hear this beeping. I'm sorry up front. There it is, the chirping. I can't reach it even with the ladder. I need to get the extended ladder out, but me and ladders. Kyle comes home tonight and we'll fix it, but you're going to hear it. So, yes, I am aware it's existing. And it's one of my pet peeves of other people's lives when they don't change their fire alarms. So, this is my karma of having one of those. But we got a lot to talk about today. A lot to talk about today. So let's get going. How is everybody today? What y'all up to? What y'all doing? Hey, Kay. Okay, yeah, things are crazy. Hey, Pika. Hey, Duchess. Catherine. Kay, thank you for renewing your membership. Sorry, I'm going back up and on the hold with FEMA. Sorry. Coffee Addict, Avi, there it is. Revival, Liberty Farmer, Amy, Dazed and Amazed, Michigan Wifey, Baby, Liberty Farmer, Scottston, Marcy, Don't Wake the Bear. See, I love Vibrator. Hey, Gotti Girl, Mother of Two Boys, Fiddle Dee Dee, Thor, Pippi Short Socks. You're singing all Revival. I could probably sing that song without even hearing the background anymore. It's so crazy. Wolfie, guess who's back? Back again. Guess who's back? Tell a friend. Hey, Chico. Yeah, baby, I'm avoiding. It's just gonna be obnoxious. Hey, Kels, mother of two boys. Jennifer. Okay, how you guys ready for this? I feel like I need to do stretches for this live stream that we're about to do because I think I'm gonna blow some of your minds. For those of you that don't know what we're talking about today, we are going back to look at the optics of how these cases, missing persons cases, whatever the case may be, are brought to social media and how creators impact them. The difference between media coverage of these cases and bringing awareness to these cases versus how creators on social media use these cases to exploit and further the harm that is done to the families with misinformation, disinformation, targeted campaigns. And this one is going to be a sit you on your ass stream. So we left off on part five. I don't even know. We're on part 6. part 5 with talking about the 13th of March. Well, we had only gotten into the 13th of March. We've got a few more to keep going with the 13th of March here. But coming into the 14th of March, hold on to your seats, because I think some of you are probably really unaware of who came in when and where the narratives switched and changed, and what creators do and the rumors and the harm that they start intentionally. Hey, Chap. Hey, Jason. Hey, Blondie. It's quite eye-opening. So again, we are using the Sebastian Rogers case to go back and highlight, because that is an active, ongoing shit show. Unfortunately, Sebastian is still missing. He's a now 16-year-old boy missing from Hendersonville, Tennessee. Here is his flyer for those of you that might not know what we're talking about. Sebastian has been missing for coming up on a year. It'll be a year, February 26, 2025 will mark the 1-year date. So unfortunately, there's been no productive leads that we know of. Law enforcement has been involved in this case. Sumner County, Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, the FBI, Secret Service, and Sebastian is still missing. So that is what we are going to talk about, but we are not talking about Sebastian and the details of Sebastian's case. We are looking at it from the optics that creators build, the stories that they tell you, the emotional manipulation that they use to get you invested in these stories. Because can you imagine? Take a second for a moment. Goodness, here we go. I can't even speak today. Think for yourselves, though. How many missing children are there? How many missing children are there? Can you imagine if they did this to every missing child's family? Every single one. Can you imagine? No, they pick and choose. There has to be certain elements so they can, in essence, roll this playbook out. And it's disgusting. Truly disgusting. And a lot of these people have been feeding you, creators that you might like, have been feeding you complete nonsensical bullshit, complete lies, because they themselves cannot even walk this back and figure out they were a part of the problem and they're not a part of the solution. They are not solution based. They don't want to change anything up. They've become a part of the problem. Again, not a part of the solution. The optics have been in play since the very first week of this case. And unfortunately, Sebastian got lost. The victims always get lost in these circumstances. Yeah, true, Amy. Very true. Yep. Okay. So, and before we do that, I want to correct some misinformation coming out of hot off the press right now. So let me do this really quick. I want to show you guys, though. My nail artist the other day decided to match my nails to my tattoo. He did roses on them. Can you see that? It's like looking down on a rose. I thought that was pretty cool. It took him like 2 seconds. I'm like, yeah, I'm not artistic at all. These people. And by the way, if I continue to like just randomly itch, don't mind me. That's why my camera is off, because I have the itches. We are at the itchy stage of the tattoo. And it is itchy. And I am sticking to everything. Oh, hey, Susie. I hope you're doing well. Hey, Captain. Hey, everybody. All right, let's roll. So first and foremost, we are going to go to this because let's see here. So Betty, our lovely friend, not so lovely friend, was on it this morning, and per usual, passing off some bullshit. So let's go here and look at this really quick. Make sure you guys can see what I'm doing. You know me, once I get in the groove of it, I'm back on it, but it takes me a minute in the morning. So this is all under fair use, but this is to debunk the bullshit that they're doing.
You know, seeing her struggle, seeing her fight, and seeing her have to wait for justice for her son.
She's talking about Brandy right now.
You know, that is the most detrimental of all this, having to sit there every single day and slowly wait for your son to get justice while you're having one of the most detrimental medical complications of your life. She's a fighter, and we're going to continue to support her and her family through this fight and through all of it. So please don't forget, Michael Monkey Vaughn is still missing, and we need to find him and bring him home so he can be laid to rest properly. And I pray.
I thought this was so interesting to watch Betty go from like, we support this family, we want this family to have justice, but the way she's going to roll right into, oh, but this family over here, let's just accuse them of heinous things.
To God that Brandy gets, she has answers. She just wants her son. She just wants her son. All right, guys. So now we're going to get into the meat and potatoes of our show.
Oh, 43 minutes in, and she's just getting into the meat and potatoes. But you like the little fake empathy she's showing there for Brandy. Again, my heart goes out to Brandy, but I will not let it be lost on me how you treated that family. So there's that.
What in the world is going on? Do we now officially have more information than we should? Is it possible?
Title of this video, by the way, for anybody watching, is Breaking. Is that KP and CP carrying something? Sebastian Rogers, Tennessee.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
The best part about it is he has managed to do this without any evidence left behind whatsoever.
Use what Wi-Fi were in the area. Right. Now, mind you, it was said that there were only what, 2 exterior.
And that clip has been used to twist and turn. Chris was meaning that there was no evidence. I mean, he says it right there. There's nothing for them. No trace whatsoever.
Internet sources that came in and out of the area that night. And isn't it funny how one person said one of them was his?
Huh. Interesting. I took a photo sent to me from Grace's gavel, and I enhanced the image to see Stepfoot carrying Sebastian. Just like Bobby, the neighbor said, someone was carrying something over their shoulder. Looks like a man carrying a person with their arms draped over their shoulders. Looks like CP. Do you see what I see? Do you see what I see? Right
Nope, I sure don't.
here. Do you see what I see? There is a blob here on my screen, a big old blob. Now, this is credit to Lady Freedom Raw Narratives for this photo.
Anybody know who that is? We've covered her. I've talked about her a little bit. Anybody remember whose team she's a part of? Terry Lynn's. Yeah. Betty's going back to Terry Lynn information and Terry Lynn's buddies information. Isn't that ironic?
And the video we are about to watch. This is highly disturbing for me. Highly disturbing for me. But we knew in due time there was going to be leaks coming out and information that was going to be leaked to the public. It happens in every case, and it happens as the case starts lingering, okay? People, especially community members, they start getting a little nervous. They start wondering what's going on. They start not...
She's really nervous about these leaks and what potentially could come out from these leaks, in my opinion.
Being so quiet anymore. It's something that we've learned in social media just to keep moving forward until the leaks and breaks start happening. Is that what we are seeing here? Is this possibly the truth? Is this a legitimate video and or picture? It is my belief that it is. I have no corroboration, nor do I have the equipment or the programs.
So she believes it's a legit photo, but she has no information of anything. Just wait. It gets better.
To enhance this or to corroborate it myself. Excuse me. So I have to trust the person preparing the stuff that does have the proper equipment, as well as the ability to enhance photos and videos. I prepare them. I know about lighting. I know how to video. I know how to do video editing. Enhancements, on the other hand, in some cases, take engineering type of enhancement equipment. Some people are self-taught. Some people go to school and spend lots of money to learn how to do it. I don't know either, okay? So just to let you know, but I still think it's ultra, ultra, ultra important for you guys to see this, because this is so significant, in my opinion, related to why we can't find Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers and why the stepfather is so confident that this child will never be found again. For those,
And once again, twisting the narrative to fit whatever they want.
this might be hard for you. I'm going to try to blow it up as much as I can.
Security footage is really like a game changer.
This image was sent to me and I decided to do some further enhancements on it. So here's one shot where you can see Mr. Foot carrying something. But upon closer review and more,
They're not even messing around here. They're just going straight to, it's Mr. Foot is what she calls him. Again, I'll show you the actual source of this in a moment.
enhancement of the photo, this is what I see now to be Katie, Chris, and Sebastian. They're carrying Sebastian. It looks to me as if Chris is carrying Sebastian in either a blanket or a bag. I see a blanket just because of the way the black shape is formed, and it looks like he's carrying him like a baby, and Katie is standing behind him or walking with him. The reason I think this is because when I was enhancing the photos, I could see the differences in the appearance of what looks to me to be a human face. And it looked to me like it was actually a human arm that was draped over the person who was carrying the black blanket, or the perceived person in the black blanket. But here's an example of what I saw. Here you can see the differences.
Okay, hold on, let me go back. So this right here appears to be potentially Sebastian. He's carrying it in his arms. You kind of see this black something or other right here. This would be Chris's face and his body, and his arm would be under him. And this right here is the silhouette of what this person believes to be Katie. So you've got Sebastian, this black or bag. You know, we don't know what they're carrying him in. It looks like it kind of comes down this way. You see, you can't make out the face, but you can see the image of the outline here, and it does appear to be somebody just a tad bit taller. And then you see another face, as blurry as it is, right here, and you can almost see their shoulder right here. This is the enhanced photo. Okay.
Blanket. But here's an example of what I saw. Here you can see the differences and enhancements. And as I enhanced each photo, you can tell that the person's skin stays the same color and the black blanket also stays the same color. So I know that those two images are associated with each other. So as you can see, each time I enhance the photo, you can see that the core images stayed the same. And then there's this little nugget. Let's watch.
Drove over around the neighborhood. I drove over by the school, and he's already like at this point I was like hysterical. I was school, and he's already.
Seeing Katie do the cutthroat gesture, I decided to Google it. I Googled it, y'all. The cutthroat gesture is performed by drawing the hand or a finger, usually the thumb or two, across the throat. It represents slitting the throat with a knife and means that the gesturee or someone else is metaphorically being unalived. In my humble opinion, Katie caught herself just there.
Around this neighborhood,
Isn't that ironic? Look what they're building now. And this isn't problematic. Yep, and here we are.
and this whole community, I mean, I can tell you that much here. When it comes to the cameras, there has not been one person that has said no. And trust me, it is greatly felt that everybody's been so open, so helpful in pushing out any which way they can.
I agree.
There's been some families that have actually been on vacation that weren't home, and they got information. Them were home, and they got information.
And then there's this little ditty that I slowed down. Did she say, "Don't give out sus"? That's what I heard.
And they got permission from that family to take a look
The power of suggestion is a mighty thing, isn't it?
at their cameras and go in their houses without them even being present, which has been amazing. So, yeah.
That's good.
So there you guys have it.
Hello, everyone.
Definitely, that was from Lady Freedom's Raw Narratives. Definitely something of much concern.
What's concerning is the fact that you guys don't fact check anything or actually figure out what's anything. So let's go over to where this actually comes from. This actually comes from Gracie's Gavel. Gracie is another one of Terry Lynn's cronies, another one of her teammates, her buddies. You've actually seen her on panels such as BJ's with Terry Lynn and on Terry Lynn's panel too. But this is who actually came out with this. What do you see? This image was seen by me on X with credit given to Spanky. The original image, pick 2, without the descriptions in red. I collaborated with Trisha from Lady Freedom's Raw Narratives, and this is our conclusion. I chose not to place any names on the diagram because no one has yet to be charged of any crime. Please sound off in the comments below. So she tags all these people, hashtags all this, says that this is the perp's head, arm over the shoulder, the body. Okay, this is what they're going with here. You can go here and look. Again, this is Terry Lynn's team. But you ask, what photo is that even that she's trying to say? Well, let's take a look in the comments. Where is this pic from? Making sure you guys can see what I'm doing. Yep, you can. Okay. Where is this photo from? From a video the morning of 2/26/2024 in Sebastian's neighborhood. I'm sure it's been turned over to the TBI. Yes, they have everything. Plus, I've been assured that they are watching all these social media channels too. Wow. Yeah. So we don't know what video. Betty goes on to say it's from the lights video. There's no indication of where this is actually from, but this is Terry Lynn's team once again back on. And we go from the perp's head to them putting on there. Let's go back over here. This is her channel right here. But then she goes on to, it's being spread all over the place now. So let me go here. Let me show you guys this. So then her buddy, these are all Terry Lynn cronies, goes on to, put their names on it. It just goes from one to the next. And then Betty is using it now. So that is what we have here. What is going on? Again, there's no indication of what video this actually is. We have no idea, but they've increased it and enhanced it and done all the things to now they're telling their audiences this is what you are seeing. And it is very dangerous in my opinion, but people don't seem to care. So that is that. So that is the newest rumor you have running around of there's actual video evidence going on. So let's take a quick little walk back and let's get going into our actual timeline of things. So we left off last time on the 13th and we're going to pick up on the 13th. But just to remind you guys, on the 13th, we watched Pascal. Seth calls in. Seth called in on the 11th. Then Clue called in on the 13th. We listened to that. In our last video, JLR was covering this on the 12th. We know he's already been involved. And Smiley Stories World is covering it again on the 13th. That is where we're going to pick up is Smiley Stories. And then we're going to roll.
Love bugs making love in the air.
We're going to roll from the 13th into the 14th because the 14th gets absolutely crazy. But currently we have some of the bigger players already covering this story and spreading misinformation. Let's go. Buckle up because today is going to be long because we have a lot of their first coverage and you're going to be really intrigued to see how some of them came out of the gate with their initial coverage of Sebastian's case. There's new characters that are going to come into play today.
Listen, I don't know. I'm not being funny. Because where's the body? Where's the... Listen, I don't know. I don't know. Everybody can have their opinion on that. I think Smiley will set that one out. Have you ever saw Smiley keep her mouth shut? I think I'll set that one out. It was love bugs making love in the air. Listen, I don't know.
She
ran a very nice subdivision. Low crime. He goes to a nice school. And it's been told by everybody that Sebastian is not a runner. He's not a runner. And he mostly stays in the house. And although they say neighbors have seen him, they know him, they know who he is, you can tell he's pretty much a boy who stays in the house. Because from his photos, he's very fair skinned. And I don't care if you go out, you don't go out much, you're going to get some type of sun just from going out a little bit. He's not the type that goes out.
So he doesn't go out of the house, according to Smiley, because his skin is pasty colored. Yeah, I mean, these people are armchair detectives. I don't know why they don't work for a police department. Solved it. He doesn't go outside the house because he doesn't have any tan. Okay.
You ran calling wildfire. Hey, Big G, hello, everybody.
All right.
But you can tell he pretty much does stay in.
Sure.
They say he don't like to be dirty.
Okay.
And as you can tell in all of his photos, he's very well clean. He's kept clean. I mean, you would think, I mean, you can tell that's true. It's a true story. And he's got clean clothes. He's a very neat looking kid. Hey, Grace, welcome everybody coming in. But his real father, his bio father, said he would never go outside with no shoes or socks on because he had a very traumatic experience as a child. He stepped on a dirt pile, and it was really a fire ant bed. Now, that terrified him. You can say, well, I've done that before. I think we all have. But he is autistic. He has problems. And a lot of times their skin is very sensitive. And if this happened to him, it probably really traumatically scared him to death. And, You know, it's not the same as a person, but I had a dog that he got under the rocking chair on the front porch one time. And when he was a baby, and the chair ran over his toenail. And anyway, his toenail as a baby had to be took out. Every time he got his nails done, you had to call 2 days in advance and get him medicine to get him all doped up. No joke. No joke. Because you cannot cut his nail. Absolutely. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. So I'm sure it terrified Sebastian. And I'm sure that's correct. Yeah, looks are deceiving. Looks are deceiving. Yes. Look at Summer Wells. They say she's this way. Her pictures say this. Okay, well, this boy looks like this. And it may be this way. Just saying. See, we can't have it both ways. Just saying. But it was odd. All his shoes were accounted for. They're adamant about that. His bio father, Seth Rogers, is also a Metro Davidson County police officer. I still hear people asking about that.
Notice how she says he's a Metro Davidson County. No, he's a correctional officer. Carry on.
About 15 to 18 miles away, give or take, from Hendersonville, Tennessee, where Sebastian lived. He was working that night on a night shift. The stepdad, Chris, was in Memphis, Tennessee, supposed 3 hours away, and the mother working, and all that can be verified. I'm not doubting that. Hey, believe it.
And all of that can be verified. She's not doubting that. But 11 months later, that is all they've had to hold on to. Isn't that ironic?
Or not, Chris and Katie's not doubting that either. Katie was the only one there with her son, Sebastian. So on Monday, February 26, 2024, Katie said she went to wake her son up for school, but he was not there. She thought he might have just went to get breakfast, but she couldn't find him. So she don't call 911. She said she kind of looks around. She didn't call his bio father, who is a Metro Davidson County sheriff, who was on duty that night, getting off that morning.
He's a correctional officer.
No, she don't call him. She don't call 911.
I know. Never night.
She calls the stepfather 3.5 hours away. What's he gonna do? Well, let me just tell you. She says, "Whew, Sebastian's right on Summer Street. Poof, he's gone." Well, the stepdad 3 ways the police and reports Sebastian missing. You know, he seems to have control over everything. Then the stepdad texts
Janice in accounting. I mean, did you know that you never go outside your house? According to Smiley, you don't ever see sunlight because, you know, God forbid you use sunscreen. I mean, and it'd be winter months, but there's that. Thank you for the support.
the bio father. Still, the mother, Katie, did not do that. It was the stepdad. So he not calls, he texted the bio dad. I just wonder if that's so it could be a paper trail. That's just my thought. But anyway, he texts the bio dad and he says, "Call me 911. Well, for you that don't know, that means hurry up and call me. It's an emergency.
Music City Mom, I'm so glad that you made him go in. I hope everything's okay. I'm serious, people, go in. This shit is not to be messed with at all. I hope things are better.
That was around 7 a.m. from what I gather from the bio dad's interview on where he called in at Haskell. And that's where the bio dad learned his son was missing. At that time, Seth gets off work and heads straight to Hendersonville to the mom's house where his son was last seen and supposed to be where he lived and stayed. He stayed all day there with the mom, speaking with Sumner County law enforcement and waiting on answers. That's where no answers ever came. None. Zero. Nothing. The real dad said everything in the home was perfect. Actually, I think he said pristine, except for Sebastian's room. I don't know what he meant by that, but that's what he said. That could have been from the mom looking under things, or just his bed being unmade from him not being in there anymore and him sleeping in it. So I don't really know what that meant, but he said everything was perfect except for Sebastian's room. I'm not sure exactly what that meant or entailed of, but I'm sure Ellie does. And happy birthday, by the way. Happy birthday. Thank you so much for being a member for 2 months. And thank you so much. I love you. I love you all. I love all these babies and all these people. Hey, Justin, I did. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm not sure what to make out of that yet, Justin. I really am not. Thank you, September Virgo, for being a member for 2 months. Thank you, Candalee. I love you all so much. I love you all so much. Thank you so much for being members.
I love you all.
But-
I love you all so much. So much.
But-
Ugh.
The law knows. I feel like the law is holding so much more to them. They had drones, helicopters, horses. They went door to door. From my understanding, they went into some homes to look, and they were welcomed in the homes. They were welcomed in homes to look. Come on inside. My understanding is they had nothing to hide. The people want Sebastian found. They had security cameras checked, ring doorbells. They spoke to all neighbors. They put out an Amber Alert. They had divers. They even drained a pond. Oh, which was funny. The stepdad didn't know anything about that, but that's okay. They looked under sheds, in caves, in all holes, wells. They brought in the National Guards. They brought in the state guards. Now, according to TBI, the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, they issued an endangered child alert approximately 11:17 a.m. on behalf of the Sumner County's Sheriff's Office. And they wrote that Sebastian was last seen earlier that day near Stafford Court in Hendersonville. This is what TBI said. He was described as wearing a black sweatshirt, black sweatpants, and glasses. Close to a dozen agencies, including the TBI, Tennessee Highway Patrol, Nashville Fire Department, City of Hendersonville First Responders, Sumner County Sheriff's Office, and Shackle Island Volunteer Fire all began searching for the teen on Monday, February 26th.
Okay.
But see, that bothers me because some days later, and we'll get to that,
Oh,
and many days later, the mom, Katie Proudfoot, and stepdad, Chris Proudfoot, changed what he was wearing when they did a short interview. And I believe that was with Fox 17 when they found out that they were searching the Kentucky landfill.
they did not.
When they found out the landfill was being searched, because
No, they did not. No, they did not. No, they did not. Again, no, they did not. They did not change what he was wearing.
the law got the judge to sign a warrant, but it was said to be a precaution because that's where the household trash went, and the trash was picked up before police got there that morning, and Sebastian was reported missing.
Okay.
So if they found anything there, they're not going public with it. But according to TBI timeline, as the search stretched, and this is TBI, as the search stretched into the afternoon, TBI sent out another tweet at 4:35 p.m. And they were asking residents living in the area around Beach High School and along Long Hollow Pike to check their outbuildings, garages, and cars in case Sebastian was using any as hiding places. Then, I can't recall off the top of my head, heard when the last search like this was, said Chief Deputy Eric Craddock with the Sumner County Sheriff's Office. That's what he told Channel 2. Obviously, this one is more important.
Music City Mom, I'm catching your comments. I am so glad he went in. But please keep us posted on what's going on. That's scary as shit. But I'm so glad he went in.
Being a child who does have autism. The search teams covered nearly a 5-mile radius in the Beach and Shackle Island area.
Get up, Ella.
Then on Tuesday, February 27th, the Amber Alert issued.
Over there.
A search for Sebastian continued. Okay, Tuesday, February 27th, with the TBI upgrading the alert level to an Amber Alert around 3:25 p.m. Officials said the decision to upgrade the alert was based on additional investigative information developed during the search. The urgency of the search was already increasing as colder temperatures were expected to move into the area, and authorities were unsure whether.
I should have told you guys off the bat. Thank you for hanging out with me today because you're hanging out with me while I do my chores. I'm changing the sheets on my bed because Kyle comes home tonight. So clean sheets for the other half. Thank you for doing my chores with me today.
or not Sebastian was properly dressed for the weather. Dozens of agencies continued searching and began employing unique tactics suggested by community members, such as playing Sebastian's favorite song, Eye of the Tiger. A potential sighting was reported on Newman's Trail, but officials confirmed it was not Sebastian. February 27th, searchers had covered over 2,000 miles on foot and went through Sebastian's home multiple times. Now, my understanding is they searched 10 times, and by the time they got down to when we get to the part where they searched the landfill, they went back and took pictures of the backyard, which makes 11 times. But right here, we're still at 10 times. They searched his home multiple times. In a press conference, authorities continued to urge residents to check their surveillance cameras and report any possible information that could lead to Sebastian. Now, this was on February 27th, and this is interesting to me because if they done searched his home that many times, think about that. Them cops are already suspecting something, in my opinion. What y'all think about that? I guarantee you,
But
those
they
already
didn't do
suspecting
enough.
something did not add up, in my opinion. That's just me, though.
But they didn't do enough, right? They didn't. Team didn't do enough.
Wednesday, February 28th, TBI puts out a statement. Officials continue to look for the missing teen amid rain and 40-degree temperatures on Wednesday, February 28th. Due to growing public interest, the TBI put out a statement explaining why Sebastian's parents were unable to share more details about the missing teen. This is what they said, per TBI. Understandably, there is interest in hearing from friends and family to help provide more of a personal context about Sebastian. However, we have been requested by the family to let local media know that they are not in a position to speak to or be available to the media at this time. We have told them that while we would relay their message, it would be the decision of the individual media outlets and reporters to proceed as they see fit. TBI spokesperson. Do y'all need me to read that again, or did y'all get that?
We got it. But what are you going to twist it into? Carry on. You guys are going to work today. Not really.
In my opinion, only, I do not feel reading this that TBI told them not to speak. I feel they were directed. I feel that they asked TBI to make the statement for them. Now, I do remember that they were asking for privacy. But also, TBI added in here at the very end and made it very clear to me, anyway, that they were going to let the news media and the outlets and reporters proceed as they see fit. All right, I'll read it again. This is from TBI spokesperson. Understandably, there is interest in hearing from friends and family to help provide more of a personal context about Sebastian. However, that's TBI, we have been requested by the family to let local media know that they are not in a position to speak to or be available to the media at this time. We have told them that while we would relay their message, it would be the decision of the individual media outlets and reporters to proceed as they see fit. TBI spokesperson. TBI didn't tell them they couldn't talk.
No,
in my opinion.
No shit. They opted not to. So big deal.
Hey, SL. I mean, am I hearing this wrong or am I reading it wrong?
Chances
Maybe.
are, yeah. Look at her. They just want to twist anything.
So I'm not reading it wrong, right? See, they try to get TBI to come out and push that. TBI come out and spoke it, but they let it be known. The family wanted them to say that, but they also are letting us know that ain't what they are saying. That's not what they're saying. Didn't think so. I mean, I'm a lot of things, but I'm not ignorant. That's one of them. I'm not ignorant.
I beg to differ. Highly beg.
All right, so here we go. So Thursday, February 29th. Search hits 4 days. All right, in a press conference, Thursday, February 29th, officials said they had received several tips and calls for people to check their surveillance cameras, but none was confirmed sightings of Sebastian. There was a glimpse of hope that day as a search dog tracked a scent, but it turned out to be a false alert. Investigators also drained a pond at the east of Sebastian's home and found nothing. Saturday, March 2nd, a reward offered for information. As the search for Sebastian entered its 6th day with officials stating that there still had not been any sightings, the sheriff's office told News 2 an anonymous group of business owners in the Nashville area had pledged a minimum cash reward of $3,000 for information. The reward was raised to $3,500 the following day. Sebastian's parents also spoke publicly for the first time on Sunday, March 3rd, telling a podcast host more details about this disappearance. And then Monday, March 4th, the search was all of a sudden scaled back.
She's going through this to try and be able to build her audience to the fact of they're up to something no good. And remember, this all started, the narrative change started for her because Duchess got an interview with the parents.
Authorities announced Monday, March 4th, they were scaling back the ground search for Sebastian and transitioning it to an investigation after a week of intensive efforts and still no signs of the missing teen. They said, this does not diminish our commitment to finding Sebastian during the press conference. This is simply us transitioning from the ground search to the investigative side. During the March 4th press conference, Craddock also said there were no leads, no details to indicate that Sebastian is not alive. Thus, on March 7th, they checked the landfill. The search for Sebastian took investigators to Kentucky on March 7th, where investigators searched the landfill. According to the sheriff's office, the landfill in White Plains, Kentucky, is where trash was sent from his neighborhood in the beach area. Officials called the search of the landfill a precautionary measure to eliminate possible options and questions, and said there was no specific information indicating evidence, or no anything related that Sebastian was there.
She's so incredibly difficult to listen to. I can't wait till we're through this one. But this is the 13th. Just remember, we're walking a timeline of the days because of creators and the optics that they build.
The search concluded that evening, with authorities later stating that it did not provide any additional clues as to what happened to Sebastian. While we had hoped for a different outcome, our commitment to finding Sebastian remains unwavering.
Cats, I think it's a double neck wiggle. I think at this point we can just call it a double neck for this one.
Sumner County Sheriff Sonny Weatherford said, we will continue to explore all available avenues and resources to bring closure to this case and provide answers to Sebastian's family and loved ones. Few new updates have been provided since. However, the public has continued to push to keep the case in the spotlight by putting up signs in their yards and posting flyers from the Sumner County Sheriff's Office in local businesses and on social media outlets.
Can you imagine if this was regular speed? Because this is 1.75.
Multiple vigils have also been held in the weeks since Sebastian went missing, with community members wearing green on Friday, March 1st to support Sebastian and his family. Sebastian is 5'5" tall. He weighs 120 pounds. He has dirty blonde hair.
Land the plane.
If you've seen Sebastian or have any information about his whereabouts, please call 615-451-3838 or 1-800-TBI-FIND.
Huh.
See what y'all are saying. And hello to everybody coming in.
So she knew. This is very aware. They knew what was going on. Now I'm going to switch gears. I'm just going to pop it around so you guys can see. So she's pissed off. You'll see. Well, let me play a little bit further. I'm going to fast forward a little bit. But do you see right here? ICU, Spanky's mod, all of those guys, they're all in there already.
More. I got that. I'm going to show y'all. I'm going to show you. I got to turn my.
They start really building their narrative here.
I'm just going to take a picture and blow it up. Suppose. I mean, drop his link. I mean, he's good. Drop his link. It ain't anything about him. It's just the camera. Who I would hate to have my life depend on whoever's camera that was. Let me just say that. You would think in a neighborhood with $500,000 and $600,000 homes, whoever's camera that was, it would be better footage. That's all I'm saying.
I can't believe these fucking people and the lack of understanding. A $500,000 to $600,000 home is not even that much at this point. Like, do you guys have, what world are you guys living in that's this home that everybody should have these fancy cameras? That's a very common home, especially here in Arizona. Like, fuck, oh dear. These people just think these people are millionaires and their cameras and everything. There's a lot of people that don't even have cameras on $1 million homes.
I'm saying. I'm sorry.
Y'all are fucking weird.
Yeah, you can't.
Oh, it's going to piss people off today, Amy.
I can't tell anything on that. And I'm going up. I apologize because I wasn't watching a while ago while I was reading. I'm just trying to go up.
So it goes from Smiley into, let's just transition. I can't listen to her anymore. So that's the 13th. This is still the 13th. And here we have Josh the Lab and Trevor Lee. Again, this all falls under fair use. This is for commentary purposes to see how the narratives and the optics are switching in the early parts of this case and how creators decided to insert themselves as main characters and become part of a story instead of covering awareness of a missing child. And guess what? Today, upcoming, we have Allegedly with Brittany J, Bullhorn Betty, and the Behavior Panel. How many of you knew that Allegedly with Brittany J started covering this in the beginning stages of March? And how do you think her coverage was? Well, you don't have to wonder. You're going to find out.
So that vigil was just right around the corner.
Got off your panel. I think the last time we did a show, when I had mentioned
Yeah.
the vigil, he asked me about it, and he asked who put it together. And somebody else in the neighborhood did as well, and they were, I think, wanting to get it moved because the amount of people that would be in the neighborhood, which completely understandable, but that made me think that he was at least going to go. So I was kind of taken back when neither of them went, and the biological father came an hour away.
So that vigil was just right around the corner, you're saying?
Yeah, it was at the high school just down the road, like a 4-minute drive, it says on Google Maps, is 1 mile away.
Yeah, and somebody in the chat said, well, maybe they didn't want to get lynched or whatever. And I guess I can understand that in a way. But I wouldn't care if this was a vigil for my child. I wouldn't give a damn what anybody thought. And kind of the contrast between the two folks here, and let's talk about that a little bit, is that Seth Rogers, the biological father of Sebastian Rogers, now missing, what is it, 15 days?
Yep.
So 15 days. The stark contrast between the interviews and the pleas, they're different. They are absolutely different. And I don't care what anybody says about that. I find them I find them polar opposites when it comes to the interview. It seems as though they do the mom and stepdad spend more time kind of defending themselves and a little less time pleading. And then the father, from what I've seen, and we're going to listen to an interview he called into is it the Pascal show? Pascal?
He called it the Pascal show.
Yeah, I'll link it. We'll listen to that a little bit. And then just the little clips by Nick Barris from News Channel 5 in Nashville. And it's very, very interesting, just the difference. And there is.
So Josh and Trevor Lee was one of the very first to start covering this, and Josh picked up on this. We've seen him throughout this timeline of how he's been doing things and what he's been saying and kind of where he's positioned himself. In the beginning stages, Josh was kind of just looking at it from all different angles and perspectives. In my opinion, he was a little bit more unbiased. But quickly, as Trevor Lee's bias changes and definitely becomes apparent, and it shifts from awareness to targeted campaigns against certain family members, there is a definite switch in a lot of the coverage. Sophia, thank you so much for the gifted membership. Lurker, I'm so glad the fever broke. So glad. Thank you for letting me know. And I hope he continues to make progress. To everybody. Oh, it's in his chest. Okay, yes, please be careful. Please keep an eye on it. Thank you for keeping me updated too. I'm so worried about all of you with this stuff.
There's a difference. There's a big difference. And he showed up to the vigil, correct? Father?
Yep, that's where he did his interview with Nick, actually.
Yeah. So, I mean, there's a difference, folks. Take that for what you want. I'm not accusing anybody of anything, but, come on. There's just...
You're going to hear that. I'm not accusing anybody of anything. I'm not accusing, but when you have an audience as big as some of these people do, and you are making accusations or trashing the parents of a missing child or talking about things that are irrelevant to the child being missing, you are absolutely placing blame. And it's the game of optics. They're not accusing, but they are going to optically set it up. So you, as the viewer, are thinking, oh, worst case scenario, these people are terrible.
Something, this was a saying like everybody says, it's something about something's rotten in Denmark. And I have no idea why they say Denmark when they talk about it. But that's what she says. So talk a little bit about, okay, when he messaged you, Trev, had he ever messaged you before?
No, it was actually in my I've gotten some during this case, people just sharing their thoughts and whatever. And there was a message request from him, and it was about the vigil.
Yeah. And then you responded, and then what?
I responded and said I would try to go back and find who put it together, because I simply just shared the information where I'm not from the area. I hadn't put it together, but he wanted to know, so I went to go find out. And then I told him also, of course, that I and others I know, after we had spoken about the vigil, I told him, if he ever wanted to come on, interview with any of us, he could. Yeah, he'd never say anything.
Right. Yeah, we did request an interview. We heard nothing back, which is, fine. I understand that. But, they've given 2 or 3 interviews so far. And I'm just, I don't know how to feel. I definitely think that there's something suspicious, but one thing is for certain, and I'm relatively positive that I can say this is a criminal investigation, correct?
Yes.
And by this time, it was already alleged by the news media that it was a criminal investigation. Once again, That word has been thrown out here so many times as in the early beginning of this. Again, they were saying it was a criminal investigation back here in March. So all of these recent changes of, oh, it's now a criminal investigation. You guys were saying that in March. So were you incorrect in March or are you incorrect now? Because it wouldn't be breaking news that it's a criminal investigation now, and you wouldn't have been needing to email law enforcement to find out it's a criminal investigation if your source and information was correct in the beginning. You fucking fools.
This is no longer a missing boy. We're looking for a missing 15-year-old boy. There's an investigation underway, a criminal investigation underway. And I think that's significant. How and again, I'll tell you this: the parent, the stepdad, and the mother did not, and I repeat, did not show up to the prayer vigil. Maybe I could see why the stepdad wouldn't, but the mother, I don't know many mothers with missing children that don't show up to those sorts of things. If you know, and I don't know what she's trying to protect, or she's trying to protect herself. Like I said, I heard somebody say, "Well, look, I don't know what would happen at an event like that." I don't think people would be there to be disrespectful because they have no charges against them. They have nothing. You know what I'm saying, Trevor? They have nothing. They have the public eye, but what do you expect?
Yeah, I agree. And I've actually, I mean, just by talking to people in that area and hearing all about it, the family or the community is very much behind Sebastian. Of course, everybody has their suspicions and they want to know what happened, but they've put Sebastian first. And so that prayer vigil was 100% about Sebastian. There was no.
And here we are making a spectacle because they didn't go to a vigil. If they don't want to go to a vigil, if people don't want to go to these things, they're not bound to do that because the internet thinks that it optically looks some sort of way. It just gave you guys content to try and paint narratives, didn't it?
Speculating, no accusations. So that's why it just took me back that they wouldn't show up, because they've got such a supportive community for their son. Even if people have their feelings about the parents, they put Sebastian first, and that's been obvious since this happened. So it was just disappointing that they wouldn't go be surrounded by these people who are there 100% in support of Sebastian.
Yeah, and I agree. You know, but they're not. Here's the crazy part too, is that now that since this is
what's funny to me is Trevor Lee at this point in time was in communication with Seth's sister. I truly, genuinely believe that Nina was brought in because they had made an agreement that they would not be releasing any personal private information about Sebastian. But that doesn't come up until the 17th on Duchess's interview, which we're not going to get to today. But from the 17th, moving it forward, on the 17th, Chris speaks about how they had an agreement between the three of them that they weren't going to release certain things about Sebastian. And then the next thing you know, there's a lot of, chaos, and you'll see it through the timeline as we get there. But, and then next thing you know, Nina comes out for an interview. I think she was intentionally brought out to help be able to release things.
A criminal investigation and how they have scaled back the search, and they're following whatever evidence. Once again, we have a dog scent trail controversy in this case, like another case that you and I both cover. And I'm kind of getting a little weirded out by the vibes here. I understand that these are two separate cases. There's no connection, and I'm not even implying that. But what I'm saying is I've seen an investigation start off.
But we're going to once again emotionally manipulate you to believe that there's things that are similar and Summer is still missing, and we have had you emotionally pulled into that case, and people are very heightened over that case. So we're going to absolutely use that case to pull it together and direct your minds to go this way. Yeah, fuck you guys.
Exactly the same, with a lot of confidence and knowing any day now. And Summer Wells has now been missing for over 1,000 days with no arrests. I've seen this before, and I'm not feeling that great. What say you, Trevor?
Yeah, it's definitely concerning. As time goes on, you hope to see some sort of angle or avenue at the beginning, and my true hope is that behind the scenes law enforcement has an angle. But again, in Summer's case and others, we've had that same hope, and then we come, here 1,000 days later, and there's no real angle. It's still open and ongoing, as they say, but it's just sitting.
Right, and I'm not saying that they're not working it. That's and they may have tons of evidence. They may have suspects in mind. They may have all kinds of things, but I am hesitant to get my hopes up, because this is the exact same thing that we've gone through, right? I mean, we have suspicious parents. I mean, the situation's obviously between.
They're not even remotely the same exact thing, but to say that they're the exact same thing is bullshit once again, and completely takes away from the victims' actual stories. But these creators They don't care about any of that. They're not victim-centered focused. Not one bit. They don't give a fuck about the victim, their story, any of that. It's whatever we can do to emotionally manipulate and pull our audiences in.
There are some differences, but we've been told, the investigation is ongoing. There are no more updates from law enforcement now. So either they have nothing or they have everything, because they're not really asking much from the public anymore. I mean, are there public searches going on?
I think there are still people looking, but as far as I know, searches have pretty much died down completely, at least from official search standpoints. And law enforcement, at least from Sumner County, they haven't the last time they put a statement or a question or anything out was March 2nd.
Right.
TBI occasionally posts just pictures of him and says, it's still ongoing, and to call the tip line with any information, but Sumner County hasn't said anything since March 2nd.
Yeah. And so my question is, what did they find in the house? Because they've been there a lot, they've taken photos. And we'll talk a little bit about the dog scent trail. Once again, I've heard this before as well. Who is it? Who's dog? It's very eerie for these children to disappear off the face of the earth. And we're not talking about the missing 411 bull crap. Not saying that none of that stuff's true. I don't know. We're not talking about national park disappearance. We're talking about kids disappearing from their bedrooms.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's some boogeyman out there. And I'm not saying that there aren't boogeymen out there, but holy crap, who's letting the boogeyman in?
So you can see automatically they're setting this whole thing up. They're not even putting anything on the table. They have gone right into, it's got to be, the parents are sus. The parents are sus. Here we go. That's the only option for these people.
Or is the boogeyman staying in the house? You know what I mean? And so as we continue to explore this case, keep that in mind, that young children do not vanish from their bedrooms without help.
Yeah, that's a great line you made about the boogeyman, because
unfortunately, can you tell that to all the people that have runaway children that they cannot find? All those people that have ran away and just disappeared out of their bedrooms without help on their own free will, and then fallen on unfortunate circumstances, but the choice to leave their home was there. Can you tell that to all the parents? They're a smart one.
I've said since starting to cover any of these cases is, unfortunately, for some kids, the monster lives, under the bed or in the closet and is imaginary. Mm-hmm. But for too many kids, they live down the hall or in the room next door.
Well, I was talking, I don't, maybe it wasn't yesterday, the day before, I was talking about Maddie Soto, right? And she was literally living with a monster and left. She was just left unaccompanied with, some freak that her mother had basically shacked up with, and he had just access to her with no oversight. That's insane. So a lot of the times the monsters are the ones, the protectors are supposed to be the monsters. And I've always said this, if I ever write a book.
And at this point in time, there is absolutely no indication from law enforcement that the parents are suspect, that they're not cooperating, that they found anything to, even name the parents people of interest, persons of interest, none of that. But creators got to do the creative thing of, we're going to tell you a narrative.
Which I got to read one first and then maybe. But when I write my book someday, the name of it I've already thought of, and it's Too Many Monsters, Not Enough Heroes. And I think about that all the time, because for some reason, when these kinds of events happen, you start hearing stories of the past come up, and that people who had knowledge of something, even just, any sort of, you grab somebody and by the arm or whatever it is, and you see some sort of violent tendency, and it goes unreported. Okay. And I find that stuff, it's like, it really sucks, dude, that people don't speak up more. I know from personal experience that secrets, when it comes to this kind of stuff, always end in tragedies, because it's an escalation. And if there's nobody there to intervene,
secrets always end in tragedies.
If there's nobody there to say, hey, this shouldn't be happening, well, what good is it going to do for a child to tell somebody? Because sometimes, or most of the time, the children aren't believed. And like I said, I wouldn't be surprised when we start hearing some very crazy stories. There are people out there on the trail hunting down everything about Mr. Proudfoot. I guarantee it. I'm not one of them, but they're coming. I can guarantee that people are going to ask for his court records, and through the Freedom of Information Act, I don't know how fast they'll get him, but they'll get him. Mm-hmm. And he's not going to say what his charge is for. But tell me a little bit about this, and if there's any merit to it. Did his ex-wife file for?
He's not going to do it, but he knows the other people will. He knows that his team of misfit friends already on the case, Smiley and others. You know, he doesn't have to do it, but the others will. Let's keep carrying on March 13th so we can transition into the 14th. You guys are getting exactly what they're doing. You see the team at play. Now we're going to JLR from March 13th.
Jonathan Lee Riches investigates, reporting from the state of New Mexico. Jonathan Lee Riches investigates, reporting from the state of New Mexico, covering the case of missing 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers. Sebastian Rogers vanished sometime around the 25th or the 26th of February 2024. His mother and his stepfather, Katie Proudfoot, Christopher Proudfoot, prime suspects in the disappearance of little Sebastian. Christopher Proudfoot, the stepfather, has a lot of legal issues going on in the state.
Hallucinogenic. Some of us are noticing it. Others don't want to, but some of us are.
Of New Mexico, and I am investigating what in the world is going on with the stepfather. The stepfather has accusations of domestic violence in this state, and his ex-wife, and he's been married numerous times, has filed an emergency petition with the courts to get custody of their child. They have a child together. Now, Sebastian Rogers, he went missing. Most likely last with his mom, Katie Proudfoot, who married Christopher Proudfoot. Now, with the case in New Mexico, which is interesting, and I'm looking into the matter, there are some serious allegations against Christopher about his mistreatment of children. And his ex is saying a lot. I've actually read the documents. He was very verbally and physically abusive towards children. And we're talking about Christopher. Has that played a role in any way with the disappearance of Sebastian? I say that because Sebastian has a biological father, Seth Rogers, who was out there looking for Sebastian. Then we're talking about Hendersonville, Tennessee. And when Sebastian was in school, and between the biological dad and the mother, Katie Proudfoot, they had shared custody. They'd go back and forth. Or Sebastian would go to Seth Rogers for a weekend and then go back to Katie. The weekend he disappeared, he was with Katie Proudfoot. Sebastian, once this school year was to end, Sebastian was going to go to live with Seth full time. Then he vanishes, which is very interesting. Also hearing rumors and speculation that Christopher Proudfoot, he didn't really embrace Sebastian that much. Matter of fact, sources have told me.
Rumors and speculation. Imagine that. And we know by this time JLR's Facebook group was already going.
There was a strain in the relationship between Christopher and Katie over Sebastian. And there's also rumors that Sebastian was actually going to be called as a witness in the custody case in New Mexico. And around that time, Sebastian vanishes.
And who started that rumor? Well, that's your lovely JLR here. JLR started that rumor that they've been regurgitating once again for months on end.
Very fishy. Now, Christopher allegedly was working when Sebastian went missing. 3.5 hours.
Hey, babe.
In Memphis. And he works these week shifts, crane operator, both Christopher and Katie in the military. And Katie works for Brinks doing security installation. And she worked as an electrician when she was in the military. Electrical work. There's something fishy about this case. And I believe that the stepfather, Christopher, and Katie should be looked at extensively, folks. But also the case.
Josh was right. his buddies were already digging into everything. I have a feeling Trevor Lee knew that they were digging into things too, because he was already talking to Seth's sister at this point in time. So you see where a lot of this misinformation starts. Well, shouldn't be shocking because we've all watched this go down, but we're going to watch how it carries from this point on. And that might blow some of your minds.
In New Mexico, where I'm at right now, might have a lot to do with this situation. And Christopher's dirty deeds put out in the limelight. And that might have triggered something with what happened with Sebastian. That's my thoughts. I am out here, this beautiful state of New Mexico. And on JLR Investigates, I'm going to share some court documents and share some filings with you about this case. So stay tuned for that. We are praying for the safe return of Sebastian. Maybe Christopher and Katie have nothing to do with it, but there's no trace whatsoever of any sign that Sebastian left that Hendersonville home, that $600,000 home. Also, you know, there's rumors that life insurance policies were taken out in that case.
The only person that has anything considered a life insurance is a Gerber Grow Up plan, and that is by Seth Rogers.
On Sebastian. Don't know the validity of that yet. No surveillance of Sebastian leaving anywhere of that house. But there is talk that Sebastian was with his mom the night before, the 25th. Another thing that's interesting is Sebastian's mom, Katie Proudfoot, said that she went to check on Sebastian in the morning on the 26th, 6 a.m. and thought maybe he'd be getting breakfast or, you know, when he wasn't there in his room. Oh, he's just getting breakfast. But it's interesting because if you look at the home layout, Katie Proudfoot's room has to go past the kitchen in order to get to Sebastian's room. So if Sebastian was eating breakfast, Katie would already know that before she would go to his room. You follow what I'm saying? A little bit of lies and deception here that I believe is happening with Katie not being truthful. Is the stepfather really cooperating? Is he covering for Katie? Or Katie and the stepfather in a plot together, a conspiracy together, signed a pact together, till death do us part, and by all means necessary, protect each other. It's sad. It's a horrible situation, but we are out here bringing awareness to 15-year-old Sebastian with autism. Has his disability play a role in this? Sebastian's disability. That could be a motive too. But I think there's something very bad happened. I do not think that Sebastian wandered off barefoot. Police used the resources, community. We're out there searching. Just doesn't smell right. And it points the fingers back at Christopher and Katie. Subscribe to my channel, hit the notification button. I am out in the field. We will talk soon. JLR Investigates got a playlist, and we'll keep bringing awareness to this case until justice for Sebastian Rogers occurs.
Oh, really? Isn't it ironic? Okay, let's go to March 14th, News Channel 5. Next coverage.
Surprising development in the search for 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers, who's been missing for 18 days. An exclusive look at new video evidence. Thanks for joining us here at 6. I'm Rory Johnson.
And I'm Hunter Hoagland. A lot to get to here tonight. Authorities have scrutinized home security video from that Hendersonville neighborhood, trying to learn what happened to that teen with autism.
Now you can take a look for yourself. Our Nick Barris obtained video that appears to show two people near Sebastian's home the night his parents say he disappeared.
Yeah, Sweet Sativa, this isn't going to be the chat for you. We don't have any indication that that's true, but go on.
The video you're about to see is from early Monday morning, February 26th, around 3:10 a.m. Now, there are no street lights in the Stafford Court neighborhood, so it is at night, pitch black. What you will see here are these 2 points of light, believed to be people with flashlights, in the area around Sebastian Rogers' Hendersonville home. It is believed Sebastian left his home barefoot and with a flashlight sometime overnight. Since his disappearance, authorities have reviewed security video from homes in the neighborhood looking for clues.
We have had several.
Whitebird, thank you for hanging out with us. It starts off pretty slow today, just so you guys are aware. Like what you guys have seen so far is kind of like, meh, just wait. I got some shocking stuff coming up for you. You'll be tuned in, I'm sure, because a lot of you probably didn't know some of the things that you're about to hear from some of the creators that we all know have caused a lot of chaos.
Clips that have come in.
And this one is getting the most attention, showing signs of activity around Sebastian's home the night he disappeared. You see, 2 light sources, which we've circled to help you follow. For point of reference, the security camera was pointed toward the back of Sebastian's home in a common area. In the video, you see subject 1 with a light source in the lower right-hand corner. Then you see subject 2 briefly appear and move toward the first before that light source is covered or obscured by bushes. Subject 1, a few seconds later, then moves out of frame. Then subject 2 reappears and follows subject 1 off screen. It's a short time later and it's very vague, but then you see one of the subjects moving quickly back through the common area, and that is it. I know there's not much to see here. You certainly cannot.
Again, he told you what the timeline was, what was going on here, and people have tried to make it into something it wasn't for months and months.
Identify anyone, but those close to the investigation tell me the mere fact that there is now evidence that someone is in the area around Sebastian's home is significant. This video shows suspicious activity in the immediate area the night.
Tater, it's all part of a playbook. It's how they milk these for content. It's the stories that they latch onto. It's not about caring about the missing children, as you can see. It's not about bringing awareness. It's bringing targeted division, and they branch off, and it's content farming is basically what it is. They build narratives, they sell them to their audience, and it spreads like wildfire.
Sebastian disappeared. Could one of these subjects have been Sebastian? Did he meet and leave with someone? Sebastian's father says his son would not go with a stranger.
It's up in the air for me because I don't think he would get into a vehicle with somebody unless he knew them.
So what exactly are we seeing here? I know investigators are doing what they can to try enhancing the video for any more clues. For now, this video is now part of the Sebastian Rogers missing person file, and I'm told it could become more significant depending on where the ongoing investigation leads. We'll be following that. Nick Barris, News Channel 5.
Thanks, Nick. Of course, the search for Sebastian continues, with detectives now looking into any possibility of foul play. If you think you can help, call 1-800-TBI-FINE.
And that's the only place that should be called still to this day. All right, buckle up, friends. We're going to Cluminati, March 14th. Again, this all falls under fair use. This is the timeline of how and who was involved when for creators. You're entitled to form your own opinion, but I think it's really interesting when you go back. Uh-oh, hold on. It lost ability to screen share. Hold on. Hold on. My audio bumped out. Give me a second. Let me reshare this. Stop sharing. Present. Share screen. Hold on. Hold on. Let's see if it works now. Tell me if you guys, when I hit play, if you guys can hear it, okay?
Says he walked off. Want to like it, don't like it.
Can you guys hear that when I'm sharing it? We are on the 14th. Screenshot this. You got it? Okay, perfect. Let's go.
But
the title of this video is Sebastian Rogers, detailed drive through the neighborhood and construction site.
We are, of course, talking about Sebastian, who's missing out of Hendersonville, Tennessee, 15 years old. Mother says he walked off, okay, in the middle of the night, took nothing but a flashlight, allegedly was wearing his glasses, black pants, black shirt.
And no shoes.
Right, and all of his shoes are accounted for, okay? So I'm circling things on this map right now. This is just a general, I don't know if y'all can see my...
I'm looking at it.
They can see
the mouse.
Yeah, so this is just a general map of the area right from above. That's his house, obviously. This is the entrance to the construction site. And this is that registered offender's house. So when we start driving, which we're getting ready to do, we are basically like right here, maybe a little to the left of this arrow, but this is basically where we are, okay? And there's no sound while we're driving because we were talking and acting stupid, so I just muted us. And the wind noise is kind of bad. So there will be long pauses where we're not saying anything, but.
So again, who was the first creators on the ground filming their neighborhood and putting it on social media? Well, here you have it.
Like right now. Okay, so right here, that's the entrance to the construction site, okay? But you'll see more like
detailed.
Yeah, we get right up on it. And right here, we're coming to the entrance of the neighborhood. This is Kellen that you turn in on. And we're going to go all the way down this street first and turn around because it's pretty much like a cul-de-sac. And there are quite a few cameras in the neighborhood.
Not as many as what I would assume. I will say that it's not as many as I thought there would be, since we were specifically looking for them at some point in this trip.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I mean, we pretty well got where they're at, but there's really not as many as I thought I would see out there. And if I remember, I don't think I saw any that weren't Ring cameras, so they're kind of limited on what, you know.
Or like a blink.
Yeah,
or
and I mean,
nest.
they may be some in the backyards that we couldn't see. I mean, we didn't go in people's properties and stuff like that. We just stayed in the street. But
They're definitely not like our cameras. Like our cameras here, we have like, it's like a full-on security system and it backs up to like a hard drive.
so just to give you a perspective, this street is the one that's to the right on the, you know, a lot of people have seen the overhead Google Maps image. This street is the one that's to the right in the subdivision, the right of his house.
So right here
Reminds me a lot of CJ's drive-throughs.
is the construction. And we'll come back to that. We come back and pull up and you'll be able to see it a lot better.
We're
Now
gonna
we're going to
speed
turn
it up.
around. We're going back down the street and we're going to ride on his street. Okay.
We're speeding it up even more.
I guess there's a lot of activity in that neighborhood.
What do you mean?
Like people walking, like this one person walking to get in that car. And then there's like, I saw another guy or person leaving, like driving towards us. I'm just saying during the day, there's like people there.
Yeah. Yeah. There's definitely people there.
It's so crazy how like there's like so on top of each other. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's one thing I will say too, after driving around today and really paying attention to like the rest of the city, it's not as deserted as, or desolate really as kind of like maybe I figured. What?
So this is his street, and this lawn care service was sitting in front of the house.
Yeah, so we're in front of his house right now. But
Yeah, I don't see, the thing about it is how they build stuff off of this. They build stuff off of this, and like there's a lot of people that drive around neighborhoods and film, or Uber drivers that film, things of that nature. But this is the parents of a missing child. And let's say that somebody did take the, it's just crazy. Like it's crazy. And it's how they use this to build. It's one thing that they drive around and film. It's another thing of how they use it to build narratives.
we have a better view of that. We come back down, okay? That's why I didn't.
Oh, gotcha.
Like, but I mean, I'm gonna point out something else to y'all that is here. No, there's no sidewalks. If you walk, you're on the road. But I mean, there's really probably not a whole lot of traffic. The one thing I did know is a lot of cars parked on the side of the road.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Whereas like every house has a driveway.
Right.
But this
trail.
Thor agreed.
So
this right here.
he spotted it.
What?
You'll get to it. He said, "Was that a camper?"
Yeah, we're gonna get to that. So this right here is put up by the police and it is a camera. So I'm wondering like what if they're looking, if they have it for possibly looking for Sebastian to come back and they're just monitoring the area, or if they're looking for activity surrounding that house.
Yeah.
So obviously the police were doing their job because they installed, like they brought in outside cameras to record the area. There you go.
The comings and goings, right?
Yeah. You guys are gonna,
Also, I am going to get this footage.
I think you guys are going to be shocked of who was going real life right in the beginning.
I'm going to try to download it as
And thinks they're so funny for doing
like
that.
a movie or something and send that over to Pascal or the Pascal show. Like I told him I would. I've got it's already set up. I don't know if he will want the raw footage, but I'm going to talk to him and see what he wants to do with it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But any of you who are here from there, thank you. And for my people, if you are not subscribed to the Pascal Show, do it. He's freaking hilarious. Like, you know, fiance and I, we can't watch a lot of people because they're just boring. They make you want to like go paint your living room. And he's definitely not one of those. I will say I'm super glad. So here we are back at his house, and thank God for those lawn care people.
And if you missed it in part 5, you might want to go back and watch what she actually said on the Pascal Show when they called in. That's in part 5. It might be eye-opening if you missed that one. I know these are longer segments, but there's so much to get through. And I think people are realizing this is going to happen again. These same creators, whether they're telling you what they're on no team or not, there is very few. There's only a couple creators that I can actually say are middle ground. Most of them are red team or green team. It doesn't matter. And they do this because it's division for content. The people who are trashing Katie and Chris on one side, there's people doing the exact same thing to Seth all day, every day on the other side. There's no in between. They're all mirroring each other. You can't tell who's who anymore. They all act the exact same. And that's why I stick to myself over here in my little community that I've built, because these people are not a part of wanting to be a part of change. They don't give a shit. They're going to do this to another family. It's all content, clicks, and views. People are literally sitting there and lying to you, lying straight to your faces over and over again about their involvement in the fuckery that goes on in all of this shit. And people eat it up and they don't push back at all.
Well, because it really gave us a minute to like sit there and kind of lurk.
Yeah, that camper.
Yeah, I'll show you something about that. Okay. Note that.
And please be mindful when I say like with my community, I'm talking about the creators I've luckily been able to find and become close to, but I consider those my friends. So it's not even something that's directly correlated to this app. Like, I am so thankful for the group of people that I associate with, the people who actually bring awareness, the people who talk about what is actually going on here, the need for change. Like, there's so many of you. Again, hats off. Like, I can't even tell you guys how proud I am to stand beside the people I stand beside. You guys are incredible. And by the way, Am started a new channel for just talking about laws that need to be changed and what has to go on and things of that nature. So I will try to go find the link to that right now and drop it in the chat.
Camper now in the
Chico, please drop your link. Touch us if you're in here. Please you guys drop your links. Revival, drop yours. Like, all of you guys know. You guys know who we fuck with.
Driveway. This is when we were there on 3/3, March 3rd, whatever. No camper.
I do.
Now,
so.
And I'm just showing you a different angle, showing you that camper was not in the driveway. Okay, so that could mean a few things, right? In my book, maybe somebody is visiting, like some of their family or something, and they are staying in that. Or that could be why the stepdad doesn't come home. Maybe, right? Like because the biological dad said that during the weekends that he has Sebastian, typically Katie will go to Memphis. So that could be a camper that he lives in Memphis.
And by the way, for anybody that doesn't know, we went, I think it was in part 5. I could be wrong. Part 4 or 5. We went back and found out that Clue actually claims out of her own mouth that she met Seth Rogers on March 3rd. There's a clip of that when she was on panel with me where she met Seth on March 3rd. Is that wrong? I have no idea. But that's her words, that she met Seth Rogers on the 3rd. Again, this is the 14th of March.
The only thing I would question probably right now is why is it out?
Why is it,
why are the
sides extended?
Yeah, it's like pushed out as like you're like living in it right now. So it's almost like
Play nice. Just so you know, as far as like getting gifted memberships, I can't see anything on my back end. Maybe that's because I've never like tried to look into it. But all I see is your name on YouTube. I don't see any other information whatsoever. We only see your username. And I've never, you guys, I couldn't tell you. And please don't take this disrespectfully. But if people cancel their membership, I don't know. If people's memberships fall off, I don't know. I don't watch any of that stuff. I've been mind blown because of the gifted memberships. You guys have literally exploded the island recently, and we need to shove some of them off. They don't belong here, but it's still funny as fuck to watch them flounder in my members only. Brittany J, shout out to you. You brought it up in your members only live the other day that you got gifted over here. Yeah, bitch, you're welcome. You can see how it's done. It's getting a little weird how you're following in my footsteps of like trying to do members only. Like, I chat with my members, always have, randomly just pop on. I say things to like, get your own fucking little maneuvering. You're fucking weird. And sitting in a members only chat talking shit, you scared bitch. You scared bitch. By the way, I'm not in your members group because I don't have my gifted turned on, so I can't be gifted, thankfully. I only get gifted in one spot, and that's because I have no fucking clue. But I'm not in there, but other people are because they've been gifted and they give me play-by-plays and we have the best fucking laugh. So continue on because it's great laughs for us. Thank you. Carry on.
Like, for me, it is almost like there's maybe somebody staying in it, or it could have been out because maybe they were cleaning it or something.
Well, and the one thing that I did notice,
Revival, she did it. And one of ours was in there. Yeah, it was great. She also puffed her chest. Do you know that using my members only? Bitch, I'll use whatever I want. It's fair use. If you put it out here, I don't give a shit. It's behind a paywall or not. I'll use whatever the fuck I want. Ask Molly. Ask Molly. I used her whole fucking Patreon for like a year and a half. She got to the point where she would write me messages in her Patreon because she knew they were going to get leaked to me and I'd put them up. I mean, fuck around and find out. I'm not built like the rest of these people. I don't give two shits.
when we drove by today, when we passed by there the first time, one of the first things I noticed was that the front door was shut. And when we went on the third, the front door was open. And then, we heard their interviews talking about, it kind of made me think that they were leaving it open. So if he comes, he's just sees the front door open and comes in. But today it was shut. And I'm just kind of like, I don't know. Now there were lawn care workers outside. Maybe they were trying to cut down on the noise, things like that. But it was just something I noticed that made me kind of scratch my head a little bit.
Damn, that's what we should have done.
What?
We should have worn our hard hats, and went out there dressed like people when we were like surveying the water or something.
Yeah.
Anyway, so this is the back of the house, okay? Sorry, I mean these. So this is just, you explain this because I don't know. This is.
Move your hand aside. So this is between where I don't even know where I'm at right here. Okay, we're driving past it. Yeah. So this is the house that's next door, right? And what we're trying to catch is as you go around this curve, there's a drainage ditch, and you can see kind of into the backyard to some degree.
Yeah. So right here is the middle of the two streets or the two sets of houses, right? And I'll show you better what I mean on the map. But the houses on this side of the screen, right? Like right here, you guys still can't see that. I don't know why you can't see my mouse, but the ones to the right of the screen, those are sitting on Kellen. The one on the left, right there to the side, on the left side, that one is sitting on Sebastian Street. Okay.
And that the white building you see kind of in the center of the screen, but toward off in the distance behind that fuzzy tree, that is pretty well where just to the left of that is where Sebastian's yard is at. That building is kind of at the back of the property line for the house on Kellen. That is their neighbor, right?
I think so, Kiko. In my opinion, that is possibly where those flashlights were. Or those lights. I can't say that they're flashlights. I don't know what they are, but I do believe that this area in between the two streets would be where those were.
Well, and that's, based on what the description that Nick Barris gave as to what he was told, where that footage was pointing, that, I guess we'll see when we're able to actually see the IR lights on the night vision cameras. But yeah, I mean, that's what we're all left to assume based on what we've been told.
Yeah. So this white building that's really like directly in the middle of the screen, Sebastian's house is literally right behind that. And there is a better view I show you guys of this white building, and I point out his house behind it. So like right there, see that this is space. What's crazy though is they have that same fence. Do they not? Maybe that's a shadow. I don't know. I swear they have that fence too though.
So we're coming down Kellen, and we're kind of trying to take a closer look at their backyard from Kellen. And here in just a second, we're coming up on it. Well, yeah, right here. So pause that right there. Okay. Yeah, so that's the back of Sebastian's house.
And they do have that same fence around their yard.
Yeah.
So that's the back, and that's that white. Oh, y'all can't see my mouse. The garage that you can see when you're between the two streets, right?
Much endeavors. I don't know if you saw, like, they had a very targeted, specific narrative. They were saying very outwardly that Katie and Chris were involved in something. They were on Pascal's show again in part 5 of this optical layout of how creators involve themselves in these cases. It's very apparent what they thought, and they were one of the first. Like, I've gone after JLR, Dolly, all of the people for doing this. CJ, well, Cluminati was one of the very first, but it's going to get worse as we go on in this. But they had very, very strong feelings. Do I think those have changed? Probably not. I still believe that they might have. I'm suspect of everybody at this point who's inserted themselves next to parents for content, in my opinion.
And I'm just going to point. So this is now on Sebastian Street. This house, you see the truck right there in the drive, that's his house. And then I'm just showing you where that white building is in relation to the back of his house. It's literally directly in the back of his house. I don't remember what the heck we did.
next.
Oh yeah, I saw this.
That's
Wow.
a downspout.
I know it's a downspout, but I'm pretty sure there might be something behind it because I saw it while we were driving, and I put it in here so I would be looking at it before we went tonight, so I can make sure to remember to look and see if that's maybe a camera, because that would be.
Chico, you never derail me ever. You just know how my brain is like, and me and you get going over here. And then I'm like, what was I doing? You please don't say that. You don't derail me. You know how I work. So you know, like when my brain's spasming out over here. But yeah, you don't derail me.
About the perfect angle.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I'm not sold on the angle that we were looking at. Hold on just a second.
To what?
Trev said, wait, so is the fence between the Proudfoot's house and the house directly behind there. So the Proudfoot's backyard is fenced in, right? I thought when we drove by the first time the fence was gone, but that's my bad there. The fence is there. It's that black type of like a pool security fence. It's about 3.5 foot tall or so.
I'm just going to tell y'all, I tried to tell him.
I was wrong. She was right.
Have you guys ever seen the news media do this in the neighborhoods? And be honest, if you've seen in missing children's cases where a child is missing from a neighborhood, do you see the media going by, videotaping all of the neighbors' home, blasting it out, and painting narratives? Have you guys ever seen mainstream media do that? Just a question to you guys, yes or no? If you have, please, if you can remember the case, tell me. I would love to see, because in my experience, I can't think of any cases off the top of my head that mainstream media goes by and does this.
My bad. The fence is still there.
Wanda, the Wanda life. Welcome to the Clue Crew. I sing that so much better when I have like great energy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, we.
Yeah, you can really get a like decent view. Sorry, I'm gonna go back some of. Yeah, like that right there. This right here. Yeah, y'all are seeing it. This screened in area, that is his back porch. And oh, you can't see it there. Okay.
As somebody said, Florida Baby said there's a space between the fences, or I want to say there's a space between the fences. I really don't think that there is. In that, if you back this up, if you guys rewind it or whatever, there's a spot where we really have got the property lines kind of laid in there real well, and I don't think there are two sets of fences. It seems like they almost share the back fence, but
really?
I may be wrong.
I'll have to look at it on Google Earth and see. I might just walk up in there tonight. I don't care.
You ain't walking up in there. There ain't no. I mean, the point of this is just to be able to get a reference of what's going on, not be so nosy. You know what I mean? I don't want to. I don't want to be a part of no. Where'd you hide Sebastian shit or nothing like that. You know.
I respect the fuck out of Cletus for this. Did you hear that? Cletus. Yeah, I don't have nothing bad to say there. Truly.
Or whatever. There's a spot where we really have got the property lines kind of laid in there real well, and I don't think there are two sets of fences. It seems like they almost share the back fence, but
really?
I may be wrong.
I'll have to look at it on Google Earth and see. I might just walk up in there tonight. I don't care.
You ain't walking up in there. There ain't no. I mean, the point of this is just to be able to get a reference of what's going on, not be so nosy. You know what I mean? I don't want to. I don't want to be a part of no. Where'd you hide Sebastian shit or nothing like that. You know.
How are you trying to say like, well, I'm not about to be that crazy? What's wrong with you?
What are you talking about walking up in somebody's yard in the middle of the damn night?
I was just talking about the culvert because that's owned by the city. I'm just saying. Anyway, so now we get to the construction site, and we drove all through this darn thing, okay? And I'm really hoping they do something about the manholes because they stick out.
Revival, that's what I do too. If there's people like I popped in yesterday and was listening to Granny for a few, sent her something to her text, the video that they were talking about. So they had something, and then I just left when people were on panel that I don't care for. Same, like I just don't have the time either, and I don't enjoy a lot of that stuff. So, but Granny knows. Granny already knows.
Out of the ground, like so high. Oh yeah. So when we showed you guys the construction site before, that dirt, like it's like a road and then dirt, right? That is literally right here. So we drove straight, and if you turn to the right, you head into dirt, and there's like a log blocking.
And there's a lot of
the road.
Yes, Kim, you are correct. You guys, UA Crimson Tide. We actually, now I can't even remember. We've shown so many things. Was that part 4 or 5 where we go in and show that UA had involved herself in Riley Strains and was talking to CJ? I don't remember what video that was, but we just detailed that the other day when I went and pulled up that when she was talking to CJ on CJ's. Kim's absolutely correct.
A lot of heavy equipment up in that part. It's like they're still doing the ground breaking and the ground working in order to develop that part of the land. So, it's a heavy construction site up there.
Heather, I'm kind of with you on that. That footage is some weird footage, okay? Like, I've never seen nothing that looks like that. And I mean, pretty much every security camera nowadays is night vision. Now, the problem is, like, I think about our night vision camera. It's one that's kind of like, that comes with a security system, because we have, like, our own security system, then we have another security system. And the IR light from that, like, it's on the front porch, and you can't see much past the steps on the porch.
Right.
So the IR lights on those security system cameras, they're not meant to go very far. which again, to me, kind of explains why maybe that footage is so black. Like it literally is just like the dark of night. And then you see these lights.
Well, and somebody had said somewhere in looking at some stuff today that the reason that footage was so shaky was it almost seems like it was somebody using a phone to film a screen. Right?
Yeah.
And that would explain
which that could be,
and
right?
So you're not seeing the full view, right? And that would
That's exactly what
explain
it
a whole
was.
lot with that.
And
So,
if they've maybe zoomed in on it.
Yeah.
But the only thing that gets me with that, y'all, and I mean, I'm not kidding when I say this, the view of that camera has got to be super like high. They would have had to install it on the second floor.
yeah, I mean,
Or it's really far away.
well, and if it's at the house that's behind them, that house has got a back porch. What I'm assuming is if that's right, and that's the house that it's mounted to, then it's up at the top of like maybe one of the posts, just
Like a gable.
just underneath the gutter or something on that house. Which makes sense. If I were going to have a camera on that property and be watching the backyard, that's where I would probably put it. So I'm assuming that's where it's at.
I was going to say, Heather, I think you said that. Hold on.
My cams have 3.
Oh, no. Yes, it could be. Let me tell you, you said footage of Sasquatch. So literally, you just ruined what we were going to do. But we have fun with everything we do, okay? Some people might take it offensive. If so, then I'm not the channel for you because you got to have fun with everything. But fiance wanted to wear his Chewbacca robe and run across the street in front of me while I film him and say, look, it was actually Bigfoot. But can't do that now.
We'll tone it down.
We will tone it
just
down.
below that level. How about that?
Oh, was that a rat? Okay, so this is where we were sitting. Let me go back. This right here, this intersection of Kellen and whatever road that is, Doit or something, this is where we were sitting.
So who said that? Somebody said something about cadaver dogs. Yeah.
It's also interesting looking at this, though, all the dirt that was being moved on that construction site. Again, this is after Sebastian went missing, but it's interesting to see how much was being done on the construction site.
I'd like to see cadaver dogs in that construction area. I'm going to assume, like I've got full faith in Sumner County Sheriff's Department, 100%. I'm going to assume they've searched this with the proper dogs for any situation.
Yeah.
Already, right? Like I've just got to put faith in them because they learned that from me. So I'm going to say that they've done everything that they could to search that construction site for him.
Well, and let me say this much, okay? Like I said last night, you have to kind of put things that people say together and maybe you might get a whole story. So I remember very beginning, I swear it was the sheriff who said that the dog tracked him to the road and then it went nowhere.
Yeah.
Now we have his dad saying that it tracked him to the construction site and went cold, right? So if you look, there's a road right here going to the construction site. So could the sheriff have been saying pretty much it tracked him here, but it led nowhere? Right. So
well, and there are actually formed streets in this construction area, right? You'll see in a minute, but there's a few rows of houses already developed, and
So you can see who is doing what. I mean, let's bump it forward though. So they do drive-bys. I'm going to bump it forward just because there's a lot of useless stuff. But you're seeing, again, this is the 14th of March. This is what is going on. And you can see in all the other ones that we've done, who's involved, what the creators' stories are, what narrative they're pushing, what storyline they're pushing, how they're involving their audiences, what they're going with. It's not that hard to peel it back and see that there's absolutely a playbook that these creators use to get wrapped up in these stories.
I could kick myself for not stopping and asking these people just the simple question of, about what time does work get going around here? Because I was just curious about that. Because, in the days of me building homes and stuff like that, 6 o'clock in the morning is not unheard of at all for a construction site to get going.
And I'm going to say this, something that maybe could be considered a little bothersome is, have they checked these?
Again, I'm going to assume that Sumner County did, and I think Trev said too, TBI, yeah, they're involved too. I'm going to assume that they checked everything thoroughly because I do not believe this is.
To be fair, I hear you, but they also didn't go to the landfill immediately. So again, I'm like, have you guys checked these dumpsters?
And I mean, it is a possibility, right? That the assumption from the story that they were given led them the wrong way, and they spent all their energy focusing on searching the area and not really looking at the other possibilities in the beginning. I don't know.
So now we're just looking towards his street, right? Or not his street, but Kellen. I mean, it's really not far at all to that construction site. Like I've been asked, like, how long would it take to walk it? And I mean, if you're getting it and you're not staring at your phone or anything, I mean, you could be there in under a minute.
Oh yeah.
Maybe a minute and a half if you're leisurely walking, right?
These are close to $1 million homes. Are not far off. So the sign at the
No,
end of
they
the road,
start at 5.
Yeah, the sign at the end of the road said they start in the 5s.
They don't have enough land to be no $1 million. Sorry, got kind of close to that
I was
one.
worried about you hitting that truck. I wasn't even paying attention to where the camera's pointing.
It was we probably had like half an inch clearance. I mean, these houses are right on top of each other.
Yeah.
Could you imagine?
It's not a place I could live in, but I mean, that's just me. A lot of people really like stuff like that. I got to have my space.
Yeah. I think that's probably why we assume that like it's so desolate because it is here. You know what I mean? Like we don't live on top of each other like that.
Right.
But we're really probably one of the few areas that's left with land and a house, right?
Yeah.
It's been so like this development, it's been around here growing like crazy because Facebook moved their data center to Gallatin.
They added one.
Or added one, sorry. And we also have I don't know why this dude can't drive. He could have fit there, but I'm intimidating. Get out my way, bro. I'm busy. I'm just kidding. But we also have Beretta that makes handguns. So there's a lot of people that have moved here in the past, probably year and a half, 2 years. It's just like blown up. And Nashville's getting way too overcrowded. So all of these little outlier. Now you're going to see the construction part, like the dirt part up close. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, when this subdivision's done, the land, it's a huge piece of land that they're building all this on.
Y'all see them manhole covers?
Well, they haven't put the final pave down, so it's.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, they'll build it.
But you're driving on the street already. They pave it twice.
They'll put.
Stop laughing at me.
Yes, baby. They will build that asphalt up quite a bit more than what it is right now when it's all said and done.
Like y'all see how big that plot is? You know what I mean? Like it's pretty massive, right? Just all this area. And I'm thinking right there is that one house maybe we reside, but it might be on over because this dirt part is really above where the houses already are.
Yeah.
So
yeah, it's at the back of the subdivision and it's uphill for sure.
JC, I didn't get your email. Girl, I check my email like once every 3 weeks. Same with my Discord. I do not do social media. Like I'm not very good at it. And I'll get in a mood where I'm like, oh, look at that cute little place there. I wonder if that's like a public bar. Sorry. That's a personal moment for me. My bad. Oh, yeah, that's not a real road. Okay, I see you. I got you.
I mean, it is a real road. It's just not a final pave. See that manhole cover there? Well, you missed it. It was to the right, but that's pretty close to where it'll finally end up.
So they do pave it twice?
Yeah.
That seems like a waste of daggone money. Why can't y'all drive in on rocks? Establish said 500,000 is clickbait.
I asked if you were going to CC.
What the hell is CC?
Crime Con, I bet.
Oh, girl, bye. Let me tell you something about Crime Con. I can look at crime all day for free. I'm not about to give y'all no $1,000 to come and sit in a stuffy room that might be not acclimated to the temperature I want it to be, sitting by folks that I don't know if they showered yesterday or not, or that morning. I'm not doing that. That's too much money. I would go on the Crime Con cruise, but I'm not doing that mess. And I don't even recognize none of the people talking.
Trev said no self-contact clue fiance through Morse code instead of email. You can email her.
You can't email me, but I mean, it just depends on what I'm doing, right? Like I'll take a break from YouTube. Like I'll sit here like, dang, I need to do some woman chores and I'll have to clean my house and catch up on all that. And then sometimes I'm like, you know what? I feel like swimming today. I'm not messing with this. There's 8 million other channels covering it. It'll be fine. Especially like in terms of things like Idaho, like we've beat that horse so much. So now I just showed you on the map where we were at the entrance to the construction site. We're going to take a ride. Look how close it is to the entrance to his neighborhood.
So you see how extensive.
Now we're at the entrance to his neighborhood.
I'm just letting some of this play so you guys can see like what they're talking about with that construction site. But again, this was March 14th. Why? Let's bump it forward because the more interesting stuff comes up in a couple days. But here you go.
Damn mannequin sitting up in there. Like he's like this. He's got a hat on, scared the living Jesus out of me. I hope it was a mannequin. It didn't move the whole time I was looking at it, but anyway. Right, and birds circling somewhere.
So the problem with that is there are a lot of them. I mean, I see buzzards all the time out here. I did see some today. I forget exactly where, but it's not anything out of the ordinary, right? Is it something that's worth taking note of and maybe, notifying law enforcement about? Yeah, it's probably worth at least doing that. And I wish I'd thought about really noting where I saw them. But it's just not an uncommon thing.
It's really not. They'll be over our yard all the time,
yeah, I mean,
down by the
there's
creek.
A lot
So
of wildlife out there.
I was going to say somebody had said something. I was going to talk about it, but now I forgot. And now we're back at the entrance to where that construction is. And then right up here, this is where they had the command center. And if you notice, it looks a whole lot different.
I'm bumping it.
Where we're at right
I'm bumping it forward again because you'll find an interesting date coming up.
here all the way back about, I'd say 8 miles out. Every intersection, every subdivision, every gas station we came across, there were signs out at the road about, missing Sebastian. And it was really good to see that they're trying to get the word out locally as much as possible. I'm kind of wondering how far out and how thorough it has gotten out in the area itself, with that lady last night saying that somebody at a local store didn't even know anything about it.
Kim, that's the only way that they get these to go and can milk them for a year on end is to do exactly what they've done. It's their playbook, and they're still. Some of these creators are masking like they are correcting it now. They're as big as part of a problem as the rest.
I don't know.
The camper gets me. Like, I really wish I knew. Like, that's one of those things that, like, if you would talk, like, is this, what you stay in when you're out of town.
Right.
Do you have family staying? You can get a better look at what's on the side of the house right now, though.
A trash can.
Or two.
Yeah.
And then, yeah. And I will say this, I'm looking at this window.
Mhm.
I'm not so sure that they have screens.
Oh, yeah. That's a good point.
Because I don't think the reflection would be that strong
Right.
if there was a screen over it, right?
Well, but that goes into the garage there. Right. That window goes into the garage. So
Oh, that's true. Yeah, but it's on the front of the house. Like, you would think there'd be a damn screen on it, no matter what it goes into, right?
if it's a window that you don't typically open, you probably wouldn't waste the money or time putting a screen on it. Because, I mean, the screen's just there if you're going to open the window. But, yeah, I mean, I do get what you're saying. I don't know that there are screens on them. We'd have to go back and look at the rest of the footage.
And you can get out of his house right here, too, beside the garage, on the side of the house. And I think somebody called Pascal and said that that part faces the garage. He was talking about something like that, right? So, and also I read a post.
Hallucinogenic recipe. Thank you so much for the gifted memberships. Holy shit. Thank you so much. Welcome to the cabana, you guys. Screenshot this. I understand. I don't have any indication of what's going on either.
Post that said they know the person has the Ring camera and it literally looks at this part, like, and they know he didn't come out of the side of the house.
Yeah, and we saw that Ring camera. That I'm pretty confident it's the one that they would be referencing, and it should capture this front corner of the house for sure from where it's at. So
the big lights over the garage door, yeah. Well, and we have windows in our garage.
Right.
Now it don't face out; it faces in,
right,
like into, like it's
faces into the property, not out toward the road.
Is this not a form of going real life on parents of a missing child? Tell me in the comment section. Do you feel that this is going real life on parents of a missing child when law enforcement at this point in time had not indicated that there was any foul play? The parents had been cooperative. Do you feel that this is necessary and or acceptable, or is it going real life? I would love to know what you guys think, because I think this is fucking ridiculous.
Right.
This is JLR, Dolly, Betty.
It's like into our backyard, right?
How's
so like
it different?
We have a pool, and then if you look over at the garage, you see windows, which is probably why they did ours that way. So like you're not just looking at a whole wall of siding.
Right.
But I don't know if they're motion lights. It doesn't look like it because I don't see what would be like a sensor on them.
Well, I mean,
but you never know.
We'll find out when we do a night drive through the area, right? It'll be pretty
We'll find out when we do a night drive through the area.
apparent. And that's one of the things that I'm curious to see, because I'm almost wondering if this is not the angle, and those two lights are the lights that you see in that night that security camera footage Pascal was showing last night.
I don't know how people are justifying that this is any different than what BHB does. It's just masked on the opposite side. It's just attacking a different family member, a different side of it. How is it any different? And at this point in time, she was attacking or blaming Chris and Katie.
Because that would only, I was thinking it in my head, but today when we drove through and I saw where that Ring camera was at and kind of what it would be capturing, it may be. But
Well, it also could be the one that's up the street a little bit on that hill, because remember how I said it looks like it's on an angle?
yeah, and it could be that too.
It damn sure could.
To me, it's no different than what Julie does, taking photos and trying to say,
The way that it
"What is
captures
this
subject
is?"
one and subject two, I haven't. Our security cameras don't do that. I know there are a lot of them, a lot of systems that will. So I don't know that much about that. But that was something that was just of interest to me. The fact that it did show subject one and subject two, and I'm like, what kind of camera system is this that does that? You know what I mean?
I don't know either.
Because I know there are a lot of them on the market that do motion tracking and things like
Mhm.
that, target identification and stuff like that. But it's like I've just never seen that myself.
I will say this much though: if it's in the back of the house, that tree right there could be what's blowing in front of that. What they said was a floodlight.
Right.
And that could be blowing there.
Yeah.
Because it looks like there's movement in that one view.
Yeah. Well, that's just what I want to try to get a point of reference as to what that footage was looking at, so that we can kind of have a better idea and maybe try to get some type of idea about what could have been going on there, because that blurry mess we see that's available right now is just hard to understand at all.
And I will say the vehicles that are there are the same ones that were there when we drove by last weekend. And so I noticed something a little weird on the mom's thing today. I could swear the first time I looked at her like LinkedIn, it said that she worked for, what is it, Brinks or something, home security.
Right.
But she had it listed in Gallatin, right, which is the next town over from Hendersonville. And when I looked today, it said Nashville. And I'm like, what? That's such a weird thing. Like, if you change something, why? Maybe there's been people calling there looking for her.
Maybe, right? I mean, it's all of the speculation and suspicion around them since they've come out and done interviews is exactly the reason why I've said numerous times, if the camera showed up here, if it were our kid and the camera showed up, I just don't think I could get down with doing an interview with them because of that, right? Unless it was going to be a situation where I'm like, look, we're going to sit down, I'm going to tell you everything I know, so that anybody that hears it gets any question they have answered, and I'm going to give you a number at the end of it so that they, or an email or something where they can communicate and I can answer other questions. Because I just kind of feel like that would be the smartest way to handle that, right? If you're going to put information out and be a source of information and a venue for it, then be that and give it all, right? At least what you can, what answer questions that people have. That's just kind of where I'm at with it.
So Twizzlestick, I do know from what I saw on the listing for the house, I want to say they moved in It's been in the 20 something.
Another one that was digging on everything with the parents.
Yeah, I think it was 2 is the last sale date on it. So,
And I mean, I personally would be super curious to know why the camper is set up outside, because, and it's not just that it's like in the driveway, but you see the sides are boosted out. So it's almost like somebody's utilizing the camper, right?
Right.
And no, they have not been named the suspect, either one of them, the stepdad, the mom, or the dad.
Well, and it hasn't even been declared or
That
that it's foul play at all. They're
Right.
just pursuing an investigation into if it could have been, right? Or in kind of, I guess, preparation or the possibility that it could have been, because nobody's seen anything. There's absolutely nothing, no trace of this kid anywhere.
What's a covenant? I know what an HOA. No, there's probably not no HOA out here. Crawl under the house.
It's no different.
I mean,
no fucking different.
I'm with you, DC. Like, you see such a difference in Riley Strain and all 4 of them, mind you. We're talking about mom, dad, and their next husband and wife, whatever. You know what I mean? They drove to Nashville, came here like 7 hours drive, like literally when they found out he was missing. So, and you see that lady, she can hardly stand to speak on the news, but she's speaking. You know what I mean? And again, the one thing that's super just off to me is the fact that you guys came out first on YouTube, right? And I am with Pascal 100%. I've even said this before on here. You came out to a very smallish channel. You know what I mean? Not like a lot of, it's not like you went.
They came out to an awareness channel. They chose Duchess because Duchess brings awareness for the missing, not interrogations.
Somewhere where they garnered like hundreds of thousands of views. You know what I mean?
It wasn't the first place to get the
word
cover
spread,
right?
right?
The best, right?
And then you go to the local news and you're sitting there. We can see your faces. We can watch you speak. You know what I mean? Then after that, you do another interview, but you say you're too distraught to be on camera. I don't understand how you get more distraught in between interviews, if that makes any sense to anyone. Like, and it's all hearsay, but I remember seeing text messages, right, from people in between people, and they were saying that like they were not being welcomed on the property, if that makes any sense. And the unwelcoming person was the stepfather. Now, is that people just starting rumors? Maybe, you know what I mean? Because he eventually did come out and speak.
Yeah.
And the other thing, that lady that called in to Pascal last night, right after we had got off with him, she said it was almost like kind of maddening that they weren't out searching, right? And everyone was sitting there saying, where are they? Why aren't they here? The dad's here, right? So I will say to that effect, I heard the mom say, like the person interviewing them was talking about how great the community was, how everybody was rallying behind them, they were helping. And her literal response was, the community is great, but they still haven't found my baby or haven't brought my baby back. And I'm thinking like, whoa, like it was almost like, okay, so it was just, I don't know, it went all through me because I'm like, oh, okay, so maybe I should just go on and stop checking these outbuildings of ours every day. You know what I mean? It's like, why would you say that?
Yeah, I mean,
I could be taking it wrong, but
I don't know. I mean, was there a better way to say something? Probably. I think if there wasn't so many other things that had become suspicious with it, it probably wouldn't even be that big of a deal.
Sophia, thank you so much for the gifted memberships. Again, there's a total difference, and people need to realize that between bringing awareness for missing versus what they can use the playbook on. And this one happened to be one they could use the playbook on. And all of these creators, no matter what side you think they're on, these people have been sources of misinformation, rumors, and speculation, and targeted hate campaigns against the parents from one side to the other. Some of them have flip-flopped. They're still doing it today.
Abby, yeah. Abby, I said the same thing actually, because
as long as you're willing to smear and attack one side or the other and say that you're correcting bullshit. It's fucking bullshit.
Watching that interview where you only see their hands, if you notice her like stroking the stepdad's arm, it's almost like it was very timed, like every second. And then I thought about the video where she's on camera and she's kind of rocking back and forth. And I'm like, well, I know that's hereditary. It definitely could be that she is a little bit on the spectrum as well. And that's like her thing, right?
Oh, so, back in the beginning, Katie was on the spectrum too, according to this brainiac. Fucking seriously. Bree says the longer he isn't there, the more upset his mother gets. How does that not make sense? Yeah, good question. But again, people think, fucking. So fucking frustrating. So frustrating.
Having to.
Thank you for the support, Bree.
Yeah.
Do something like that, petting him, right? It was very timed. It wasn't like every 3 seconds. I mean, it was like 1, 2, 3. You know what I mean? So it could be, but they always say the first 48 hours are the most critical, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like we're going on 3 weeks.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I don't know if it's a situation where all kinds of things have gone through my head. You know what I mean? Is it you were going to lose like money? You didn't want a possibility of paying child support to the dad. I also wish I could find out if the fact that Sebastian was getting ready to live with him full time, is that something that you three as parental units discussed and agreed upon? Or did someone take someone else to court?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And the judge is ordering that,
Yeah.
which a judge could order that and there not be anything wrong with the mom or the stepdad, because at a certain age, they take the kids' want and desire into account.
Yeah.
So it very well could be a situation where she is losing custody of him because that's what he wants.
Somebody coming out with this strong of feelings and this much suspicion, you tell me that just all of a sudden flips? You tell me. Or is it all an act? I don't know.
Trev's got that. He said my big thing was how do you change what he was wearing that late into this, and we.
Well, we went off on that last night. That kind of really irritated me because you got people out here looking for somebody literally clad in black, when in reality he's black, white on his pants, and there's a print on his shirt.
Right. And it's not a sweatshirt, right?
Yeah.
Because the missing persons poster literally says sweatshirt, black sweatpants.
And you never update the freaking flyer. You don't update TBI, or either TBI just chose, which I could be throwing shade at her for nothing. TBI really could have decided, look, we're going to post this black pants, black shirt, so people just get an idea what they're looking for. But I've never seen a missing persons thing done that way. It's always like, look at Elijah Vu, slip-on shoes with dinosaurs on them.
Right.
They always talk about the print, and you know what? That could be they put black sweatshirt because she didn't know what was on his shirt.
Yeah.
But she knew there was a white stripe on the pants.
Right.
You know what I mean? So why not put that? I don't know. It's just really weird. But I hate to like assume that people have done something nefarious before anyone tells me they've done anything nefarious.
I don't necessarily. So look, right? It's like this, in my opinion. I don't think I'm not sitting here assuming. I'm sitting here evaluating the information that has been given and presented.
Look at that. Tell me that's not a fucking dolly thumbnail right there. Tell me that's not a dolly. Did Sebastian meet a dead end too? Tell me that's not a dolly fucking thumbnail.
Right. That's what I'm doing. I'm looking at this and considering what we've been given and thinking about the things that don't add up and talking about that. And that's why I say, right, that could be energy wasted. If transparency were provided completely and a lot of the big pressing questions were answered, then nobody would put energy into asking these things and everybody would be putting energy into actually trying to figure out where he could be, right? But it's just such a distraction from that because there are a lot of suspicious things that don't make sense.
Paige Malone, thank you very much for the super chat, my girl. Smarties. Yeah, I keep on wrapping these things.
The comment section over here is bottom line, parental kidnapping and parental interference on behalf of the bio mother. It points to her. The mom and stepdad know exactly what happened. I can't be convinced otherwise. I'm sorry.
She's going to be charged up for 3 days. You are like a kid with sugar.
I'm like a kid with everything. You always say that. You're like a 3-year-old. Really, Cindy? Because I'm trying to tell you right now. Let me tell you this too. Let me tell you how I do this thing, okay? What I do is I sit back and I think of all the possibilities, all right? How they could have done it, gotten away with it, whatever. Because that's what they would do, right? It's 12 o'clock. It's time for bed, but last night I can't get my head off of this case.
Well, according to her own words, Revival, she met Seth on March 3rd. That's what she says. She met Seth on March 3rd. So this would be after 11 days after. This would be the 14th of March.
Imagine.
And you'll see in this timeline today where things kind of, it's interesting.
Think about this, right? So you've got 12 o'clock. There's very specificity. I didn't say that grammatically correct, but I'm trying to chew these. Give me a second. There's specificity to the stepfather saying, we were on the phone. It's like 9:43, 9:46, something like that, right? But there is no specificity to when that phone call ended at 12 a.m.
Yeah.
Around 12 a.m. is what they say, right?
Yeah.
They're like, around midnight, mom starts getting tired. I tell her, you need to put the dogs up, go to bed. Well, for me, the specificity in the fact that it's 9:43, 9:46. So then my head goes, okay, if he helped her, if something happened between her and Sebastian at home and he was like, I got to go get my woman and help her fix this, right? I'm like, is it possible to get back there from Memphis, use like an hour or so to get things covered and then get back and be at work by like 6 something when she calls you in the morning? Yes, it absolutely is. The only thing you'd have to cover is the phone call between the two of you, right?
And the truck, the vehicle, right? Because if he were in that truck, I'm almost positive it's gonna have one of those systems where they can pull the information of activity and things like that, right?
Agreed.
But yeah.
But you could easily leave your phone in Memphis on a phone call with her. She ain't gonna be talking to nobody, but your phone at least would not be moving back to Hendersonville.
Right.
And then at 12 o'clock, about 3 hours in, she hangs up. You know what I mean? Right. It's just, is it possible they could have done that? Sure. And then The other thing I think about is, did the mom sort of coerce him to come outside? That's why there's 2 flashlights. That's how she knew it was so dark that night. That's a weird thing to say to me, lady, because I don't know how dark it is outside of my house unless my ass has gone outside.
Right.
It doesn't seem like you yourself have to go outside if you let the dogs out to go urinate and poop because it's fenced in.
Right.
So you would just open the door, let them out, right?
Unless they were outside, and that's what Chris meant by
Put 'em
told
up.
her to go put the dogs up.
I thought about that too, but how?
Well, Revival, that didn't change until after. We've got, hold on. I think you might have some of those questions answered for yourself after today, but following the timeline, no.
How does Sebastian say goodnight to the puppies without the puppies being inside?
Good point.
Stick with me.
That's a really good point.
You stick with me. All right. So unless you've gone outside, you don't know how dark it is. I don't know how dark it is here unless I go outside. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And she could have easily convinced him. That's her son. Wake him up. Come on, let's go.
Listen, he said, I thought the fence was gone. I just got a point. That's my bad. That's 100% my bad. I thought it was when we drove by there the first time, but we've 100% clarified that fence is still there.
And I'm just going to point this out twice now. We've only been wrong on this channel twice, and both times it's because I went with what my man said.
I don't know nothing. I'm just the sidekick here.
Wait a second. I stand corrected. I was wrong when I thought that Ashley lady was at the house. But Kaylee's sister.
Oh, yeah.
In all fairness, that Ashley chick looked pregnant in that picture. I'm sorry, lady, if you ever see this, you looked pregnant. I hope you got that under control now. And maybe you are. I don't know. But irregardless, that was my bad. So 2 for you, 1 for me. But trash was that day. So she could have, in fact, taken the trash out. My only issue with that is I see where you leave your trash can and you ain't got to do a whole lot of walking.
Well,
now, unless you wheeled it to the curb.
That's what I was going to say. Since the trash comes and gets picked up on Mondays between 5 and 6 a.m., it's possible that that's what was going on, right? But I mean, I don't know.
Angel, I'm talking about in Idaho. Bill Thompson's little helper or whatever she is.
Oh, it just goes on and on and on and on and on. And here they go back to the video lights. You can go watch these things and see exactly what was said and why it was said and how we go from here. But I want to move on because I want to get to this one. I want to get into what else happened on the 14th. The behavior panel. The behavior panel started on the 14th. Sophia, right? Well, we're coming back. We're coming back to a lot of these characters. But going in timeline fashion, you can see driving by the house. We're not done with driving by the house either. We're not done going real life on parents of a missing child in this segment. You're going to see all of them think it's their right to go real life on the parents of the missing child. JLR is digging into all of their background stuff. These people are driving by their homes. How is it any different? And I love how, never mind. Let me just shut up and let me just hit this play button because this is the interview people avoid.
Today, we're going to break down and analyze the behavior of the parents of a little.
I don't know why it keeps doing that. It keeps doing the whole like cutting in and out. Sophia, thank you for the support. Yeah, exactly, Duchess. Exactly. Like, oh, Whitebird, it's going to get worse. Trust and believe. This is why I'm like, I just laugh at the people that think it's changed up. No, she's a real life going POS, in my opinion. So many of them are. And they try to tell you that they give a fuck about the victims and their families. No, they don't. No, they fucking don't.
Today, we're going to break down and analyze the behavior of the parents of a little fellow named Sebastian Rogers. Craig, wants to tell us about the videos we're going to watch.
Yeah, so Sebastian Rogers is a 15-year-old missing teen who is somewhere on the autism spectrum. We'll learn that from the parents as they talk about it. He was last seen on February 26th. He left.
Thank you, Duchess, for posting that because I'm not going to go through the entire thing. It's almost 2 hours. But these people are professionals.
The house with no shoes, took a flashlight only. When we say left, we don't know how or when or with who or if with who. So we're going to watch this video and work through it. This investigation, this has now become an investigation. It was a massive search for several days. And we're going to look at the parents' first interview on 7 March of 2024.
So first, just express, I can't even imagine as a parent what you two are going through. How would you describe the situation right now? How are you coping?
We're on a constant roller coaster ride of helpless and hopeless and many other emotions all in one, and it's a never-ending roller coaster. It doesn't stop. and won't stop until he walks through the door.
I'm going to speed it up just so you guys are aware. We've seen this interview. Bree, well, she doesn't come in until a lot longer. She comes in, people were already empowered. Granted, yes, a lot found more desire after she was involved, but Pointer Lover, I do not. I know that was cleared in the beginning, and then I know EquiSearch went back and did another search, but I don't know if the whole thing was canvassed again. I'm not sure. Nancy Grace made a bigger shit show out of this, but it was already, it was brewing by then. Nancy doesn't come in until probably part 8, 9 of this series.
I wouldn't wish this on anyone. Not any.
I know we're about keeping hope alive. I'm sure that's in there somewhere.
Oh yeah, always. He's gonna walk through that door, and the street will be flooded again with.
Oh, Bree, I agree with you 100%. She's an OG tragedy vulture, in my opinion. But again, these creators are just lower level Nancy Graces. There's a lot of them that are doing the same shit today, attacking parents. Whether we like Seth Rogers or not, Seth is being exploited and allowing his son to be exploited and continuing the harm. But Seth himself is being exploited and used too, and attacking him and going after, like, it's all the same. It's just masked differently. It's all the exact fucking same. Nancy Grace, all the way down. People are doing it. The red to the green team. There's no difference in what we are seeing. It's all the same.
Family and relatives all waiting to hug and love him. And
That boy's gonna have more friends than he knows what to do with when he comes home.
All right, Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, so let's first off start by talking about there's so much information, disinformation, misinformation out there about this case that what we're going to have to do is rely on what we can see. So what we're not doing is telling you what the facts are any more than we have learned from this channel or that channel. In the beginning, there were people saying that the father was left the night before, and then there are people who say he'd been in Memphis for 2 weeks, a stepfather. So there's a ton of stuff here, and what we're going to do is tell you what we see. Some of you are going to be irritated by it. That's okay. That's part of it. But what I want to start with is saying this guy's a tower crane operator. You know what a tower crane is? It's you climb up a really big ladder and operate a crane. You're moving stuff around over people's heads all the time. So if he's not as flappable, not as shaky, doesn't bother me, because I think, okay, here's a guy who does something that's kind of high stress for a living. That part's one thing. But what I am going to do is compare him to him, not him to me or him to Mark or him to Scott or him to Chase. We're going to look at what we see in him and look for deviations. In the beginning, she's doing an adapter that is awfully close to what I usually refer to as transfer. Transfer from a true crime workshop, where a person makes themselves emotionally unavailable to you by some kind of movement, by too much overwhelming emotion, but she isn't unaffected. She's available. So don't take that out of your mind. That just because she's swaying means she's doing something. It means she's comforting self, because that release of nervous energy is comforting. There's a clear handoff from her to him. And if you don't think that's a handoff, you're not paying attention to what they're doing. That doesn't mean that she said, if I cry, if I laugh, if I do, you need to do this. It means that he sees that she needs that relief. Could be scripted. Don't know. But his language in there is awfully wooden and awkward, which tells me that this is probably when they were thinking about what are we going to say. He's going to say it's been an emotional roller coaster, because the language seems awkward. It doesn't seem accurate or upfront. It's okay, because that's what people do. There's also a couple of other little bitty pieces of body language, and then I'll go to something else, let you guys cover the rest. But he does that's fair, body language, when he's asked the question that he should have considered about, I forget exactly what it, oh yeah, when she says, there's still hope, right? And he's like, oh yeah, there's hope. I should have said that, should have thought of that when I've seen that body language. There is, however, some really interesting body language when they talk about friends. And when they talk about a lot of people coming back, he's going to have more friends than he's had in the past. And her lead into that, the stress on that word friends, makes me wonder, was there some kind of an altercation about his access to people that she feels guilty for? She feels something about, because that comes up pretty strong in both their body language and in her stressing of the body language, or of the word. Chase, what do you got?
Yeah, and to mirror Greg, we're here to analyze the behavior only of Sebastian's parents. And first and foremost, I want to emphasize that there's an outpouring of community support for Sebastian. And our focus is solely on understanding the behavioral dynamics of what's going on and how it might contribute to Sebastian's getting back home. So this is not about assigning blame or guilt. So we're just doing an opinion here to help in any way that we can. So with this rocking back and forth, I think it's a self-soothing behavior that people very often.
Wow, 4 professionals that aren't trying to paint narratives. Imagine that. They're just trying to give an analysis. And they came away from this. If you want to watch the whole thing, I highly encourage you to do so, because they come away from this. This is why you haven't seen this interview played 9,000 times, is because they came away from this saying that they didn't find them to be deceptive.
often exhibit when they're under a lot of stress or they're going through some high level of anxiety. It's a way for our body to comfort itself in the absence of external comfort. And then there's a smile when she turns to her husband here. And this is likely disbelief, not some kind of joy or happiness about the moment. This is why we talk about context and when those behaviors occur. It's so important. And for now, I'm just going to assume it's baseline until I see more with this rocking and stuff. And when she says he's going to walk through that door, or no, he says this, when he's going to walk through that door, there's a lip pursing behavior right there, which is a little unusual. We see this kind of lip pursing. And this is most.
Yes, they actually, in the beginning of this, they tell what their certifications and their training in it is. There's a little green box if you rewind probably 5 minutes, not even. There's little green boxes that pop up underneath each 4 of these people, and it will tell you their experience and kind of what they do.
It's often a nonverbal sign of disagreement or disapproval. And sometimes it's like a person's holding back something they don't want to say, or they're expressing doubt about what they just said. And they're not looking at each other, and they're not responding to each other's statements. And I think this could be a sign that there's no rehearsal, but it can also indicate there's something going on between them, like some emotional drama, which I'm sure there is, especially if Sebastian's missing and they're both innocent. And in the videos we've seen like this one, where we do know the outcome, this behavior is more common in people who are innocent, but there could be more to see here. And I think the single behavior doesn't spell anything definitive. I'm not hearing his name mentioned yet, but if I hear minimal mention of a missing person's name, which you've heard us talk about before, and there's no other indicators, like big aisles of indicators that indicate deception, it's just a data point. So I keep that in my back pocket until I see a cluster of behavior. Scott, what do you got?
All right, thanks, man. I agree with you. I'm seeing a lot of the same things you guys have seen so far. But right out of the gate, there's a little something with each of them that bothered me a little bit. Like we were talking about before, doesn't mean they're innocent, doesn't mean they're guilty. Nothing. I'm just telling you what I see. We're just telling you what we see. He shows no emotion toward her whatsoever. It's a flat effect and no grief, no concern, and he looks really rested. And so that rocking she's doing back and forth. We see this throughout all the videos we're going to see today. What we'll look for during this, pay attention to this, is fascinating the way this works. You'll see them rock in tandem a few times, especially at the beginning of the first one to answer. As she's rocking, he'll start rocking with her. So he's matching her rocking. And I'm sure, like what you were talking about, Chase, the emotional thing between them is she may have just sealed herself off. She's probably in such a big upheaval of emotion. She's short with him. He's trying to be cool because she's worried about a kid, is what I would think. That's what I took out of that. Her eyes are red. She's not rested. She looks like she should look. And that upheaval emotion that we see, she's suddenly reliving that horror. I always talk about that on here, how we're not seeing that. So that's one of the things we're seeing with someone who we haven't seen with people who aren't innocent. She's got a new Kleenex. Now, if you remember, the last person we looked at that was crying and all that stuff, constantly wiping their eyes and doing their nose with the same Kleenex. And it's just this balled up little ball. Hers isn't, it's new. And notice how many times during these videos, she doesn't wipe tears and she doesn't wipe her.
I think I'm going to be honest here. Nothing against these guys at all. Again, they are professionals. Okay. But they are using a highly edited news clip to make an analysis off of baseline. So I think a lot of the behavior analysis based on highly edited news clips is junk. I truly do. Until you are face-to-face in the same room with these people, you are not really getting a read on what is actually happening. So again, I don't lean much into this stuff on any aspect, but you can find it very interesting because people that wanted to run with a targeted campaign did not touch this. They didn't touch this interview because it didn't go along with their narrative. These people came away, said, they don't detect any deception. So that didn't fit the narrative that they wanted to use. So this interview has been one that barely anybody touched. Nobody wanted to hear this.
Her nose. She does it a couple of times because those are the times that she needs it. People who are faking this usually are under the impression, I should have tears coming out, so I'll keep doing this. And notice when she uses that Kleenex here at the first, where she just does it on the top of her nose. So I thought that was interesting as well. Not saying she's innocent, not saying she's guilty, but these are just things that I'm noticing anyway. And then she's not looking at him at all. Doesn't look at him at all, but he does look at her as they go through. So all right, Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, very much the same. Look, time has passed since they had, notified the police, and this interview is happening. Maybe as much as, what do you think, Greg, like 8 days or something like that?
Yeah, 8 days.
Around about that. Okay, so look, it's time for them to organize a story together if they wanted to. So look, they could organize a story together. What they can't organize is the synchronicity of their movement. That choreography would take a lot of rehearsal, and it's consistent. She rocks back and forth 3 times. He breathes in and out. There's this waltz timing going on throughout. You can't rehearse that stuff. They're absolutely in synchronous movement. That would suggest, just as you're saying, Scott, that there is a shared experience, a shared emotion.
Now, I would love to hear their Yeah, self-soothing is a huge thing. Like rocking is a very, very big technique for a lot of people. They don't even realize they're doing it. Like yeah, absolutely. Contonio, babe, I agree with you. They actually don't find Katie and Chris to be deceptive in the highly edited interview. But it's interesting. I would love to see if they sat down with them, if they would take away a different thing. Again, I don't give much gravity to any of this stuff because for me, it's all kind of, bleh. It's just like what Peter Hyatt did. Same type of highly edited interview, and they're trying to give you a baseline of these people's behavior. It's
if there wasn't anything shared, it would be very hard to organize that subtle synchronous level of
One thing I did miss though was that they do look at each other in that one. I for a second I thought we're looking at number 2. They look at each other for about 2.5 seconds on this one. So sorry about that. Sorry to jump in. I had to make sure.
I mean, these guys dialed it into like how many seconds they were looking at each other and stuff. So Delicate Titanium, not that I have seen. No, not that I have seen. Again, you can go watch this, but I'm just putting people in the timeline of sorts. Again, please feel free to watch this. Their channel is linked below. The date of this is March 14th. But for time purposes, because we have some ones that I know you guys will be interested in seeing coming up, we're going to move along. But this was the 14th. Okay, let's continue on the 14th. Oh, who came in on the 14th? Guess who's up next? Any guesses? And it was mixed in with coverage of Madeline Soto. Janison Accounting says, I personally formed my opinions about Scott Peterson because back in the days I watched Nancy, only recently have evaluated my opinion. Janison Accounting, see, again, like a lot of this stuff to me is just kind of look. Pika, if I said the 14th of Betty, it's the 16th. She comes in with a full coverage segment on it. So here we go. Buckle up and pay attention because you're going to hear things on the 14th that are going to blow your mind. And tell me again, I would love for any of you to be able to tell me, walk away from this and come back and tell me that this isn't what they do intentionally, that this right here is not intentional. She doesn't even know the details, and she's already got strong opinions formed.
Comb through the updates on Maddie. We're going to segue into Sebastian.
Oh,
does that bother anybody else besides just me?
And the way that he's shaking his head.
Sorry,
we got a long time. Going to answer the questions of the public, and they don't want us to know right now. Like,
and or they still want to question certain people, and if they put that out there, then they know it. And if they don't know it and they say something, they're going to be like, "Oh, how'd you know that?"
You're going to slip. Period.
Mm-hmm. I don't know what they put in those cigarettes, but it's much better. But
yeah, you're right.
Yes, on panel.
That is freaking.
Yes.
But
I bumped my own spot.
Why would the mom?
Has numbers at the end.
Wait, let me make sure I got the. Is this?
You can see she's doing Madeline Soto coverage. Okay, here we go. Sorry, I bumped my own spot. All right, here we go.
Got him behind bars forever.
Yeah.
Right now with what they got him on.
Yeah.
They have to also work into this ring that he's involved in. They have to work into her unaliving. I mean, he's not going to get out anyway, but they had to get him behind bars forever. And they did. And I praise them for that. I mean, look at how long it took for all these other cases to go to court and rent a room out.
Here we go.
For unaliving your own child. And I know that it happens. It happens all the time. But one thing I can't understand is how they broke up and she brought him back into the house. That's the part I want to know about. Why did they break up and she brought him back into the house and let him rent a room out? That makes no sense to me.
No, she
You break up, and you're gone.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Britt, the last message I sent you, that video from the journalist Nick, you might want to play that one first before this one or something. It has extended footage. And I'm just going to say one thing.
Because she was talking about Stephen Stearns.
Right now. That first light, the second one catches up to it. It goes off camera. And a little while later, one light returns, headed toward that home in a hurry. Just one light. And that for me seals my thoughts.
So this is
and I just want people to pay attention to that.
This is the video. This is the whole, like the backyard video. What is, but the other one you said, hey, Aunt Lala,
It was just, yeah, it was just released a few hours ago. A little bit more extended version of it, where it actually shows the second light catching up to the first, it going off and out of screen, and then one light returning toward the home in a hurry. It's going pretty fast.
All right, so
so it's going to be the last one I sent you.
Okay.
I sent it to you twice, but just so you made, because we messaged in between, just so you had it ready. I sent it right before you started.
Got you right here. I got it. Nick Bears, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so let me go ahead and all right, hold on. Before we even do this, let me ask in chat. I need you, and listen to you that aren't even if you're not in chat, I need you to stop what you're doing for a minute and type in chat, because I need to know. I just want to make sure. Is there anyone in here who does not know about the case of Sebastian Rogers? Put a 1 in chat if you are not familiar with this case. I want to make sure that I don't have like a ton of people out of the loop. If you are not familiar with the case of little Sebastian Rogers, drop a 1.
Well, you're not familiar with
Oh, okay. There's a
we're gonna
couple.
find that out.
Okay, I'm going to do a brief, we're going to go through everything tonight, okay? Because none of it's like crazy long. Well, okay, thank you guys. And to those of you that, weren't talking and typing in chat to begin with, I appreciate you taking the time to let me know. I just don't want to leave anyone hanging out of the loop. So let me go ahead and catch you up. Brief recap, and we will go through these interviews with Sebastian's parents again. So basically, we have a 15-year-old little boy from Tennessee who ironically went missing on February the 26th, just like little Madeline. Sebastian's mother claims that they, had a good day. I think they went to dinner. They come home. She said everything was seemingly fine. Sebastian went to bed that night just like he normally does. And she woke up at 6 o'clock the next morning, and Sebastian was not in his bed and he was nowhere to be found. There has been no sign of Sebastian. We are nowhere near closer to finding him today than we were the day that he was reported missing. The police have had search dogs, kind of come in and go off of Sebastian's scent, and they cannot catch Sebastian's scent leaving that house. So we've had Sebastian's parents come out and give an interview. Sebastian lives, I think he's like back and forth. He's back and forth between his mom and his dad, his bio dad. But Sebastian lives in the home with his bio mother and his stepfather, who both have been given interviews. And a lot of people, Sebastian is 15 years old. He's a 15-year-old little boy. He is on the spectrum. He's high functioning.
No shoes.
It's ironic to me that on the 14th of March, when she starts covering this, that she talked about a scent, but then months later, she couldn't track any of what was going on. She doesn't even know what she's talking about. She was being fed this information.
A flashlight's missing that he would play with. Also, bio dad and stepdad have alibis. They were both at work. Mom was the only one home alone with them.
It's so.
I just wanted to add that in.
No, thank you. Help me, please.
Notice they acknowledged that once again that stepdad has an alibi.
Because
yeah, I'm thinking of everything as you're going through the list. I'm like, yes, he's actually a deputy sheriff, I believe.
Yeah. So we like I said, I promise you guys, we will go back through these interviews in just a minute. But what we're going to get into right now is some of the latest information that has come out. Sebastian's family. Oh, also, a big shout out to the person who sent me the Zillow photos of Sebastian's home. Apparently, Sebastian's family has deleted the photos from Zillow, but one of my amazing subscribers and friends, caught the videos before they were deleted. So thank you to the person that sent me those on Zillow. We were actually able to look at them the other day, I think, briefly.
Oh, interesting. The floor plan of the house. Thank you to catching those. The parents had them removed for safety concerns because there's another child that lives there part-time. But thanks for sending me, all this shit on the parents.
But there are cameras all around this house. So what was the latest, Sarah, that we had backyard cameras, right?
Yeah, yesterday was day 17. Today's day 18 missing. Yesterday, they released this footage of video footage from a nearby neighbor of a camera that was aiming at the backyard.
Again, this was March 14th. Can these people actually count? How many days are in February, people? Anyways, moving on.
It's pitch black out. It's dark as heck. You do see some lights toward that house. It could be window lights. It could be floodlights. Not sure. but then you see these two separate lights moving like someone's walking with flashlights, right? And that's what the police are focusing on. They're starting to look at this as a criminal investigation. They didn't say foul play, they say criminal investigation. They didn't say that anyone is a suspect, but they also have not cleared anyone.
Law enforcement has never said it was a criminal investigation publicly, not once.
Okay, and then today, this guy, Nick, because everybody wanted to see more footage and know what happened, you know, because we knew there was more, he shared the little bit more that he had. And I was like, wow.
Well, one other thing that,
it was,
no, it's just one other thing you need to say is for the people that don't know, Bio Dad lived in California. He wanted to be closer to his son. So he just recently moved to Tennessee and got a job as a deputy sheriff in Tennessee. Was he 2 hours
closer,
away?
yes, with his son.
To be closer to his son.
And then not only that, he was about to, when school ended, his son was going to come live with him full time, which they both always wanted and were excited for.
Yeah, I
Those were
think
his
he was
dad's
supposed
words.
to be moving in with him. Yeah, which is very interesting.
In the summer, yeah. And he said full time. He said full time. He goes, and this is what we've always wanted, me and him. So, yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to play this footage. We're going to analyze it, go through it, and then after that, we will once again recap interviews with the parents and the dad because I think it's very important. Yeah, I heard about.
They're going to analyze the footage.
That bombshell. Yep, I heard about that. All right, here we go.
Oh God. Hey Abigail.
All right, here we go. Oh, let me turn it up.
Around 3:10 a.m. Now, there are no street lights in the Stafford Court neighborhood, so it is at night, pitch black. What you will see here are these 2 points of light.
Why is it blurry? Hold on, guys. Why is it coming in blurry like that? We're going to need it to show up. Hold on. Quality.
Just to let you know, in a minute, he's going to enlarge the video. He's not going to leave it like this to where it's in a distance. He's going to bring it up bigger.
All right. Hold on a second. I'm trying to figure out why it's coming in blurry like it is.
I honestly think it's his.
Oh, law enforcement still hasn't said it's a criminal investigation publicly. No.
His video, his feed.
Okay.
Stafford Court neighborhood, so it is at night, pitch black. What you will see here are these 2 points of light believed to be people with flashlights in the area around Sebastian Rogers' Hendersonville home. It is believed Sebastian left his home barefoot and with a flashlight sometime overnight. Since his disappearance, authorities have reviewed security video from homes in the neighborhood looking for clues.
We've had several clips that have come in.
And this one is getting the most attention, showing signs of activity around Sebastian's home the night he disappeared. You see 2 light sources, which we've circled to help you follow. For point of reference, the security camera was pointed toward the back of Sebastian's home in a common area. In the video, you see subject 1 with a light source in the lower right-hand corner. Then you see subject 2 briefly appear and move toward the first before that light source is covered or obscured by bushes. Subject 1, a few seconds later, then moves out of frame. Then subject 2 reappears and follows subject 1 off screen. It's a short time later and it's very vague, but then you see one of the subjects moving quickly back through the common area, and that is it. I know there's not much to see here. You certainly cannot identify anyone, but those close to the investigation tell me the mere fact that there's now evidence that someone is in the area around Sebastian's home is significant. This video shows suspicious activity in the immediate area the night Sebastian disappeared. Could one of these subjects have been Sebastian? Did he meet and leave with someone? Sebastian's father says his son would not go with a stranger.
It's up in the air for me because I don't think he would get into a vehicle with somebody unless he knew them.
So what exactly are we seeing here? I know investigators are doing what they can to try enhancing the video for any more clues. For now, this video is now part of the Sebastian Rogers missing person file, and I'm told it could become more significant depending on where the ongoing investigation leads. We'll be following that. Nick Barris, News Channel 5.
So thoughts on that one light coming back by itself toward the house?
Give me a second. I'm going to go to the video. Let's go to the video I had real quick.
Yeah.
Bear with me, guys.
Because that's the one you have the Zillow pictures, right?
No, I'll have to pull those up in a minute. This is just the raw video of the light source, like the surveillance video.
Right.
So I have a few questions about this. Well, here I don't think there's no audio, so we'll just play it while we talk. So here we have a light source. You see that they got it circled. There's one just kind of standing there, and then this one. Look, it's almost like they flash it. Like they flash it to like. Hold on a second. See, watch. And he said, "Is that tree? He's obscured by trees." There's the light again. Like it's almost like they're standing in the same place for some period of time, and they just turn the flashlight on and off. See, because this light hasn't moved.
But then but it does eventually move and make its way following the other light.
So the question I have with this is, if this is Sebastian, coming out of his window, like crawling out of his window, barefoot.
Although parents are very adamant he left out the front door, by the way.
But if this is him, why are the dogs not picking the scent up in the backyard?
Exactly.
I mean, they would pick his scent up, I would imagine. So this is going to show the, I think this is going to show the house.
From what I heard, they picked up his scent at a new construction site down the road from the house.
Oh my God.
That's why my belief is they checked the landfill.
Yeah, I guess they checked the landfill because his scent hit in between his house and school at a construction site where right where there was a dumpster at the construction site that had just been dumped or something. So that's what led them to the landfill. But
No, it's because it was trash day. But again, facts matter, and none of you knew what the fuck you were talking about, but you were just, oh, let's just throw some misinformation out here.
Yep.
So, okay, is that Sebastian's house right there? Or is that neighbors?
Oh my.
That's his backyard, right?
yeah, that's the view of the backyard.
Okay. Yes.
Brittany,
Nana?
in my opinion, I don't think the stepdad was at work out of town the whole time. In my opinion.
Oh,
You don't?
No.
Okay. Is there a reason why? So that must be the tree that's like. So this video is trying to is showing us the neighbor's point. Hold on, let me see if there's audio. No, just music. So this video, guys, is showing us the neighbor's house that picked up the audio. I mean the video of the flashlights in the backyard, and it's showing us all of it during the day. Britt, I think they said the video was backyard. Yes, this is and it was in the backyard. But Connie, why did the dogs not pick his scent up? That's the only struggle, especially if he left barefoot, you guys. If Sebastian went out of his window barefoot and ran across that backyard, those dogs would have picked that scent up immediately. Oh, no doubt in my mind. No doubt about it. So I'm struggling a little bit on how they didn't get his scent.
Really? Experts here.
I'm with Nana on this one because
yeah.
I was covering this case last night, and I was doing some digging, and somebody made a point, and I kind of agreed with it, but I still question it.
Mm-hmm.
If the stepfather, say for example, hypothetically, was in the area at the time this happened,
yeah,
there'd be a digital print.
Oh,
all right. So right here, I agree with that, Eddie. I agree. Something.
Oh, wait, this couldn't be the playbook at hand, right? By using anonymous posts from Facebook discussion groups to build content off of. Oh, exactly what they do.
To ponder.
Especially if she was on the phone with him for 2 hours.
Yeah. Let's see. Something to ponder. Law enforcement doesn't alarm the public to a kidnapper or potential unaliver in the area. Surveillance camera at the end of the Proudfoot Street. There's surveillance cameras at the end of their street.
You guys are going to hear a lot of misinformation, a lot of frustrating misinformation that we know is not true. But this, again, this is how creators get involved. There was getting attention by their buddies. It was starting to get traction. And here we are. Instead of doing your research to find the facts, you'll see what is absolutely used to build narratives off of.
On the afternoon of the grainy surveillance footage being released by local reporters, the Proudfoot's RV is hooked to a vehicle. Great. So Nana, I'm with you. I really question that stepdad, you guys. I really do. I'm trying to be fair.
And you guys are going to see a lot of names over there that are no longer there and no longer supporting. And thank God people have woke up to the games that are being played and what these creators do. But you will see a lot of names over there that initially were supporting this person.
Unbiased. Hey, good to see you, right. Abby. Abby says,
hey, Brittany, can you put the StreamYard out? I think we need to hear from Thoughtful Criminal. He has, or she has, a lot of great ideas. I'd like to hear their view. Just put it up if they want to come up. I'm seeing a lot of great ideas out there, and I don't know if they want to come up. It would be wonderful. I don't know if it's a he or she.
Hard to tell sometimes with these.
And sadly, we know it's just a matter of time before they do this to another family.
Well, I mean, with the name Thought Criminal, I don't know, but
right, Kaylee, make it make sense. So, real quick, Abby, nice to see you, Abby. And Abby, you're welcome to come back up and join if you want, or anybody, guys, if you want to join us, you're welcome to hop on panel. The links.
Well, by the picture, it looks like a female. So, I just saw some great posts.
Just to let you know, real quick, if it drops me again, it's so windy here, and the connection with the phones are just crap right now. And I thought third time's a charm, so I'll go back up one more time. But if it drops me again, I might not come back up, just to let you know.
Well, you're welcome.
Because I've been kicked. Yeah, it's like it starts breaking up and I can't hear you guys, and then it drops me off the thing.
Well, KCG, my opinions on the lights video are we will know when law enforcement decides to let us know what they have found of substance with the lights video. Again, like the same video, that same video from that same camera would have the trash truck going through. Just two separate time frames. One at 5:12 or 5:10 when the trash truck comes through. It's the same video. They're not multiple videos. They're the same video from the same camera going through. This was, in my opinion, around, when the camera or whatever, it's the same video, but what they are using is a highly edited one little section of a bigger video. So we don't even know truly what all of is being looked at. I just wait. A lot of this stuff I don't even have opinions on until law enforcement comes out and says what significance it is.
And I'm like, well, it's kind of a battle right now. So if it drops me one more time or keeps giving me
Why is this happening? I'm having a lot of trouble hearing y'all too. It's like breaking up. I don't know why it's doing that. I thought it was my Wi-Fi, but I have great Wi-Fi.
Oh, you want to know something even funnier? She was a huge supporter of Clue. She was a huge supporter of Clue and even promoted Clue, especially with her Idaho 4 coverage. Huge supporter of Clue. Brittany J was.
Wi-Fi, so I don't know.
Yeah. Oh boy.
It's the storm.
Yeah, people out in chat are wanting Thought Criminal to come up. It really would be great to hear that person's thoughts because I see a lot out there.
I would love for her to come up too.
Yeah.
Come on, baby.
Hey, Jen.
Please come up. We need some great thoughts on this.
Okay, so really quickly, just let me read this real quick. Abby, thank you. It's good seeing you. Thank you for the super chat. That was very sweet of you. She said, "Where was Stepdad Sunday and Monday?" Sarah, I'm gonna need your help with this one. I know Sunday he was allegedly out of town, right? I don't know. Like,
okay, so it's been a little mixed confusion about that, but apparently he was gone. He was already gone the day he went missing. So before Mom and Sebastian went to dinner, he was supposedly already gone. And I think Bio Dad said he had been gone the whole week, not just that weekend, the whole week.
Wow. Great question. Meech said, did anyone besides the parents? I just dropped the link again. Thought Criminal. She said she'll come up. And a fatal paper cut. I am so sorry that I thought you were a girl. I guess I need to stop assuming. But for what it's worth, I'm actually really glad that you're a dude because we have a shortage of men in this community. So with each man, I'm happy to see another because we need a bit more evening out. Because that's why I always like to at least get one guy on panel because it's nice to have, we're women, we're emotional creatures. So it's nice to hear from a man's perspective as well. So sorry about that. Thank you for handling it like a true sport and letting me call you a girl so many times.
No, actually, you don't think a man would be like a fatal paper cut hurts.
Oh my God, there's totally so many
us women thinks it hurts. So that's why we probably thought that.
I cannot tell you how many times I was like, a fatal paper cut. Hey girl, hey. And this whole time, poor paper cut's been a dude. Me said, did anyone besides the parents see him the day before? That's a good question. I'm new on this one.
I don't think so.
I feel like there's almost no men in here.
She's covering it, but she has no idea, not even the baseline of the facts. No clue, didn't invest any time in researching, is relying on her chat and panel guests to fill her in. Not a single source of information does she know.
Like, I thought Abeos was a guy for a while. If not, that was a girl.
I want to say a neighbor said they saw him the day before or 2 days before, something like that.
Oh boy. Yeah. Well, there you go. The call between mom and stepdad was intentionally that long to create an alibi. All right, PJ, how long are we talking? And hey, PhD.
2 hours, I think the mom said she was on the phone with the stepdad because he's out of town. They don't get to see each other. Actually, Bio Dad said that when it's his weekend, that's when she goes and spends the time out of town with her husband. But anyway, she said they talked for 2 hours after she said goodnight to Sebastian.
So they say.
Yeah, that was.
There'll be a digital record. There'll be a digital record, and it'll say their locations and the amount of time they talked, all that. But we don't have any information on that.
No, I think that's really odd, y'all. I'm sorry. Hey,
Abby, Abby, good to see you. Glad you're up here.
Right.
Really quick, Thought Criminal. Do you want to stay on pan? You want your camera on or off before I bring you up? Oh my!
I'm gonna slow this down.
So pretty. She's gorgeous.
Oh,
she is super pretty. I'm the only one that can see you, Thought Criminal, but I don't want to bring you up.
Criminal is like my new.
Nope, not yet. He hasn't showed up in the timeline because he hasn't started covering it unless he deleted. And he was covering this on his Justice for All channel until that got demonetized, but he still hasn't popped up. He's not coming up until closer to around the 18th and 20th.
Best good friend. I love her comments, and she's thinking on the same. It's like we're on the same wavelength in our brains.
Oh my
The
God!
stuff that she's saying.
Britt
I love
said
you more and more every time.
Britt said that all females are emotional. I think I'm probably the only male up here that's just as emotional.
Well, you are definitely pretty emotional. I'll give it to you, but that's a good thing.
I just want to ask one thing really quickly, just because people are putting it out there that the stepdad was out of town. When did anybody ever confirm that stepdad was out of town? I know that the bio dad said that he went to work through the week, right? But no one has ever said whether he did come home or didn't come home that weekend. So by him making that statement, of course, we're going to assume that he was still out of town. But is that the fact? Is that for real? It has never.
Well, the
No,
bio file.
there's no.
Can I
There's no
can I
facts.
interject? Can I answer that? Can I answer that real quick? The bio dad, no, he's really emotional and he's trying not to point fingers and be fair, right? He said that when he got to the house the day he was missing.
Can anybody tell me this is nothing but a clusterfuck? What, right, Whitebird? What a fucking clusterfuck. They don't even have a clue. Yeah, right. Fit and curvy. That's a good point too. They don't have a fucking clue, but they're covering it. They're covering a missing child, right? Oh, you're gonna love what's upcoming.
Reported missing, and they were all questioned by police. They all handed over their phones so that they can prove back up what they were telling police. So you would assume he really was out of town because bio dad believes it. He says he was gone.
Sarah, what the fuck happened to you, bro? I don't say bro. Fucking, I've been listening to these idiots too much. What happened to you? What happened to you here? I didn't see it. Revival. It might have been mine on my screen. I don't know.
A week, actually, not just that weekend. That was from bio dad.
Well, he
So
just said
he
if you go
says
back
that they
and
all
listen to
handed
the
over.
interview. Sorry, I'm sorry. If you go
That's
back and
okay.
listen to the interview, he said, I mean, basically, the bio dad is just assuming that he was out of town. He never, he doesn't know for a fact that stepdad was still out of town. If you go back and listen
Right.
to his
He's
words, he was under
right.
the assumption that he was
Oh,
still
yeah.
out of town. But on the weekends that bio mom and stepdad had Sebastian, he would, I mean, I'm sorry, mom would go and see him in Memphis. So what happened on the
Yep.
weekends that they didn't have Sebastian? Did stepdad come back home? That's my question. So we
No.
don't, that's
nobody's
not a
Um,
clear answer. That's,
w-
we don't really
right.
know.
We know
We
he's
just
assuming,
don't
and he's
know.
assuming.
And we shouldn't
Well,
assume.
he's assuming. No, but bio dad is assuming because if they handed over their phones and it shows he was at work, it wasn't at work. You would think that it would be known by now. Like he would have
Well,
been
we
pulled
don't
in
actually. We
for
wouldn't
lying.
know. They're not going to tell us everything.
That's
I mean,
obstruction of
Right.
justice. Like
they're
he
not
would
going
have
to tell
already
us
been told. I don't
everything.
know.
They may know a lot more, and they're not going to put it out there. But if you look at stepdad's history, it's not looking so great. And also, I think that it's alarming that stepdad is the one that sent bio dad the message that Sebastian was missing, and the mom didn't. That to me is just odd.
They called the police three-way. The mom
Well,
called the
that's odd
stepdad and they
too.
called police
Who does
three-way.
that?
That's weird. That's
Yeah,
really
that
weird,
is.
right?
Has anybody ever heard of
No,
that
I'm with
ever?
you.
I don't know that
No,
I've ever
that
heard
is
of that ever
crazy.
happening ever.
100% agree.
Right? No.
No,
It's
I
all-
just do think that
it's
odd
all
though,
intentions.
that
Hi, Miss Boo.
the stepdad is the one that reached out to the bio dad to say that his son was missing, and that is odd to me.
Yeah.
And I'm going to shut up now, but
Brittany can't even direct her panel to the facts because she has no idea.
No,
those
you're
were my
fine.
thoughts.
No, I
and my
agree. I
feelings.
agree.
And we don't really know where stepdad was. And I'm
Nope.
not saying stepdad
Right,
is guilty
right.
and stepdad did anything. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying stepdad has a history. He admitted in his interviews that he does have some records that he wanted to be sealed. Okay, well, where's the transparency? If you're so good.
Custody papers. And these people are no longer with her. And I think see the problematic ways of how this all was kicked off. But
And y'all got this, this great relationship all together. What about your history do you want to be sealed is what I want to know. And I just find that alarming. And that's just my opinion, but I find it alarming.
And did you guys hear about the stepdad is in a custody battle and the mother filed for emergency?
Immediately. Yeah,
Right.
she did.
Yeah.
Immediately she filed for emergency custody of their child. And how alarming is that?
Y'all,
I mean, let's look at the signs, y'all. It's all pointing. And I'm not saying stepdad did anything. I'm just saying, I mean, the flags, the red flags, they're popping up everywhere on stepdad. I'm just saying. Okay, I'm going to shut up now.
You're good. I just listen to this, guys. I want to let me read this to you guys. I just shout out. I don't want to call the person's name because I feel like it's I don't know if you want your name out there. I'm just gonna kind of I swear I'm just gonna let this play. I don't know if you want your name out there, but I want y'all to listen to this, and I'm just gonna let this play while we talk, guys. And real quick, I know people were like, "Britt, what are you doing in chat? Rearranging all of the icons." I noticed some people were complaining about where the placement was of all of our avatars, so I didn't I'm trying to make it where y'all can see it. So somebody sent me this. It's screenshots of a comment section of someone who claims that they know stepdad. Listen to this. This is obviously, we take this with a grain of salt because it can't be confirmed. But this lady says, I had to call the police on stepdad years ago, maybe back in 2014, I think. I worked with his sister, and her and a coworker got into a little spat, and he came into our store, cornered me, and yelled. He threatened to hurt me, and the girl, his sister, got.
oh, wait, where's the awareness for the missing child? Oh, shit. We haven't covered anything about what Sebastian looks like, his missing flyer poster. You see the difference between awareness and targeted narratives? Should be blaring obvious to you guys what these creators are doing. Blaringly obvious. We're using fucking comment sections from random posts, anonymous posts, to talk shit about the parent of a missing child. Makes sense, right?
Into a spat with. I was only 21 and the other coworker was around 18. He said that he could drag her outside by her hair and hold on a second. Drag her outside by her hair and slash our tires if I didn't name who the girl was who got into it with his sister. He refused and was I refused and was signaling for my coworker to call the police and kept telling him to leave the
New Leaf. This is actually her first coverage of Sebastian's case. Her first coverage of Sebastian's case, and you see how it's nothing to do with awareness of the missing child. It's all about targeted narratives.
store. Cops came and we made a report and he was banned. This dude is scary AF, ex-Navy, and he has no problem being threatening to children / females
or women or children or
So this dude is scary, ex-Navy, and has no problem being threatening to children / females. When I saw the interview, my heart dropped. I hope nothing bad happened to Sebastian, but the stepdad is scary AF. The mom was an electrician in the Navy. Now she installs security systems for Brinks. What? Let's talk.
But yet they don't have any at their home with an autistic child.
Mom was an electrician in the Navy. Now she installs security systems for Brinks, you guys. Hey, Mom, life for me. Welcome. Hey, Miss Vu. Okay, we live right next to them, and we have been suspicious from the very beginning. My daughter is autistic, and it really hits home. My stomach's been in knots every day. Stepdad is very controlling. This is coming from a neighbor, you guys.
Oh, is it though?
She said stepdad is very controlling. So,
Brittany, the neighbor that didn't even know the house was sold, or the neighbor that doesn't exist, or which neighbor? The neighbor that didn't know anything about them, didn't have any bad experience. Oh, is it really?
Hi.
You know what stood out to me, like so many times in cases like this, you hear like somebody was losing control. Well, the stepdad was already losing control of his kids with the ex, and then he was now going to be losing control of Sebastian to his real dad.
Oh my God, I didn't even think about that. Yeah, you're so right. Yeah.
And also when you look at the dad's Facebook, he's following some like Backpage type local meetup thing, like maybe there was problems in the marriage and she was losing control of the marriage, and she was
allowing somebody on her panel to say he has something on Facebook linked to Backpage. Yeah, okay. The fuck.
losing control because Sebastian's getting older and he's getting more combative and things like that.
Yep, you're right. I wonder if that plays a part, like or was it something like a situation where he was afraid that Sebastian was going to say something, telling him to Biodad about something, because up until recently, Biodads lived out of state. So they had a lot of free reign versus now he's around. Yeah. I mean, I'm telling you, I think we should totally go through that.
Meanwhile, it was just months after they moved that he followed
that video again, because there's so many people who weren't familiar with this case that's here now. So are y'all cool with going through the interview with the mom and dad again, and then we go through the interview with I think it would be great with all of you on panel. We can commentate over it.
Which one, Brittany? The interview with the hands or the other interview?
Both. We're gonna go through all of them.
Those hands interview drive me crazy.
They do, right?
With the rocking and
no, there's an interview where you just see their hands. You don't see them on camera.
Oh yeah, I got you. Yes,
and that finger that keeps tapping.
Yeah, that was weird. That was really suspect.
They go from holding their own hands to holding each other's, to her face and his arm and shoulder, to her from her rocking. It's all over the place.
What is hold on one second, guys. I'm gonna tell you the way that mom looks to Biodad. I mean, not Biodad, I'm so sorry. The way that mom looks to stepdad. Y'all, I didn't know body language. The behavior panel actually did a whole live on it. Did y'all see that?
Yes, I did.
I've been meaning to watch it.
Oh my God, I have not seen it yet.
Brittany, I also heard that Biodad was supposed to have him that weekend.
Yes,
but
I heard that.
He had to work,
and
so he couldn't see him that weekend. And so he gave up his rights for that weekend.
All right, these people right off the bat.
Y'all give me just a second.
I thought that was I thought that was the weekend before, and then that made this her
No,
weekend.
it
and then
was the weekend that he disappeared. Was the weekend that bio dad was supposed to have him, but he got that new job and he had to work that weekend, so he had to renege on.
Oh, Revival. That isn't true. She comes out the gate talking shit
that weekend.
Wow.
Hey, Britton.
Yep.
Emmy Joe said, check your messenger ASAP. And
Okay.
Mom Life for Me said the behavioral panel did that interview today and they find no deception.
What? Really?
Yeah,
I'm going to tell you, I'm very shocked about that. Oh, shit. He's responding on Facebook. Listen to this. Oh, my God. Emmy, is this you sending me all this? Because if this is you sending me all the tea, girl, thank you. Okay. I'm just saying, you are the bomb. So he's okay. Y'all know all that stuff I just read to y'all, right?
Look how excited she is about more Facebook bullshit to use as content. Again, Playbook 101, how content creators insert themselves into cases and have no idea what the fuck they're talking about. You'll never, ever convince me that any of them know the first thing about bringing awareness to a missing child. It's all exploitation from jump for them.
Dude's he's a scary AF, has no problems.
Yeah.
Okay, he responds. Christopher Proudfoot, he says, so Sherry Dave, or somebody named Sherry says, Christopher Proudfoot, were you in Memphis all week until Katie called saying that he was missing, or did you go back and forth? Christopher Proudfoot says, the stepdad, he says, I cannot give the details of the dates, but I can say that I was away from the house for a while and returned home as soon as I could from Memphis. Whoa.
Well,
that does not sound good at all.
Wait, how can you not just give the date?
Yeah, I don't understand how that would.
I'd have been like, I was gone. I left for work at this day at this time. Like, what the hell?
Come on. And can one of my mods tell
He
me?
has had a couple weird posts on his Facebook too, like some strange things.
Y'all know I'm gonna have.
That's what we need to clear up, you guys. We need to know where was stepdad. I mean,
yeah.
I cannot with this until I know where he was, and I'm not going to assume that he was in Memphis because no one's ever said that he was in Memphis in any of the interviews, not with them combined with their hand-holding interview, with their face-off interview, nor with a bio dad. No one has ever confirmed where stepdad was that Sunday or that Monday. Do y'all agree, or am I just being overly?
No, you're right.
No, we don't know where he was, and he has a history. I just don't think someone's just going to come out and make that stuff up. What you just read. I mean, and he's been divorced 4 times. Like, how do you piss off that many people? I just want to know. Can somebody tell me? Out of 4 marriages, you've pissed off that many people. You couldn't make it work out. Come on.
Yeah.
What's going on with him? I just want to know. And am I being judgmental? Probably.
No.
But really, how many times have y'all been married on panel, like, or in chat? How many times have y'all been married?
Right.
And been divorced?
Avi, I'm sure you look back at this and go, ugh. But can you imagine who you're on panel with? There's probably a reason why I mean, I don't think there's that many people that would want to be in their vicinity, but that's just me.
That's crazy. You pissed off that many people where they're like, I can't be married to you anymore. What is going on with this guy?
Listen, let me tell you something. My husband can piss me off. That is, I've been married, 13 years and together for 23 and known each other for 26.
Oh, I love it. That's lovely.
Crazy. Yeah. So if I can do all that, there's something wrong with this one.
Right.
I think I pissed my husband off.
Avi, I knew I felt bad even playing this, but I was like, she's good. She'll be fine. But this, you can tell. Avi, can I ask a question? Were you guys, I'm sure at the time, because you were a mod for CLL, and she starts covering this shortly after, I think like a week after this. But was this being discussed in like other chats and channels? You were following Trevor Lee, I'm assuming. Was this being discussed about like quite a few creators in like back chats, discords? I'm not sure. I would love to know though. But I bet it was.
On probably a daily basis. Yeah, and we're not divorced. We're still married.
Exactly.
And I think that goes for the same for a lot of people in chat and a lot of people on panel. Yeah, things just don't work out.
I mean, I get it. I was just going to say that.
I will not put up with you anymore.
Yeah,
I'm done. 4 divorces, y'all. And he's only
3 marriages, and he's only 40-year-old.
Yeah, that's right. What I'm saying.
And then,
that's a
and
lot.
3 is a red flag. And 3 would.
I mean, career military, unfortunately, there's a lot of people that have been married numerous times.
Be a red flag, and then you go 4, and then 5. It's like, okay, something's going on here.
Something is wrong here. And then his mother of his child filed for emergency custody over their child.
Right.
Come on, who does that? Can anybody?
Well, a disgruntled ex could take the opportunity to do that very easily. Bree says BJ should join Girl World. No, she shouldn't. With Alexandra and Anna and Amberlynn and Chantel, she's at least 150 pounds too small, sure. But other than that, she'd fit. Bree. We're fucking getting canceled. I thought you meant the commentary community around them. I was going to say, fuck no, she'd get shredded. She can't keep up with the commentary community. She would not stand a chance. She is way too thin-skinned.
In chat, think of any time that you've ever done that, and for what reason. There was a good reason to do that.
And
there is a good reason why she did that. Something is going on here. I'm just saying. I'm going to shut up now. I'm sorry.
What?
Sorry,
No,
I'm putting
you're-
myself in a timeout
No,
because I'm
you're
very
good.
emotional.
I'm just trying to figure out how to take it. There we go.
I just fucking paused you guys to ask Kenzie what. I paused and muted you guys, or like paused you guys and asked Kenzie what. What is happening here? You can tell I'm just bleh.
Take the music off of this. Eddie, what were you going to say?
Oh, I was going to say I've been married twice.
Well, that's, yeah, but I mean, come on. No, and listen.
AV, we are. I agree with Duchess. We're glad that, you know what, we've all, though, that's how, if you think about it, though, AV is such like, I'm so thankful that she's here and talking because it's what I did too. I got involved in the Marvon and Dre story because I felt there was something wrong with that situation. I do still feel that there's strange things. But I do not think that she actually harmed Marvon and like taking his life. I do not believe that whatsoever, but that's how I got involved. Was I saw highly edited clips that were used to drive a narrative, and I got wrapped up too. But then as soon as I realized, holy shit, this is what's being done. Now, once you see it, you can't fucking unsee the playbook that they use. And if you really weed it back, you can have your opinions on the build up, the case itself, the baseline. But at the end of the day, it still leads us to law enforcement has not even confirmed half of these things that they were talking about as fact in the very beginning.
I know what I totally get where AV was going and what she's saying. Like, it's not even anything to people. Shit, my mother-in-law's been married like 6 times. I mean, it happens, but it's just, I think it's more so this man has been married multiple times with multiple people saying the same thing, you know, and then.
But they haven't. The other wives have not said the same things. The other wives have not even spoke out negatively about Chris.
We're supposed to believe like you're just this doting stepfather who, you know, is just great, but you got this riddled past that just says otherwise, you know. And then now y'all got to see this interview. For those, drop a 1 in chat. I need you to drop a 1 in chat if you have not seen this interview, because it makes me super excited to be able to show somebody something for the first time, especially when it's crazy stuff like this, because I like to get the raw reactions because this is bizarre. I mean, this is real. This interview, Mish, wait a minute, you have seen this, Mish?
She don't even know what the fuck she's talking about.
Oh, Alma said it. That was one of my questions for Q&A. Hi, Lauren. Hey, Lane Nessa. Good to see you guys. All right, so hey, Grandma Snow. So you guys know I'm going to ask you, right? Please take a second and click that thumbs up if you appreciate what we do here. It helps us get the video on the algorithm. And if you like what we do here and you're not a member, please consider joining the green team. It'd be a great.
Avi, you're not alone though. There's so many of us that once you see it, you can't unsee it, and there's no going back. And unfortunately, it's not with just BJ. It's these creators that do this over and over and over again in the same cases. Like, they do it repeatedly, and until you can like pull yourself out, because they do pull people in, they emotionally invest people into these stories. People believe in the creator. They don't fact check or verify or anything. So they do the same thing. And it's not just BJ's crowd. There are so many creators that use this high power control playbook of sorts to emotionally invest their subs into complete bullshit stories. It over and over again. We're watching it happen right now.
Great way to.
In this case, still 11, 12, almost 12 months later.
Support the channel. We'd love to have you on board with the family. Okay, here we go then. So I'm going to tell you, this is actually one of those unique times for me where the news anchor is equally as weird. And maybe she's being weird because they're making her feel that way. Because I do kind of sense like it's got to be awkward for her, right? Because at one point you see this news anchor, it's almost like she's just trying her best to pull anything out of them. She like, give me something for freak's sakes. That's how, you know what I mean? Like, she's like, you got to be holding out hope, right? Like, give me something. I kind of feel sorry for the news anchor, but she kind of gets on my nerves a little bit too at the same time. Do y'all see where I'm coming from with that, or am I being
Sarah,
too judgmental with her? Because maybe that's the case.
No, she's dramatic, and sometimes she gets emotional. But she's more dramatic than she is emotional.
Yes, yes. And the Fatal Paper Cut says it good too. He says the interview almost seems like she's adding to the emotion art of it. Yeah, it's kind of like, hello, y'all. My name's Sarah Jane, and like that Southern Belle charm, y'all. She's, hey, sweetheart, we're gonna fix you right up and make sure that we find that baby, okay? And she's just like overly animated and it's not. It's way, way out of place, right? It's way out of place. But okay.
Oh, is it?
Anybody want to say anything before I start?
Yeah, shut the fuck
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
I hear you all talking about several marriages.
That's
On
okay,
a man's
honey.
part, it's a little bit different than a woman. I've been married 3 times. I was in 2 abusive marriages, so I got out of them. And the third, I have the best.
Good for
So
you, Nana.
when somebody said the third marriage is a question, it's not. You have to understand what people go through. And I went through the worst to get to the best. So for him, it's a little bit different. 5 marriages.
And I'm sorry if you took that out of context. I did not mean it that way at all. I know that people go through things. I'm just saying that the things that we've heard with his past marriages, it's just adding up to be. Do you understand where I'm coming from? I don't want you to take that.
Avi's reaction is actually a very, very good view of how subs get pulled in by these creators and really think
Wrong way. I don't want you to take that the wrong way. I didn't mean it like that, and maybe it came across that way. And I'm sorry if it did, but that's
No, it's okay.
not the way that I meant
I just
it
felt
at
like
all.
I did the best I could and got to the better,
Yeah, no, that
And-
was what I was trying to say. Like, I know exactly where AV's coming from. What she's saying is like he has these 5. Like, you don't have 5 women saying the same thing and they're all wrong. Is basically what she's saying.
Right.
But these women didn't all say the same thing. That's a huge problem. They didn't come out and talk. And at this point in time, again, this is March 14th. This is before his ex-wife spoke. So where are they gathering these information about his exes? JLR, Josh the Lab, Smiley. They're not gaining this information directly. They'd been on Duchess's at one point, 1 interview. On the 3rd. This is not information being garnered from these people specifically. This is from other creators that have came out and shoved these narratives.
Okay. I mean, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to put my personal name to it, but I just wanted to let you know, not everyone is the same. And I'm not sticking up for him because I do not agree with him, and I think he is.
And I'm
I'm
not sure
sorry.
how I came across. Maybe I came across that way, and I didn't mean to.
I don't know who did.
That was
I don't know who
not
did, but
my intention at all. I just meant.
no, it's okay, honey. It's okay, sweetheart. No,
I just don't
please
want
do
you to
not
take
feel
it the
bad.
wrong way.
I just honestly think it's a good, like, Avi is a perfect example of how this shit happens. This is what we are trying to stop. But unfortunately, you go in one of the chats that they allow this type of speculation. There's thousands of people in there eating it up. They don't question a single thing. And those creators are sitting there fucking lying to them, lying through their teeth, lying about other creators. This is the playbook. There's no, again, I'm going to continue to say it. There is no difference between the red and the green team. And there are very few creators I would put in the middle that aren't doing the red and green. There's very few.
Way because that's not how I meant.
Most of them are playing optics games for their subs. That's it. They're not. It's all about who can push out the most misinformation and the most salacious bullshit and breaking news. It's no different. No different from the green to the red.
At all.
No, I was just defending myself.
No, we're good. It's all is well. Sleuth Station says nursing school has been leaving barely any room for anything.
yeah.
Haven't been able to stay up late for the streams. Oh, well, we missed you, but I'm so proud of you for.
Okay, that's a. Okay, I don't know if you saw Kyle's comment, but he said, "Okay, Dr. Phil." They're professionals, but that's about all again, they're reviewing and making analysis off of a highly edited news clip. So the baseline for me isn't, I got nothing. It's pretty much junk to me as is.
Going to nursing school, girl. You go on with your bad self, trying to better yourself. I'm all for it and I'm here for it. Yeah, Connie, he's only 40. Yeah, I get it. Like there's just a riddled past. So let's watch this overly animated Southern Belle of a
Brittany, before you go on, I want to say one more thing because I feel bad. I just want to let her know, sweetheart.
Overly animated Southern Belle, huh?
You're okay. I just wanted to defend myself because I know that there are people out here that have been married several times, but there's different situations. Please do not feel bad about that.
No, yeah, and I understand that. And I also wanted to add to Britt, and before you get
No,
into it, and you're like, I just
no.
want to click this interview and play it.
In this community, we love each other. And
We do. And we're all
yeah,
here for the right reasons.
absolutely.
And
Okay.
and I want to
Okay.
say this before you click on the interview. Notice how the stepdad is building himself up to be a good stepdad. He is, you'll notice, everybody in chat, you'll notice he is building himself up. They are equal unit here. They're all working together. They're doing all these right things. He is building himself up. He is strap a cape on this stepdad because he is the best stepdad ever. And y'all are about to see it right now. And anytime anybody has to prove themselves like that or convince an audience that they are superior or better than anybody, those are red flags.
Absolutely.
Not necessarily. That could just be a defense mechanism of I'm being trashed all over the internet. My wife is being trashed all over the internet based on rumors and speculations, and I am protecting my wife, and I am sick of being lied about. And people driving by my home or putting my floor plans on the internet or releasing private information in Facebook groups saying that you threatened media with a gun, and then you sit next to media shortly after and do an interview. I mean, that could have probably weighed into why he's acting the way he is.
We don't talk about ourselves that way. We're people
Right.
and we're just living our normal everyday lives, and we don't have to build ourselves up. But we do have to build ourselves up if we're not doing the right things. And that's what I wanted to say. And I'm going to shut up now.
No, and I'm going to thank you for coming up here. I wanted you to come up here because I knew you had a lot to say.
Maybe I'm actually glad it's you, though, because you can take this, like you can handle this communication, and like you were very vocal about how you see it now and very aware. But it's such a good representation of how people bought into the hype of all of the misinformation in the Facebook groups and the salacious stories and the anonymous posts and all of that shit. Like, if you think back on it, at this point in time, none of the wives had spoken publicly. It was all information being fielded by JLR, other people around that about the divorces and stuff like that. It's crazy to look at the optics of this and see.
I have a lot to say all the time. I'm putting myself in a timeout though, and I'm putting myself on mute. So go ahead, Britt. So sorry.
You're fine. You're fine. Okay, Britt, I'm done. Go ahead. Go on.
All right, here we go, guys. Oh, let me turn the audio on. All right, here we go, guys.
I did too in the Marvon story. I did too.
And it's all about bringing Sebastian home and safely.
Oh my God, and
So
safely,
first,
and
let's
safely.
express, I can't even imagine as a parent what you two are going through.
This isn't BJ mocking somebody's accent, is it?
How would you describe the situation right now? How are you coping?
All right, I'm about to stop it already. That stupid laugh. I don't care. I'm sorry. This is probably going to be like one of the most insensitive things that I've ever said on here, whether she's innocent or guilty. That look, it's like she's holding the laugh in. Watch.
Express, I can't
It
even
drives
imagine
me
as a
crazy.
parent
Watch.
what you two are going through. How would you describe the situation right now? How are you coping?
We're on constant.
Okay, can I just say this is my observation from that. She's on the spot. She goes to chuckle, catches herself, immediately throws the freaking napkin in front of her face and looks down to try to prevent herself from smiling. She was smiling for fuck's
And then
sake.
when and then she's asked a question and she looks at him
She was not smiling, for fuck's sake, Jesus.
and then starts to go to talk. Like she's looking at him for approval or something, like
Well,
to
it's
say
just,
to answer
yeah.
it, or like
Well, it's just like I was telling the mods we were talking. Hey, Emmy, just one
Hey,
second.
I got a quick question. I just want to say this. Like, I keep telling it to myself in my brain, but like I feel like I have to say it out loud and see if it actually makes sense. I don't even know if it makes sense, but I had like a light bulb go off after reading something. Sorry, everybody's talking about this 3-hour phone call that they had on that night, right? Between the mom and the stepdad, supposedly. I guess it was his drive back to Memphis or whatever. They were on the phone with each other for 3 hours from 9 to 12 or something like that. Okay, so with that being said, I kept reading comments where they were saying, well, maybe he just left his phone in Memphis, like called her, left it like on a call and left his phone in Memphis to create an alibi to make it look like, oh, we were on the phone. See, my phone pinged in Memphis and we were on the phone, blah, blah, blah. Okay, I get that, right? That's as far as I've seen anybody take it thus far. But then I was thinking back on this interview right here. And when I first heard it, it kind of was like, what? Like, it was one of those moments where the stepdad was giving too much information that had nothing to do with the case type thing. And it was where he said, I had 2 earbuds in. One in one ear was the work walkie-talkie, and the other ear was the phone where I was talking to her on the phone. I remember him saying that in the interview, right? Does everybody remember that part?
No.
I remember it. It's just
You'll-
way
you'll-
too much explanation.
Yeah.
Over
No, no,
explaining, and
you'll hear it. You'll hear it. Like
it's
when
all
we're watching
convincing
it, like,
statements. He has to
when you-
convince the audience that he's a good guy
No,
and
I
that he wasn't there. He didn't do anything. And
listen.
that's
Hear
just
me
my
out though.
opinion.
Hear me out though. Okay, so you'll hear, if you don't remember that part, you'll hear it in a couple minutes, like when it comes on. Pay attention to that part. I have to kind of watch it again because I kind of like brushed it off, like thinking, oh, why is he just telling us? We don't need to know that you have an earbud in for walkie-talkie from work and phone. Like that's weird. Like we don't. That's irrelevant. Let's get back to talking about. Like that's how I felt the first time I heard it. But then I read those comments about the people saying he left his phone off of the hook, and
Also notice the scratches on his arm. Notice that in this interview, the scratches are on his arm. But then recall what we've seen those scratches being enhanced to. That's another thing. You notice how they don't point that out.
or that was their
Because until they were enhanced, they were never a problem for people.
theory. Oh, he left it off the hook and left it in Memphis, blah, blah, blah. So I'm like, okay, yeah. But then that had me thinking, and also the calling 911 on three-way with it on speakerphone. Here's where my brain is going, and I could be just wrong, but what if he did leave the phone in Memphis on speakerphone with the other, like, what is it? Like the work radio thing up to it as if it's talking, it's like the middleman, like he puts the earpiece or whatever.
AV, you're also a very good you're a good pat myself on the back type of person, as far as I go, because you are exactly showing that we that are pushing back on the misinformation, and even though I don't have a wonderful way of like pushing back, it's not all nice and fluffy, it's fucking mean and cruel and to the point, but it's working. People are starting to see, and they're pulling away from the bullshit that they're being fed by these creators. And we are making an impact, and people are pulling away from this bullshit and starting to recognize and realize how these cases are set up and what these creators do. And that to me is like, I can sleep at night knowing that some people are starting to see the harm, the real harm that is being done by these creators. So again, it's a good pat myself on the back moment of, even though I don't have the best technique of pulling people out of those holes, we're getting people to see the reality. So it's a good thing, because this was 10 months ago. And here you are today, sitting with us, having conversations, talking about it. That's how we all come to light.
For his work walkie-talkie, probably work cell phone. Do they still have Nextel, beep beep, or am I like fucking old? I don't even know. Does that exist anymore? You know what I mean? I'm assuming
yeah, my
some
dad
sort
was-
of like,
yeah.
okay, so he has a work radio walkie-talkie thing, and he has his phone. He leaves his phone in Memphis on speakerphone, puts the walkie-talkie thing up to the phone, takes the walkie-talkie thing with him so that it sounds like he's talking on the phone, and to a cell phone ping, it looks like he's in Memphis talking on the phone. Because
okay.
do you get what I'm saying? Like
They'll be able to determine that. That's not difficult to figure out. I mean,
And AV, it wasn't me that pulled you out of the hole. I was just here saying the same bullshit over and over again. You allowed yourself to be a part of conversations and see from another side of or point of view. And that a lot of these people don't have. They're unwilling to even go past that. And this is where we're going to make progress, is people like you and others, so many of us that have been caught up in these holes and then pulled ourselves out and gone, oh, wait a second, we're being fed a whole line of bullshit here. What is the baseline? This is what gives me hope that we will be able to eventually make change.
if that's the case, or if that's what he tried to do, that's not going to be difficult to figure out. I promise.
I don't know if the work, see, this is like, I don't know. I would have to find out, which don't put it past me, Brittany, you know how I work. I can probably find out what type of radio communication thing, walkie-talkie thing he's using at that job. It's probably one that's like typically used on these types of jobs, which I don't know anything about now, but give me some time. Huh?
In my opinion, they would still be able to ping his phone and determine exactly where his phone was versus.
No, I'm saying his phone was in Memphis on the job site.
Right.
He set it down and he got in his truck, drove back to home 3 hours away while his phone was still in Memphis on speakerphone with the walkie-talkie up against the mouthpiece of the phone. And he was talking into the walkie-talkie, but it sounded like if they have a recorded phone call and a ping, he could say, oh, it pinged in Memphis. Oh no, I'm talking on the phone. You can hear me. There's no way my body's away from the phone.
Well, I still think they would be able to determine that through forensics. I think that they would still be able to determine that. It's very easy to figure out.
That's a great theory, though. I'm with it.
Another thing we're forgetting is the GPS in the truck.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I thought that too.
Exactly. All right. So to real quick, please. Some people in chat are wanting to know who was talking. So the person who was talking in regards to the theory about the walkie-talkie and stuff, that is God, I'm drawing blanks over here. My damn self, Emmy Joe. Oh my God.
You forgot my name.
There's too many. You know I love you. I don't, but Amy
Yeah,
Jo was the one.
look, I've been sending you all the receipts.
Yes, she has.
By the way, at this point in time, at the bottom of your screen is an actual picture of Emmy Jo before she switched it to her avatar. She is a beautiful woman, a beautiful dumbass. I mean, who has been caught up in pushing misinformation and proudly states that she helped Brittany reconsider working with Nick and those guys. Take those accolades, Emmy. Are you trolling them?
Emmy, like seriously, is showing up doing the damn thing. So then we also have Sarah Jean, and we have Thought. Wait a minute, let me see. Hold on. I don't even remember. Let me see y'all's names.
Thought Criminal.
Thought Criminal. I don't want to say it wrong. And then we have Avi and Eddie and Nana Dragonfly. So
I'm getting confused too.
That's
And I'm
everybody.
dropping down, Britt.
Why?
I have to get some sleep.
Oh, okay.
Don't
I was
lie.
up
I
at
love
4:30.
you.
I
Good
was up
night.
at 4:30 this
I scared
morning.
Eddie away.
I love you guys.
Good night,
Thank you
Emily.
for
I
having
love
me up
you.
here.
Yes,
All right,
we love you.
I'm gonna get off here too because I had to like say that out of my mouth because I swear, have you ever like thought something and then your mind's like going in a circle and you're like, wait a minute, does this even make sense?
Right.
So I had to like say it out loud and see if anybody else see if that could even be possible. But just listen to the
Yeah,
part.
it could.
If you
It
listen to
could.
that part and he starts talking about his walkie-talkie in one ear and that would be like it's weird. Just listen to that and see if you get a vibe.
Okay.
But all
We
right,
will.
I love y'all. I'll be in
Love
chat.
you, girl. Thank
Love
you,
you too.
Emmy.
Bye bye.
Hi. All right. Let's carry on. So let's watch that laugh, you guys. That laugh. Here we go.
How would you describe the situation right now? How are you coping?
We're on a constant roller coaster ride of helpless and hopeless.
Right there, in my opinion, she looks at him like, what do we like? How do you even describe this? Like, help me out here. Like, and he picked up and filled in the gaps. Like, this is why it fucking pisses me off when you actually sit back and watch these things and watch how many people bought into the hype. Thor. I need to message you. I need to message you on that thought. This is some of her initial coverage, and has it gotten any better? Isn't this frustrating to see from both sides? You have both sides that are attacking parents. Isn't it frustrating for anybody else to see how this is all played out? And we know that it's just a matter of time before the next family is going to fall victim to this.
And many other.
And there's nothing we can do to protect Chris, Katie, or Seth. Again, Seth is a big part of the problem. Huge part of the problem with how he's been willing to exploit his son and allow other people that he surrounds himself with to exploit his son. Absolutely. But the same could be said for Chris and Katie and who they're aligned with and the creators that they are aligned with and what those creators are doing on social media. It could go both ways. At the end of the day, where I give grace is the parents are going through the worst time ever. And these grown adults, these creators, latch on to these people and exploit their every emotion. But we can't even do anything to protect them. Truly, we can't.
Emotions all in one end. It's a never-ending roller coaster. It doesn't stop. It won't stop until he walks through the door.
I wouldn't wish this on anyone. Not anyone.
You guys are going to get pissed.
I need to remind you all what detective said. Y'all, he has.
Oh yeah, she's fucking right out the gate. She's like going to the deceptive detective. The deceptive detective, who is anonymous. We don't even know if that man is a legit attorney, let alone trained in statement analysis. So let's put some sunglasses on Kyle, give him a side profile, and let him fucking tell you guys based on a deck of card. I gotcha, Thor. I gotcha. Are we joking here? This is what is so infuriating to me. So infuriating.
The list of things, telltale signs, red flags of what women or people do, not just women, but parents, or telltale red flag signs of when a family member, is missing a child. And one of the things that he says sticks out to him over anything else is the parent is silent and they don't offer much of anything.
Revival, I'm trying really hard to show and be able to, like right now, at this point in time, the parents weren't connected like that. They had connections of, channels that were bringing awareness, but they weren't involved in the deep fuckery. And we're seeing how this whole thing happened without the parents' involvement. Like, yeah, there was narratives being shoved in the background in Facebook groups and things of that nature. And accusations flung, but all of this fuckery to the 14th of March was happening based on creators and the bullshit that they were doing to target narratives about the parents.
Mom knows she has nothing to say here. Your son is missing.
And
You
here
could
she
be,
starts rocking too.
yeah, this is your one opportunity to reach millions to help find your son. And you could rather be anywhere but there.
I know we're about keeping hope alive. I'm sure that's in there somewhere.
Slim, you don't owe anybody an
You could talk.
apology.
He's gonna walk through that door.
Slim, you and Avi, a bunch of you guys were a part of like these channels in the beginning. A bunch of you. That's how my subs grew, is because a bunch of you were willing to step back and look at it and be a part of the discussions that we were having and start asking questions. And you allowed yourself. You guys did all of that. You don't owe any of us apologies, because you're seeing, this is how all of us, this is why it's so important to go back and show this, because people are starting to realize, holy shit, I was fed misinformation from jump. Why? And like subs don't go fact check all of this stuff. People don't have time. And they rely on the creators to be factual about what they're telling them. And unfortunately, in this arena, there ain't that. I'm trying to think of one creator that I can sit here and say, I don't even come back in 5 minutes. I'll think of somebody.
Stop until he walks through the door.
I wouldn't wish this on anyone.
You don't have to apologize, you guys.
I know we're about keeping hope alive. I'm sure that's in there somewhere.
Oh, yeah.
It's becoming a big apology section. You guys stop it. You don't owe any of us apologies. None of us. This is why it's so important to do this. You guys don't owe anybody apologies. You guys telling your story and being a part of the conversation of seeing how this is what matters. That you don't owe anybody apologies. Stop that. We don't need to have a big old hug fest. We're supposed to be the black souls over here. Come on. Stop being nice, people. We got to be the evil black souls that we're known for.
He's gonna walk through that door. And the street will be flooded again with family and relatives all waiting to hug and love him. And
That boy's gonna have more friends than he knows what to do with when he comes home. So here we are, 8 days now.
Does that bother anybody else besides just me?
The way that he's shaking his head no the whole entire time. Did anybody else notice that?
Yep.
I like
Yeah,
to
I
listen to
think we
people's
said that when we
words
first watched it. Yeah,
and not their body language, but his head is shaking no. Like the whole entire time. It's this jittery.
she does it too.
Yeah. Well, I was looking at him because I have a lot of
Right.
feelings about him.
You'll
but
notice, right? But you'll notice when she's explaining how she looked for him, she shakes her head no while she's saying she went to look here and she went to look there. As she's saying that, her head's shaking no. They're both being deceptive.
yeah, I think so too. And it's weird too because, and there's been other cases where we've watched the parents that do have missing children and they're pleading.
Okay, but I do have to find it quite ironic that Sarah says that they're being deceptive. They're being deceptive. What? How do we know? We don't know these people. That is such a thing for me that people need to start understanding. We are seeing a portrait of these families at their worst time. Can you imagine somebody getting a snapshot of your life at the worst moment and the assumptions that could be made about who you are, how you behave, I can't even imagine it. I can't. And that is why it's so important that people see the difference between awareness and targeted hate campaigns that are being directed at the parents. We don't have any reason to believe any of this stuff. Oh shit, they got the thing out here. Music City Mom, thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships.
To the public. They're like, they're immediately not, they're pleading immediately, like, please bring my child home. If you have them, please do this. They don't do this until later on in the interview. It's just
And they don't chuckle. And
oh yeah, the whole laughing thing about who he is and what he likes. And
you guys, I'm so excited. I get to see Kyle in like 9.5 hours.
And they do.
I'm so excited.
They do talk about him a little bit disparagingly, which I don't like because it just rubs me the wrong way. But I'm going to shut up now and put myself in the corner. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Let's keep going, y'all.
Searching for him. Walk us through that Sunday night that he went missing. So walk us through. We've got so many people who really want to know, okay, how did this happen? So kind of just walk us through that night.
Thor.
We were out and about that day. We were having a really good weekend.
We got home. Everything was pretty normal. He was playing in his room. When I told him to go to bed, he did. He said, "Good night, Mom. I love you." Say goodnight to his puppies. A little bit later, I wound up going to bed, and when I woke him up for school, he wasn't there.
So in your mind, that's usually around what time? When do you normally wake up? Around 6 o'clock?
6.
So were you instantly thinking something's wrong, or were you like, he may just be already in the shower, in the living room?
I took a second and walked through the house looking for him in case he'd gotten up and was trying to get breakfast or something, because he did that sometimes. About
I'm going to bump it forward just because we've seen this interview so many times. Look at the Emmy Joe comments. The stepdad has a record of DV and has a no contact order with his children. You guys, where was that information coming from? Think back to where this is coming from and how this is being done. There's a lot of things that are said and mocked about the parents through this, of course.
Oh my God. All right, here we go.
Oh, let me back that up. Hold on. Let's hear what she's saying.
And if he's never ran away before, like he doesn't do that.
Right, but they made it sound like he has behavior issues, but he was behaving that day.
I pray to God.
Oh no!
Situation. I'm going to go ahead and just say it. And maybe Sebastian ran away. Maybe I'm telling you, I think the flashlights that we're seeing might be 2 people needing flashlights to be seen. Setting a
you guys,
or 2 people who were using the flashlights to guide themselves, but it wasn't Sebastian.
Are you guys playing a game of seeing who can make Revival puke the fastest here? All the love bombing and stuff.
Because Sebastian's scent would have been picked up by the dogs if that was him walking across, especially barefoot. They would
say someone even carried him to a vehicle that far. His scent would have still been picked up on, right?
Yeah.
No, because it wouldn't have touched anything.
Right, yeah. So a lot of people.
It's just odd how somebody was waiting and then they go off screen together for a minute and then one goes rushing back to the house. You know what I'm thinking, and that's why I was like, when I saw that, I was like, that just sealed it for me.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sealed it for you.
Absolutely. It's almost like.
I just feel like, yeah.
I really hope this little boy didn't have a meltdown, and things progress too far.
Oh, really?
Oh God! Because they keep reverting back to his behavior, over and over and over. His behavior and how he, oh my God! All right, here we go. There he goes laughing again.
$1 million question.
Hold on.
when we were around that day, you agreed that he seemed like he was in a good mood. He was behaving.
He's behaving.
Make more sense if we'd been fighting.
Where he's been in trouble, but he hasn't been in trouble.
One-eyed Flo.
There he goes. Let that laugh.
What? Freaking one-eyed Flo. I don't like none of you witches. Straighten up.
$1 million question. Why did he go? And the other $1 million question.
She just let out a big sigh after she said that.
$1 million question. Why did he go? Why did he go?
Yeah.
She has.
Once again, there they go.
Weird.
Thank you, Cindy Rose. I appreciate it. I know that really means a lot to me because I noticed there was a couple people in chat tonight a while ago saying it didn't seem like they were very happy with what I don't know. So I appreciate it.
Cindy, are you okay? What exceptional job has she done passing misinformation? Cindy, please tell me you got away too and woke up. What exceptional job is she doing here? She don't even know what the fuck she's talking about. And throw back to the fucking squeaky chair. Thank God that chair got away.
Means a lot. I'm trying my best. That means a lot to me. Thank you.
Trying her best.
But yeah, listen to what y'all watch that again.
That morning he was laughing. He was joking.
Watch that.
Everyone we were around that day agreed that he seemed like he was in a good mood. He was behaving. Make more sense if we'd been fighting.
Where he's been in trouble, but he hasn't been in trouble.
Watch him laugh.
$1 million question.
That part. Make more. Oh Lord, what the hell did I just do there? Lord have mercy.
You know who also laughs in uncomfortable times? Me, Kyle, many people I know, because it's just how people are. But sure, make it into something.
Make more sense if he'd been in trouble. If he hadn't even been in trouble, and he nervously laughs at that. I mean, hold on. Damn it, this video is going to get hit. There's no doubt about it. I've had 2 songs. I'm done. Stick a fork in it.
Oh man.
But
baby.
that right there, it's almost like, you know how I know everybody's done it at least once when they were a kid. At least when you're a kid, you're telling a story and you know you're lying, but you like the guilt that you know that you're telling that person a lie. And, hey, SRB, good to see you. Can't sleep listening. Y'all are pointing out the crap I'm seeing with these 2 as well. Yes, girl, it's crazy. And hey, Dolphin, good to see you.
So her initial coverage, I'm glad you guys can see it. Her initial coverage comes out swinging for the parents. You see, it's not about awareness. None of these channels care about these children. They don't care. They didn't care about Sebastian when she started covering it. They cared about what would best benefit their channel and their channel growth. Which side should they lie on for the best potential of clicks and views? Targeting the parents was the thing to do. It isn't about the kids. It isn't about caring about the missing.
The way that it's almost like I'm getting this vibe of like, you know, you're telling a lie to your mom and you know you're lying to her, and therefore it's like the guilt's written all over your face. You kind of laugh a little,
Absolutely.
but very nervously, you know, like taking deep breaths, and that's the kind of vibe I get from this guy when he does that. And she like you said, Sarah, I noticed when he does that, she takes a deep breath too and sighs. Hold on, let me turn it on.
Maybe they're just not good in interviews and going through the worst thing possible and don't have the answers to where Sebastian is, and that's why they're behaving the way they are. I mean, it could be as simple as that.
I'm gonna watch this one day without
What
audio.
time? When do you normally wake up? Around 6 o'clock?
Hang on, guys.
So
Oh, you're gonna
he did.
watch it without
There she
audio.
goes laughing again.
Say goodnight to those puppies. Here we are, 8 days now searching for him.
We'll just
Walk
go
us
through it like
through
right here.
that Sunday night that he went missing. So walk us through. We've got so many people who really want to know, okay, how did this happen? So kind of just walk us through that night.
We were out and about that day. We were having a really good weekend. We got home. Everything was pretty normal. He was playing in his room. When I told him to go to bed, he did. He said, "Good night, Mom. I love you." Say goodnight to his puppies. A little bit later, I wound up going to bed, and when I woke him up for school, he wasn't there.
So in your mind, that's usually around what time? When do you normally wake up? Around 6 o'clock? So were you instantly thinking something's wrong, or were you like, he may just be already in the shower, in the living room?
I took a second and walked through the house looking for him in case he'd gotten up and was trying to get breakfast or something, because he did that sometimes. About 3 minutes in, give or take, I was on the phone with my husband. I said, "I can't find him." He said, "What do you mean you can't find him?" I said, "He's not in the house."
And so at that point, is that when you call 911, or what's going through your mind?
While we were on the phone, and I was like, "Is he on the other side of the bed?"
It's almost like he just called himself.
I know a lot.
Yeah, and when she asked, like, why are you speaking for her when you weren't there? And you notice, like, he says she, and he catches himself, and he says, while we were on the phone. You want to pay close attention to when he's detailing the accounts of the times that he's not supposed to be there, and let's see if he slips up, because watch.
Well, that was kind of a little bit of a.
They were on the phone, you idiot.
But yes.
Right?
Going through your
Watch.
mind?
They've already acknowledged that they were on the phone.
We're on the phone.
While we were on the phone,
What?
and
Bam. Look.
I was like,
And so at that point, is that when you call 911, or what's going through your mind?
while we were on the phone, and I was
This
like,
just
"Is he on the other side
grosses
of the
me
bed?"
out.
The normal places he may be.
The normal places he would be. See, we was in there twice, Brett.
Did you see what he said?
Sounds like Jen Soda.
She.
We, all the way
Yeah.
home.
He catches himself, while we were on the phone, and he stops for a minute and collects himself.
They're probably talking about all the places that either one of them, we would look if he was hiding, where he's been known to hide. Because if she's having an oh, fuck these.
For a second before he continues to talk. I 100% agree with Nana now. He was there.
And then he's explaining, and then he's like, I told her to look on the side of the bed, and and then you know what I mean? So there was a she.
Oh, wait. Did you just catch BJ saying that he was there, meaning Chris was there? Yeah. Right out the gate.
An turned into a she and then a we.
Yep. Thought Criminal said, told y'all. She said, she has said, he said, "Love you, mama. Love you, poppy." Then another time she changed it to "Love you, puppies." Oh my God.
See, I believe they're both sus.
Hi, Miss O. Brittany J, I really enjoyed the new format of the show. I love the diversity of opinions. Well, I love you. Thank you.
And the change of opinions. I'm starting to believe this mom is a suspect.
Oh my God.
I always believed he was, but I don't know.
The minute she started, at the very beginning when she started rocking, the first time I seen it, I knew then.
Riddler, when are you coming back?
Riddler, we miss you.
I love your random membership
I'm sorry, but this, oh, never mind. Let me just hit this fucking place.
gifts that you come in and drop. But I miss you very much, my friend. I just tell myself eventually Riddler's going to just pop up He's gonna be like, guess who's back? Back good.
That's right.
I miss that question mark up on the screen.
I do too.
What happened to hot sauce?
Or who?
I haven't heard hot sauce in a while.
I know. Where is hot sauce? Oh my god.
Where's hot sauce, y'all?
No hot sauce. But you know
Just
what?
vanished.
Oh, look. He says soon. I miss y'all more. I love you. I
Aw.
love you so much, Riddler. You really are you really are a special person here at our channel. I could be
Anyone-
back real soon.
Anyone that can find that man and marry him, they will be ecstatic for the rest of their lives.
I'm so excited, Riddler. That makes my night. You have no clue how much that makes my night. You are definitely very near and dear to our hearts. I'm so excited that you're gonna be back soon. Hot sauce, did he dump me?
I was just dawned on me, you know what? Because I haven't heard Riddler in a while, and then I was like, wait, what happened to hot sauce too? Every night, remember, on the dot.
Did he leave us?
I'm like, where?
Did he go to the dark side?
Well, we're praying for him. Hope he's okay.
I know
I'm
some
gonna have to make a
people-
missing person file.
Well, it's one thing to just leave and everybody's got their own thing going on, and you just, people have lives.
Yeah.
But I hope hot sauce didn't go to the dark side. I'm just saying.
I know, right?
I will always support this channel. We always will support you. We love you.
Yeah.
Oh, Jason said he went fishing today. Oh, we miss you. Can't wait till you come back. You always got a place here, and you'll always have a wrench on my channel too.
Riddler, we pray for your mom every day.
Jaded Infant. Look what Jaded Infant said. Quick, everybody cash out Brittany $5 in his honor.
Oh, I love it.
Lord.
I love it.
Hey, True Seeker.
Mhm.
Good to see you. All right, let's keep going. That right
I was
there.
just doing a well check. That's all. just a quick well check.
When you call 911.
She didn't miss the opportunity to pin that comment that quick, send Brittany $5. Ugh, gross. This is all gross. I don't like anybody. I'm back to my I don't like a fucking fool on this.
Or what's going through your mind?
While we were on the phone, and I was like, is he on the other side of the bed? The normal places he may be in the house, and he wasn't. So I was like, okay, well, hold on a minute. And immediately after that, we called the sheriff's department and made a report.
I ran all over the house, outside, inside. I looked in every closet.
When minutes they were
Yeah,
here.
she shakes her head.
Within minutes, and here we go.
So you said you were on the phone with her, so you were not home.
No, I was at work. I'm a tower crane operator, and I was working in Memphis at the St. Jude project. So it's, I have an earpiece in that talks to my phone. I have another earpiece in that does the radios. So when she was talking to me, I was like, what? I was confused. We talked about where he could possibly be, and then we went from there and led to calling the cops. And
Hey, Kodo.
Within minutes, there at the home.
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, Kathy.
They had cars.
Hey, Denise.
They had cars from here.
Wait a minute, Britt.
As far as I could tell.
So
Did she say, and within minutes you were on your way home or you were home? Because then all of a sudden she goes, it was rapid fire. Like she intervened, then wanted to give out information then. When she's like, it was rapid fire, they all started coming. She was asking him about him coming home, not the rapid fire of the police present.
Right.
But could you just back that up just a sec? Because I want to rehear that.
Yeah. All right, here we go.
I was at work. I'm a tower crane operator.
There he goes again. I was at work.
Memphis at the St. Jude project. So it's
St. Jude project.
I have an earpiece in that talks to my phone. I have another.
Kodo, just detailing the optics of how these creators involve themselves into this case and milk it for all it's worth. And that there's no difference between the red and the green team at this point in time. They all resemble the same. And it's not about awareness for a missing child. It's very, very apparent. It's about the optics and the game that they play, the creators that insert themselves as characters. It's very obvious when you go day by day. So we are on the 13th through, I think we'll get through the 16th in this segment. 13th through the 16th. Yep, we talked about the scratches on his arm until they were enhanced.
Another earpiece in that does the radios. So when she was talking to me, I was like, what? I was confused. We talked about where he could possibly be, and then we went from there. And
This is when BJ, March 14th is the date of this, and this is when she really took hold of this. We've got Betty already. So we've got JLR, Josh the Lab, Smiley Stories World, Trevor Lee, Peter Hyatt, Cluminati, Pascal, Ickmeld. I'm missing some of them that have covered it. Mo and Co. Brittany, Betty. I'm missing some, but by this point in time, the narratives were already being spun right off the jump.
and here we are now.
Within minutes, there at the home.
Yes, ma'am.
It was rapid fire. They had cars.
Did she say within minutes there you were at the
They had
home?
cars from here
I
down
can't,
to the
am I mishearing this?
Nope,
They had
not
cars.
yet.
So when she was
Jay Jones, T-Rev doesn't come in until later on in the month, and Dolly deleted all of his initial coverage, but he comes in shortly after this. But he deleted most of those videos.
talking to me, I was like, what? I was confused. We talked about where he could possibly be, and then we went from there and led to calling the cops. And
Thor does
everybody
question
else.
everything.
Within minutes, there they are at the home.
Yes, ma'am.
It was rapid fire. They had cars.
What? It's just
They had cars from here down to the
main road.
road, as far as I could tell.
So what's going through both of your minds? I mean, are we panicking? Is it this, oh, I think he's probably at a neighbor's house, or what are you thinking?
My son doesn't run. He's not a runner. He's never run away before. I don't know why. I don't know why he walked out that door.
I mean, he's a good kid. He's not a mischievous child by any means. But there's answers to questions that have no answers, or questions, questions with no answers right now that we are searching for. He's a good kid. He's not a mischievous child by any means. But there's answers to questions that have no answers, or questions, questions.
There's answers to questions with no answers. Like he mess it.
That's what
Questions with no answers right now.
he was just saying. He said it backwards, you idiot.
We are searching for desperately. And there's answers to questions that have no answers, or questions, questions with no answers right now that we are searching for desperately. And we just don't have that.
Is there anything that happened that day that you think back and there might have been a reason he was possibly upset, or something outside that could have enticed him to go outside? Was there anything that came to mind?
We've been combing over that day and even the weeks before he left, and I haven't been able to figure it out. He's that morning he was laughing, he was joking. Everyone we were around that day agreed that he seemed like he was in a good mood. He was behaving. It'd make more sense if we'd been fighting.
Or you've been in trouble, but you haven't been in trouble.
Look at that. Yes, I see it. I see it, Sarah. When look,
Amy, I think you can, but that doesn't come until like June, July, August.
When Dad says, or if he'd been in trouble, Mom goes, like she exhales, like it's almost like she look at her, the look on her face, y'all. When he says if he'd been in trouble, she breathes out almost as if she's reliving something. At least this is the way I see it. We may be wrong. Who knows? We don't sit here to pretend to be professionals, okay? So everything take with a grain of salt. It's theory and speculation. We're not criminal minds. So I'm
you're not
just saying this is just the way it seems to me. Watch how she breathes out.
It'd make more sense if we'd been fighting.
Or you've been in trouble, but you haven't been in trouble.
What was that?
Her taking a deep breath and exhaling. You fucking idiot.
What was that?
Oh,
did you see that, Sarah and Nana? When he
What?
said that,
I saw that she took that breath out, but it was before he said that.
Look at her eyes.
That breath came after what she said. I don't know. I mean, I'm not defending her.
No, I'm just, that was weird.
If you play it back, you'll see she said what she said, and she blew that breath out, and he was talking in the midst of it, but she was breathing that out after she said, it would have made more sense if we had fought. And then she went.
Emmy,
yeah, and then she has that look like she's picturing something.
Yeah.
Right after she says that.
Emmy, I
Sorry,
don't
y'all,
know.
my dog was going crazy for a second there.
You're good. Emmy, I don't know if it'll let me. I don't know if it'll let me slow it down. It don't give me that option on this, baby, because it's on I'm not on YouTube. This is actually on the newscast. But just watch.
He was behaving.
Watch.
It'd make more sense if we'd been fighting.
And look at the look on her face when she
Or you've
breathed
been in
out.
trouble, but you haven't been in trouble.
See? As soon as he said if he'd been in trouble, and when he said if he'd been in trouble, she said, and watch. That is bizarre.
So tell me again how this bitch shouldn't have a bias coming in and targeted the parents. I'll wait. Or how she hasn't been intentionally misinforming her community and the facts of this case from the very beginning. I'll wait.
That makes me think.
One more time.
Make more sense if we'd been fighting.
Or you've been in trouble, but you haven't been in trouble.
She rolled her eyes at him when he said that they wouldn't have been in trouble.
Yeah, that
Did
was
you see that?
Yes, and even when she blew out, it was a no, you're good. It was a bit of like a very nervous. It quivered a bit. I don't know. Well, and yeah, K-Bird, we'll look at the. I got the footage again, and we'll go back through it. I just wanted to revisit the parents' interview. Hey, must have got lost.
So, just really quick, I think I've been watching this. I want to spill what my opinion is up on this. So for starters, I think that this is a domestic. He's a domestically violent man, and I don't know.
Yeah.
Just to be clear, I really don't know a lot
Oh, is he? Is he?
about this case, but from the body language, I
Oh,
was trying to figure out like if they were looking at each other to communicate. Because I can look at like the people I'm really close to. I can look at you, and you'll understand exactly what I'm trying to say to you. Like we don't need to talk.
Right.
Like you know.
Yeah.
So and I've been trying to like figure it out, but with this part right here, how she exhaled, and if you just go back a little bit, he whips his head at her. So I believe this is a domestic violence situation, and I believe that she witnessed him do something to the child, but she helped. I don't believe that mom. I believe that both of them are involved, but I believe that he did it. And I believe that she is.
the account that's speaking is generally correct.
I'm sorry, but like I'm reading that she's like you know what I mean? Like it's almost like she can't speak. You
No,
know what I
because
mean?
now
Like, she's like
she's already in trouble for being
yeah,
involved.
exactly. And every time she even tries to start to speak, she looks straight at him, almost like, oh my God, like am I gonna say the wrong thing? And it never ever fails. She never ever just looks and answers the question.
Mm-hmm.
And you can
Jen,
take that either way.
Jen, it could be why she's crying uncontrollably.
Mhm.
She's just so upset, you know. Ugh.
Yeah, but I thought she didn't show any emotion.
That could be the rocking and self-soothing could be for many reasons too. It could be
The
she
what?
feels uncomfortable next to him right now.
Yeah, I mean, no, it could be, but
No, I'm with you. I'm
but
trying to see it every way.
Yeah, so but it's not just that, like it's his body language too. Like it's just how so I turned the volume down because I like to just read I like to just read body language. And so I had the volume down.
Oh, another behavior body language expert we got.
And if you just look at him,
Fuck.
like how he's communicating a lot with just his body. That is the reason that I believe that there's a domestic violence situation going on here. Like it almost looks like I don't know how to explain it. I just encourage you guys after this is done to like mute everything and just watch how they interact with their bodies, and you'll see what I'm talking about. Like his looks when he looks at her are violent. Like
Oh, his looks now are violent. Again, this is her initial coverage on Sebastian's case. Nothing about Sebastian. Don't care about the missing child at all. So all of you that sit over there on that panel and tell me that you care so much about the missing children, you care about all the missing children, you can go get fucked. Do you hear me? Straight up, go get fucked. All of you. All of you. Seriously. Well, besides the few that have woke up, not you. But this bullshit right here, this right here, nothing to do with the missing child. This is targeted smear campaigns.
And hers, when she looks at him, it's like, am I allowed to say this? Am I allowed to answer this?
Exactly. Like she's looking for permission, and he's looking like, fucking watch yourself. Like that's what
He actually interjects and answers her questions for her a lot.
Real quick, let me think. Must have got lost. It's nice to see you. Must have got lost. Very nice to have you. 15 solid months of memberships and of support. Must have got lost. I am so very grateful for your friendship and for your support of the channel for 15 months. You are an OG here at Allegedly Brittany J. She says, I'm on the fence with these guys. Yeah, I still reserve an open mind.
Oh,
I haven't solidly worked out a theory yet.
But you just told us that Chris was there. You said that out of your mouth that Chris was there. Absolutely. Oh, okay.
In regards to Sebastian's case, but I can tell you, in my humble opinion, that little boy didn't walk out the door, nor did he take himself out that window. I'm 100% convinced of that. I will.
I'm not on the fence with both.
Can't even tell you the baseline of the facts of the story, but she is 100% confident in those cases.
Both of these guys. I'm on the fence with her. But him, 100%. He did something.
Wait, Larry.
Just how I feel.
Yep.
In my opinion.
Here we go. Let's carry on.
Oh, fucking gross.
So, the $1 million question, why did he go? And the other $1 million question is how.
What about social media? Was there anything that, anyone he could have contacted? I understand he was somewhat of a gamer, or what was he? There was a video game he loved, right?
Minecraft. He loves Minecraft. The game that he has is not online. He has the Switch.
Music Thankfully, these are long, so you have plenty of time to replay.
We don't because of.
I got news for you, homegirl. The Switch connects online.
Yeah, I heard that today too.
Yeah,
sure
my kids have the Switch. The Switch, they can watch YouTube on the Switch and all of that.
Right. I thought she was going to say a disc, but she said Switch, and I'm like, wait, okay.
Yeah, the Switch connects.
I got news for you, homegirl.
It's like every other device.
Yeah. You can turn the Switch like a little screen into a tablet.
Absolutely.
Like,
that's what Neil watches YouTube on it all the time. I says personally, I think the fact that they mention I think the fact that they keep mentioning behavior and being in trouble means whatever happened was a result of a punishment. I bet they took his switch away. Ooh.
I agree, Paper Cut. This is where I was going to. It looks
Wow,
like
that's a brilliant observation.
like because from the beginning they're talking about troubles. They've been doing that from like the beginning.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Oh,
But
both. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I'm so sorry.
no, don't. Like, I don't have my thoughts completely together on this because I actually don't know the story very well. This
Okay.
interview is actually the only one that I've actually seen.
You don't know the story very well, but you're saying that he's domestically violent. Fuck out of here.
I've been talking to you guys, or listening to you guys, but just from what I've seen, it looks like, in my opinion, he lost control and did something, and she was there, she watched it, and whatever came next, she participated with. I believe I don't believe that she was the hand that ended, but I do believe she didn't do anything after that, or she just helped, and she would have had to, right? But at the same time, you would wonder, well, why wouldn't you just go to the police and admit it? Because then you go to prison forever. But as somebody who has survived DV, like it's just not that simple. Like you're not believed anyways, and you truly believe that you're going to get in trouble too, and they're going to make sure that they spin it and put it on you. Like I don't know. All right, I'm gonna shut up.
All right, let me keep going, guys. Yes, all here is allegedly 100%. I do want to make that clear. The only time that you'll ever hear me confirm anything at all is through it is only if it's by law enforcement official sources. But the rest, most of the time, it's us talking, and speaking on
How
our theories.
social media can be.
Oh.
He doesn't have accessibility to communicate
It's
with
another
folks
straight up bullshit.
on internet. I mean,
Minecraft.
The $1 million question: why did he go? And the other $1 million question is how.
What about social media?
He didn't go.
Is there anything that anyone he could have contacted? Understand he was somewhat of a gamer, or what was he? There was a video game he loved, right?
Minecraft. He loves Minecraft. The game that he has is not online. He has the Switch.
We don't, because of how social media can be, he doesn't have accessibility to communicate with folks on the internet. I mean, we have a firm belief that we just don't feel that right now he's capable of having that kind of responsibility. So, I mean, his phone is locked down, his computers, his game. He doesn't have a gamer tag. He doesn't have online capabilities with games. I mean,
We've combed every electronic.
I mean, we've cooperated with all the authorities as far as anything they've asked us to provide. We've provided, and still just don't have any answers.
That's interesting that they offer that. We've cooperated with law enforcement. Anything they like that. That's interesting for you to offer.
She wasn't even asked.
Yeah,
they were talking about the video game and what he likes and it's not, weren't they?
I thought it very odd that they were talking about the electronics and then he changed the subject. I mean, she was
And then to
talking
what he's
and then
done.
he totally changed the subject.
No, he didn't. And you guys, again, this is sped up to 1.75, so it's way faster than the actual interview itself.
We're cooperating with the police, and I thought that very odd. Brittany, can I
Yeah,
ask you a
they're talking
question?
about online gaming. Like, what the hell?
Yeah.
I'm gonna try to word this kind of. I don't have children that are on the spectrum. I don't have any brothers and sisters or cousins or anything, so I don't understand that part. They're talking about him in a way of being. How did they put that? Not misbehaving. How did they put that?
Kodo, quick question. Have you seen Betty's first interview when she started, like, not first interview, first like live stream format that she did on this case? Have you watched that? She did a quick little segment on the 10th, but have you watched hers from the 16th? I'm getting ready to roll into that in a few minutes. Well, we got to go through the 15th, which is, there's only a few things, but it's interesting as fuck.
Okay, so listen, I can already answer that for you. They,
I didn't ask the question.
I know what you're saying though about the behavior. They do have. I was just gonna say they do have behavioral issues.
But I just wanted to ask, because his dad mentioned that, and now they're mentioning that.
So
it's true.
So I was talking to my mods about this earlier too, because with Sebastian being on the spectrum.
Oh,
one thing that I noticed is they said that he is high functioning.
Okay.
So,
and
I don't know that. I mean, I'm not going to say that Sebastian wouldn't have meltdowns, you guys, but the spectrum is like they say, you know how they say every pregnant lady, every pregnancy is different. You can't compare. It's kind of like that with the kids on the spectrum. But being that Sebastian was high functioning, I'm not sure that he would have major meltdowns. I'm not saying he wouldn't have meltdowns, but I think that for him, it would be more on a scale of anxiety and getting
Right. But
overly nervous when things aren't right. You know what I mean?
and that's
Like,
where I can add my experience because my son's high functioning and he has his
No, we can't add our experience. This is a complete stranger to us that we've never been a part of their lives. No.
outbursts, anger, his behavioral issues, the way he talks to people because he's so blunt and upfront and in his emotions. So if he's like mad at you about something, he doesn't hold back. Like, yeah, there is that with, and the high functioning really just means that they can speak very well, understand very well. They're very smart. So it's not like they're on the part where they're, you know, having troubles communicating. Like my son does have like a lot of sensory issues.
No, that's not true. Fuck you.
He's scared of bugs when he goes outside. He has all that, but he's high functioning. So,
Yeah,
and I
but
noticed in Sebastian's pictures, he does
You can be high functioning and still have problems communicating. I mean, geez.
you know, his hand things look uncomfortable in his pictures. Like, you know, that's the anxiety part. But yeah, they do have behavioral issues. And I guess it could depend on, I don't know, Brittany, if your son is high functioning, and then like it just depends too. I don't know.
well, no, I don't want to go on Brittany's son, but I'm just saying I noticed that the parents here are talking about it and the dad talked about it. So I was just wondering.
I mean, should we throw in their revival that because a child flaps their hands, they might be autistic? You know, I've heard creators, this one, allegedly has said that supposedly, well, maybe my other one because they flap their hands. People need to stop. People need to stop with the bullshit. And it's,
You know, we're kind of saying.
Let me hit this button before I real fucking go off.
And the dad is saying I don't even know the words to use for it, but I'm not defending them. I'm just saying dad said it too. So we don't want to just kind of say the stepdad is always saying that he's.
Right. I think people are just saying the fact that they keep bringing it up, maybe something did occur. But yeah,
okay.
Ultimately, it is.
Can we move on? You guys got the gist of what's happening here. Y'all see how she came out the gate. The gate. This opened up about Madeline Soto and went right into Sebastian. You see how she doesn't know what she's talking about. The panel is making all sorts of allegations. She's not shutting it down. She's targeting the parents instantly. It's Chris was there. They've done something. You see what is happening here. I just can't take any more of this shit, truly. And we've got some other interesting. So, all right. Because we're going in order, the 15th is next. And there was other people that covered it on the 15th, but I told you guys because it's going to get so chaotic. Cupcake, thank you so much for the support. Yeah, I know when to tap, and we're going to get into the autism experts, and I'm going to lose my shit. So time to tap. So we're going to move on to the 15th because I want to get through the 16th today too. And we've got a few more coming up because I want to get Betty's in here. But on the 15th, we're going to go back to Cluminati. So that kind of finishes up the 14th. There were some other creators that kind of touched here, there, everywhere. But Cluminati covered it again on the 15th. And the title of this video is Sebastian Rogers Night Vision Drive-Through. So we've already seen driving through the neighborhood numerous times, inserting themselves. I mean, you get it.
The intention of like finding out like what houses had night vision.
Helps him, figure out what happened and where he may be. And, I think it definitely.
Let me back that up.
Kind of what it looks like out there at nighttime. It's definitely not the same because, again, all of this happened at 3. I think Nick Barris from News Channel 5 said that the footage was from around like 3:10 a.m. You got to bear in mind that we were out there at like 7 something. We got there. It wasn't dark yet. So we went to the Bojangles. I got a chicken biscuit and some French fries. And I don't remember what they got, but mine was good.
She's like, I don't remember it. I didn't care. I
And
just wanted my chicken.
right, it was bow time. So then we went back and it was definitely dark then, right? But like we're driving around, you can smell people grilling. I mean, like they were not ready for bed. So, but we did get kind of a perspective as to what it really could look like at nighttime. Would you say that's fair?
Yeah, and I think, the big thing for me is even before the Nick Barris footage came out, we were talking about doing this to go and see if we could kind of get a feel for just exactly how well that area, that subdivision, is covered by security cameras, to get an idea of like how good of a chance does law enforcement have of seeing something that helps them, figure out what happened and where he may be. And I think it definitely worked out for us for that.
Yes, 100%, because I have a theory on where I believe this camera could be. Now, we got to talking about it, and we went out there with the intention of like finding out like what houses had night vision cameras, where the security cameras were. I'm not going to call out those specific houses because I feel like I don't want to be responsible for someone going up there and being like, oh, you ain't got no security.
Right.
I saw that on that Cluminati show. I'm about to go in. So I won't point them out, but I will give you a general direction as to where I think that camera could possibly be, in my unprofessional opinion. And again, the chat will be off the screen while I'm showing this, just so we can see it big, right? Because I know some people watch like on the phone. Okay. And kudos and thank you to wonderful fiance for his awesome camera work.
Oh, I just ran him. You're the one that had to run the image stabilization, and
I wasn't going to tell him all that, but
she said. So the iPhone's got really good image stabilization built in, but this night vision phone we've got, not so much, right? It's
terrible.
Definitely not capable of much other than recording in night vision. And I'm not a cameraman that can hold a phone steady, so she had to run this thing through some stabilization.
How many of you were aware that they went out there with night vision as of the 15th of March? Again, I ask you, is this going real life? You tell me.
Software. It turned out really good. She did a good job with it, though, I think.
Yeah, we got it together. Thank you, Cindy, very much for the super chat. Thanks for having the funnest yet informative channel on the Tube Clue Crew Nation. You all rock as well and are the best community out there. I second that 100%. You guys are all amazing. All right. Without further ado, let's get it. Oh, I meant to show y'all on the map first. So let me actually do that right now. Let me pull this map up so I can show you like where we started. I think it might throw everything off. It did. Okay, well, hold on. Here we go. Okay. I'm going to get to that point where, can you guys see my mouse or not? Hold on. Yep, there I am. Okay, so we're starting out like probably right around here, but you'll notice I make a right-hand turn and we turn in. I'm sorry, we're starting like right here. I make a right-hand turn and we turn onto Kellen. Okay. What? What's so funny? Throw glitter on it. Happy month anniversary. Toilet paper fun for Beyonce. Wipe well. You great. So yeah, we're starting right here and making a right, and we're going.
No, at this point in time, they were not part of any searches. They were just driving by and getting content and footage for their content. They weren't actively searching with anybody. That didn't start until after this.
Went up Kellen, okay?
Until Dolly and those guys all came out there, and then it was like a meet and greet for all the.
And of course, there's no sound because it's more or less like us just. Are you ready? Yeah.
Is it recording? Are we good?
Well, he gets it together in a minute, y'all.
Yeah.
He does.
I am not a professional cameraman. I just try to point it in the general vicinity and hope it goes well.
I am going to pause this and tell y'all the crazy idea we had for today. We are going back, like I just told you. We were literally trying to figure out how, with a converter box, a AC DC converter box, we could take our home security system, zip tie the cameras to the roof of the car somehow, and get film from like all 4 cameras in like true good night vision. But I don't know. We'll see. We probably attempted crazier crap. And mind you, this is just driving up Kellen, right? We're trying to get a feel for.
Oh yeah, they've been searching since the end of March when Dolly and JLR and those guys, Terry Lane, they're out there with searches as far as March goes. They did search. I will always say that. They searched at the end, but we're not there yet in the timeline of things. They did end up going and searching, and then they've been out there with SF and Crabtree and stuff, but yeah.
For like, and you can see a lot of light in the distance. You know what I mean?
No, you're
not. Right now, we're getting ready to turn onto Sebastian Street. We're almost to his house. It's, I think, like, not this next one. Oh, pause.
So that white gazebo right there, if you look on the overhead map, I'm sure a lot of you have seen it, and I know she showed it yesterday. It's kind of in the curve on his road, right? And behind that, off in the distance, you can see kind of a white building that's just above and to the left of that gazebo, and that's at the back side of his house. Yeah.
And I will say this on that surveillance video, not surveillance, but it's like, yeah, I guess the night vision, whatever, that thing that Nick Barris put out. So remember, someone said that the camera is possibly, he might not have said that, but it's looking towards the common area of the neighborhood where this gazebo is, and on backwards is what they consider the common area, because it's like a little gap between the two separate houses, right? They're on two separate streets, right? But it is a common area, if you will.
You get the gist of what's going on. So I'm going to fast forward it. They go through, this goes on and on and on with the night vision stuff, going through the neighborhood, breaking it down, looking at stuff. We all know. Again, we're just going in order of the time and the narratives that were being spun by creators. Here you go. This is a post from EquiSearch saying their drone assistance has been, now you're seeing more content being built off of random things right here.
Not release footage with vehicle. The next one, mom has the friendly neighbor boyfriend, not stepdad. But 100, there's another video involving a vehicle that appears after the flashlight video. I'm hoping
random Facebook comment.
Nick will let us know tonight. I bet he has it. So I'm just saying, these people from around these parts, and they know too, like I do, hold on to your man, okay? Because these hoes around here will serve you a peach cobbler pie and put you a piece so nice on the plate and get you distracted by all that warm, gooey goodness with ice cream, and then take your man in the back room and screw his brains out. I'm just saying. Like, these women around here are crazy, crazy. I've never seen nothing like this.
So this whole rant is based off of mom has the friendly neighbor boyfriend, not the stepdad. Talking about Katie, and that's what this.
So I moved here.
Get it?
Caroline, good point. What is so funny to you? I bet people think you're a pothead.
What?
Because all you do is sit there and maybe you have a stroke of genius at moments, but then 99% of the time you're just over there giggling like a
Because you
schoolgirl.
cracked me the hell up.
And 90,000. We go on to let's see what's
being polite. Oh yeah. Okay. So every
oh, what was that? Yeah, more records, court records, custody records that were being shown on Chris's custody stuff. Yeah. More Facebook posts. Quite interesting, huh? Facebook posts being built into content. Say it ain't so. Say it ain't so. And not the Help Find Sebastian Rogers Facebook group, is it? Oh, it is. Shocking. So that's basically what her 5-hour video is on the 15th is, building salacious theories and speculation off of their night vision and random Facebook rants and anonymous posts and posts on Facebook. So there you go. It's about as real life as you can get, but I want to move on. The 16th of March. I'm so disgusted. I'm so disgusted by people that accept this shit and say it's fine. Or people have changed. What the fact that they went from one side to the other? Nah. Nope. Let's go to JLR on the 16th.
An effort to good morning. JLR investigates. Come on in, everyone. Let's have a conversation. New update in the Sebastian Rogers case. Plus, the father has been speaking, the stepfather, Christopher Proudfoot. Let me fix this up a little bit. I am traveling en route this morning, and as we've been covering the Sebastian Rogers case every single morning on JLR Investigates, what's the latest, what's being heard. So get yourself a great cup of coffee. I went to a store this morning called Stripes. I am in Central Texas. I am in an area called Azona, which is pretty much in the middle of nowhere in Western Texas. Rugged land, but Sebastian Rogers, the TBI, has given out a new statement last night, ladies and gentlemen. And this statement is interesting, folks. Come on in. Let's talk. Let's talk about 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers. We're keeping his face out there. The mystery deepens. The mystery deepens on what happened to Sebastian, right? Where is he? Who's involved? A child just does not vanish. Someone knows something. Someone knows something out there. And, you know, the TBI is claiming they're working around the clock. They're claiming they did this, that, and the other. So we're going to listen to their statement that the TBI gave. We're going to read their statement. On February 26, 2024, 15-year-old Sebastian disappeared from his Sumner County home, leading to a large-scale ground search that resulted in first responders covering about 2,000 total miles in effort to find him. And that's interesting, folks. 2,000 miles. Now, is that square miles or is that miles? That's a lot. But, folks, I told you on JLR Investigates just the other day, maybe even yesterday, that it was confirmed to me that authorities were looking into the stepfather, Christopher Proudfoot, and his issues in New Mexico. So 2,000 miles makes me feel like, hey, they went all the way to New Mexico.
Are you, how do they do this? And people just eat it up.
Because between Memphis and Tennessee, or the state of Tennessee, it's much more than 2,000 miles. Do you agree?
2,000 square miles, you idiot. 5-mile radius.
They should track everything. But, you know, hearing what I'm hearing now, let me just say on JLR Investigates, and people are sending me tips and information about Christopher and his ties to Virginia and different things he's done in Virginia. You see, we know a lot on JLR Investigates. We do get the goods. We figure things out. We watch from afar, we watch from above, and we look down and see what in the world is going on and what authorities are doing and who's saying what, and listening for people to come out of the woodwork, because people are coming out of the woodwork. Christopher Proudfoot also, after the statement was released by the TBI, coincidentally starts chattering it up with people on Facebook, which is very interesting. So they went 2,000 total miles in an effort to find him, but he's not found. Sebastian is not found. We continue to work with the Sumner County Sheriff's Office and the FBI to both proactively pursue information that may be relevant to the search for Sebastian. So, FBI is involved. FBI is involved in this case. They also say Secret Service is involved in this case, which is interesting. I wonder why Secret Service is involved. Does anyone know why Secret Service would be involved? FBI. You know why I think the FBI might be involved? Because we're dealing with an investigation that goes over interstate lines, ladies and gentlemen. Like TBI said, 2,000 miles. Where was that 2,000 miles?
That's completely misleading this audience intentionally. The title of this video was Sebastian Rogers, Mystery Deepens, Parents Under Investigation.
Is it out of state at all? Is any of this involved with behaviors of persons of interest, suspects, anyone that goes out of the state of Tennessee? Well, guess what, folks? We know that they searched a dumpster or a landfill in the state of Kentucky. So, yeah, they went out of state in reference to this case, at least doing some investigative things. Secret Service does geofencing. Thank you, PK. Geofencing, Secret Service. So what else does the Secret Service do, and why is the Secret Service involved in this case? Interesting. We have not forgotten about Sebastian. Much of the work currently being done to bring Sebastian home may not necessarily be public or visible. But agents, detectives, and intelligent analysts continue to work around the clock to review every bit of information available. Sebastian's family has remained cooperative.
With him, intentional. Absolutely intentional. Some of the other ones just dumb because it's for content. They don't care. With him, intentional.
Since the search began, and have done whatever law enforcement has asked of them. That's an interesting statement too. Are the parents cooperating? Or are the parents cooperating in the sense of only giving law enforcement what they ask the family? Is the family willing to give them more? Or are they just doing just the necessities? Basically, is if law enforcement says, take a polygraph, take a polygraph. Law enforcement says, let me see your phone, let me see your phone. But are the parents, step parents, anyone involved in this case, giving them more than they asked for? That remains to be seen. At this stage in the investigation, there are few clues to indicate what happened to Sebastian or where he might be. There is not proof at this time that there's any criminal element involved in this disappearance.
Oh, wait, but everybody's been telling you it's a criminal investigation that we've heard in the last few segments. The creators, law enforcement, never said that, but he's reading the TBI update that said there's no criminal element.
But also,
at that point,
there's not any proof that there is not a criminal involvement. That's interesting, right? So they lean it both ways. No proof that there was criminal element, but no proof that there wasn't criminal element. What do you think about that statement? So agents and investigators are reviewing any possibility at all that may indicate where Sebastian is. Are they basically telling us they're stumped? Is this going to turn into another Summer Wells case? Summer Wells missing for over 1,000 days. TBI, Tennessee Bureau Investigation, the same investigators in this case. Are they going to go that same route? Because
6 days after this, he gets a call from Seth Rogers himself to go film him as he's searching a park an hour away from where Sebastian went missing from. Make that make sense.
Some of the language in the statements reminds me of Summer Wells, by the way. In order to preserve, here we go. Here's what case in point. In order to preserve the integrity of the investigation, we cannot discuss many of the specifics surrounding the case. Does that sound familiar? Yeah, Summer Wells. Well, we know how many people care about Sebastian and what has been done and is still being done to bring him home. Also, we want to caution the public about putting too much stock into information being presented in various media forms that is inaccurate or incomplete and could be damaging to the investigation. They've done the same thing with Summer Wells.
And you see his little smirk there. He knows exactly what law enforcement is warning against. People like him and his salacious content and misinformation.
Remember when Ronnie Lawson and all them said, people on the internet's putting all this stuff that could hurt the case. Interesting. So they say, we ask the public to help us by refraining from sharing speculation posted by or discussed by non-official sources and reporting only credible tips or information to 1-800-TBI-FIND. Did the same thing with Summer Wells. Information that has been released by the TBI and or Sumner County Sheriff's Office throughout the investigation, including a list of frequently asked questions, can be reviewed below. And these are the questions, folks.
We've read through this. We don't need to see that, but you can see how giddy JLR is about the continued spread of misinformation. Revival, you here? We're going to go back. We're going to continue on to the 16th. I'm going to finish out with Betty, but I'm going to Revival. This might be the one you wanted to hear. So before we go back to Betty, you hear what JLR is doing. You see how they, again, this isn't based on what was factually coming from law enforcement. This is that group of people using Facebook groups to form narratives and run with misinformation. He was a huge source of misinformation in his Facebook group and have continued to be. Major source of misinformation. Everybody that we've watched has been flip-flopping, doing all of the things. Yeah, peak 100%. Okay, here we go. March 16th, Cluminati. Seth Rogers gives me a reality check. Let's listen. Let's listen to what it said.
We had to drive back twice.
Hold on. Let me back this up.
Then we had to take our daughter to a birthday party thing, right? We dropped her off and we're like, well, we're down the road. So it is really pretty here today. The sun is out. Grass is green. Hardly any clouds. Those like wispy kind that look like what's left over in a cotton candy machine once they roll your stuff out. So we're like, we'll drive by again and see if we can get some good footage in the daytime, right? And we did. I'll show you. And I didn't find my dang boot last night. Okay. I looked all over the ground while we were driving. I was like, dang it, the boot is gone. But we really did look for it. It wasn't there. We also got more footage while we were there last night. I don't have that to show you. But anyway, so we're driving around, right? And then we get up to like the construction site where
Kim, I will never say anything good about that man after what he did to the Sandy Hook victims and every family since then. I have nothing good to say about JLR.
You can see it in the neighborhood, and I see like little people walking, right? And I'm like, who is that? I'm like, surely they're not working today. They didn't look like they were working. Everybody had their head like pointed down, and we had to drive back twice because, well, the camera wasn't rolling. My cameraman failed me the first go around. Okay. So I had to drive back again, and the people are still there, and they like their heads are down, they're searching. Right. So then we go to the construction site, and we see like some people up there and just standing by some vehicles. And we were both kind of like, we were like, should we pull in there and see like, you know, what they're doing? Can we help? You know what I mean? So we come back around and we pull in there. Y'all, not curse. Okay, I'm trying to work on that. Okay, I am a lady. I'm trying to become a better lady. I crap y'all not. We pull in and I'm like, that's his dad. And fiance's like, oh, I don't know. I don't think so. And I'm like, you can go talk to him? Because I was like, I'm not about to go up there. I don't know those people. I'm like, I'm not doing that. And you're the man.
See, this is why I think she misspoke about meeting him on March 3rd. I don't know when she actually met him. But this is the 16th of March.
You go handle the brave stuff. So he was like, I'll go up there and talk to him. So he walks up there and like I see him talking for a minute and nobody's pulling no weapon or nothing. So I'm like, all right, I'll get out the truck. So I get out and I walk over there and I knew it. I like recognized the man, right? But the fiance's like, that's his dad. And introduced me, right? He's like, this is my fiance. Then he tells me, he's like, that's Sebastian's dad. And I'm like, it's almost like such a surreal moment in time that you kind of, I think.
Remember, looking back, there's red flags, right? Interesting.
This case for real happening right here has been a true like reality check for me personally, because I sit all day and I look at all these cases that are going on across the country, and it's like I have no problem throwing shade or doubt or suspicion over the Moscow Police Department or Scott Green, the president. But today, seeing him there and talking to him immediately, like I start crying because I'm like, I put myself in his fiance was probably looking at me like, oh my gosh, my girl looked crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it was an extremely powerful moment for sure. I like we've been talking about it ever since, and it's like I still haven't like completely just woosah about it, right? Because it's just it's a really powerful thing. A really powerful thing to put a lot of time talking and discussing and looking at it, and then actually meet the person directly involved with this. And he's
Parody Street, let me give you a quick rundown of things that you're not missing. The filing in Pennsylvania is completely fucked. The Granny's lawyer doing great. Thank God for that situation. The green team and the red team are still running with targeted narratives and hate campaigns against one side or the other of parents. The misinformation is running rampant and the content farming continues to happen. Sebastian was lost week 1, very beginning of March, end of February. It hasn't been about Sebastian. There's zero awareness for Sebastian. Nobody's out there. It's become games, X Wars, and there's your catch up on everything. Now there is this new little photo that Betty and crew are running with that, oh, do you see what I see? And that comes from Terry Lynn's camp. There's your rundown. Nothing's changed. We're going back to the optics of how creators insert themselves and sell their audience as a story. That's what we're doing here. But there is nothing new. Absolutely zero anything. It's all games. It's division, continued targeted campaigns. That's it. You're not missing shit. Please do not waste any time trying to catch up because you're not missing shit.
out there hunting for
He's
his kid.
looking,
It's a powerful thing.
like because y'all know how I am. I don't put trust in nobody. I don't care what you say to me. I don't care what you say on
Petty, yes, that's his the 501c3 that they started originally in California and has now been transferred as of May to Tennessee.
a TV interview. There's a part of me that's like, I need to see it to believe it.
Yeah.
And I think that's the biggest part was just the sheer, like, my heart. I hope you understand. I don't think he watches this show, but that's fine. But I hope he understands that my heart completely goes out to him. And I told him that. I'm like, we have a 18-year-old, and I just absolutely could not freaking imagine being in your position. And I mean, I'm like sitting there like tears, like fiance knows when I'm like upset, you know what I mean? And I have to say, like, seeing him literally in the middle of that construction site doing what he's supposed to be doing what any parent who gives any sort of crap about their kid should be doing, was just like, okay.
No, it's an experience I will never forget.
I do agree with that.
I will never forget, because when I walked up and you had told me, you like, I think that's Seth, and I'm like, I don't know, and I mean, either way, I'm going to go talk to whoever it is, because I truly wanted to go up there and see. It seemed like an organized group of people searching, and it's like, okay, instead of us just
Ironic that Sarah Jane, that was just on BJ's panel, is in Clue's comment section. Shocking.
driving around and whatnot, maybe there's an organized way they're going about it, and we can help out. And when I got up there, and this lady, they were asking me what we were doing, and I told them we were just out, saw them out, thought we would stop and see if maybe they were searching, if we could help. And this lady literally looks at me and said, well, this is Seth, Sebastian's dad. And I was speechless. I didn't, like, for about 3 seconds, I didn't know what to say. And I just, I told him, I said, you have my complete sympathy. And I went up and shook his hand, and I didn't really know what else to say, because it was just, I don't know. I felt completely just overwhelmed in that moment, because it's like, I mean, this guy is out here literally doing, he is the boots on the ground.
Yes.
Right? Like, he is the boots on the ground. He is out here doing everything he can. Got a folder in his truck of flyers.
The things that have changed in 10 months, isn't it ironic?
He gave us a bunch of flyers. We took them to the 3 businesses on the way home, right? We took them to 3 places here and asked, could we put them on the door? All of them said yes, so we hung them up. And tomorrow we're going to obviously go get our daughter, and then we're going to the next town over, and we're going to flood that place with them. Like, for me, it was a moment where I just wanted to, like, literally have the ability in myself and with fiance to just, like, I don't know, walk 10 feet and be like, there he is. And you couldn't do that. And it was so sad. Like, y'all, it was really like the most surreal thing. Like, you just couldn't take him to his kid. You know what I mean? Like, I've been going live. I've been driving through the neighborhood. I'm trying to get the word out about him. And it's like, you want to be able to get him with his baby. And I have to say, I think he is 500,000% genuine. He's more man than I could ever be.
Yeah, he's definitely genuine in his the interview he did on News Channel 5. 100%, every bit of it's genuine. This guy's the real deal, right? He is the real deal. The dad that he presents himself to be. I'm 100% convinced of that. And I'm glad we got the opportunity, and it just sort of happened that way, that we actually got to meet him and truly offer. I mean, I literally told him, if there is anything at all you need, we could do to help, all you got to do is let us know. And his exact words were, he wants people to put the word out, get the flyers out there, get his face out there everywhere that they can. And it's like, that's all he's asking for people to do. And it's like, yeah, I mean, that, I don't know. I don't even know what to say about it. It's craziness.
That's why I have, for me, it's like, I don't know if people just randomly look on YouTube for like a live or something that they could go to, or a show they can watch, whatever. I don't know how I pick stuff like, I don't know, deep ocean exploration, right? But every voice counts. And I will say, if I can promise you this much, okay, had we met with the other party involved in this, I don't think we would have gotten any sort of, for one, like, conversation.
Yeah, I don't get that impression either.
Right. Or questions answered. And I will say this. So I understand that YouTube is a platform that a lot of people use for money. They want to get money. They want to get, I don't know, like, I've seen people rush to put a story out first, and then the story turned out to be complete BS. It's just nothing but rumors. And
wow,
it would be very easy for me to sit here and say, he told me this, he told me this, he told us this, he feels this way. And I'm not going to do that, because I wasn't, interviewing.
Tempest, she did. She sure did, but I'm going to remain silent. I've got a lot of opinions that probably aren't.
Him, you know what I mean? It was for real a moment of, listen, if we can do anything, let us do it. And they asked, we told them like where we lived, and they were talking about, is there businesses and stuff out there where you could, and we're like, absolutely. They gave us a stack of flyers. Immediately I passed the house to go and put more of those flyers out, because it's like, that is truly what I want to do with my platform and my voice, if that makes any sense.
Well, and that's what he asked. So that was his that was his answer to my question of what can we do to help, and that was what he wanted. So we're trying to do what we can.
It was a very enlightening conversation. Some of the questions that, of course, fiance and I think a lot of other people too have had, were answered. And I will say this much. The story that has been put out that Sebastian walked away is not something that is even, I think, off the table for him.
No, the possibility, it being possible, it does exist, even for him, right? Like that, we did talk about that to a degree. And I asked him, I'm like, you know, from what we talked about, you know, what we've looked at and things like that. And I asked him, I said, do you think that the story that's been presented to us is possible? With, you know, and
Baby, agree. So which one's the real her? Any of you even know? This is why it's so frustrating for me to see subs. Like, I don't care who you guys support. Truly don't give a shit. Don't care. But we're strangers to all of you. But creators literally can tell you anything. And people run with it and believe it. And, oh, you know, she's so genuine. She meant so well. You know, she just wanted to help him. So what's the answer now? Why are we... why has she flipped on him and defended Katie and Chris? Is it because of content? Yeah, she has from jump. When we're in reality Thor, everybody knew the same information. It was the same bullshit being ran around by the internet, per usual. They all do the same thing. All of it. Every bit of it. I'm going to play a little bit further, but Revival, I think this will answer some of those questions you were asking.
he said, yeah, it is possible. So, you know, there is a possibility. And in a guy that is extremely, you know, frustrated, I'm sure he's wore out. He's been on the ground searching, doing everything he can. I'm sure it's hard for him to keep that level of reality check with himself. And for him to say that, then I gotta say that.
And yes, I know, according to her, she left these streams up, not because she changed her opinion, but because of petty Betty, bored housewives like myself who need something to talk about. So that's why. Thank you, Clue, for leaving these up for my bored ass.
That possibility does exist because he's even willing to consider that. So, you know.
Yeah, let me go through these before the chat goes up so much.
Okay.
The one life, thank you very much for your super chat. She said, starting out tonight's tip jar, throw glitter on it. Thank you for your super chat. She says, I got 5 on it, and now I will be singing that song for the next 2 days. Cindy, hello. I saw you come in, by the way. Robin Latham, thank you for the super chat. She says, hi, Clue, and all in chat, prayers for Sebastian. Oh, and April QT, thank you for the super sticker. I think that's a chipmunk.
Yeah, so which is true, Venus? Which is the reality? Which
What
one's
it says
true?
on it. Sorry.
Who is she?
So
Seth or Chris and Katie?
Yeah, like there is, I guess, and I'm just gonna say this much, okay? At first, like when covering Idaho, right, and I hear that like the police aren't giving anything to the parents, right? Mm-hmm. Remember, Steve kept saying they're not telling me anything. You know, I'm like on my own out here. That is, at first I look at it and it makes me mad. You know what I mean? Because I'm like, this is the parents. Right. Like, you need to tell them something.
Right.
But watching the rumor mill in regards to this case, for instance, I saw earlier JLR had put out a video and it said failed polygraph on the front, right? It's
oh, Revival. I could care less. Do you think I ain't one of no. I know I know that it bothers other people, but trust and believe. I see people. I stay away from people for a reason. The fake fucking bullshit. Nah, not for me. No. The facts are the facts. I didn't fucking lie. I'm showing it to you guys. She was a huge problem and a part of the flip-flop and misinformation. Sorry, it is for what it is. I'm so sick of hearing people say, well, people change. What's changed? Who she's targeting? Okay. The harm's still done. She was still doing all of the things that we stand against, that re-victimize victims and victimize the families. She was a part of doing all of that.
It's not true. If someone doesn't watch that video and listen to what he says, when he says, did he fail a polygraph?
Right.
Did they fail? Like, that is...
Fuck, at this point in time, you might as well just say go in real life. As long as they're parents of a missing child, it's acceptable to go real life because everybody seems to think it's okay because they're sleuthing it out, right? Yeah. We've heard Brittany J talk about how she was so grateful that somebody sent her this Zillow stuff of that. Why do you need that? You fucking weirdos. You fucking weirdos. Let law enforcement, you don't care about missing children, because if you cared about missing children, you wouldn't fucking be blasting somebody's layout, their floor plan of their home all over the internet for complete freaks to watch.
That's how I think a lot of stuff can be misconstrued, misconveyed. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And watching how the rumor mill flies around here, it's like, it's always a constant combat between the truth, actual facts, and what someone has dreamed up. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
And I can't even imagine, y'all. I'm not even kidding. I cannot imagine the pain that Seth feels every day, because he actually relayed the same sort of mentality and message that Steve G had. They don't tell me anything.
Yeah, I mean, I think he said that even though he's he is with Davidson County Sheriff's Office in this situation, he's just another one of us. And when he said that, I was just like, I mean, that hit hard, right? Because it's like, and I told him, I was like, you're a better man than me, because I couldn't, I don't know how I would handle that. I don't think I could handle that. And it's, I don't know. It's a really overwhelming thing, right? To see that firsthand from the person that's directly involved in that, and to hear them say that. And it's like, man, I mean, I just can't imagine how rough that is, how much of a toll it's got to play on you. But the point is that is truly the case, right?
Yeah, they don't tell people anything.
So,
and they don't, I don't know. I couldn't do it. Y'all, like, I'm trying to tell you right now, I'm so helicopter mom. I wish you would tell me you're not about to tell me something, or give me some sort of message to that tune. Like, I'm trying to tell y'all, I would be in jail. Like, that's not a joke. That's why I say he is way more man than I could ever be. Obviously I'd have to have a schlong, but I don't. So being a woman, he's way more man than even I know, probably fiance.
Yeah, I told him that. He's a better man than I could be, because I just couldn't imagine being in his shoes and handling it as well as he appears to be handling it. Because I thought about that too, walking up. And when they said, I think that's why I sort of didn't know what to say when this lady said, this is Seth Sebastian's dad, is it's like, I instantly am putting myself in this guy's shoes, and I'm thinking, I don't know how I would respond to that. I don't know how I would feel in that situation. And it's like, all I can do is try to show the absolute most respect to him that I can, because I'm truly out here just trying to help any way I can.
So I will say, I see some of you guys saying that, like, someone said that they were like his mom, da da da. There are family members in some of these groups. On Facebook.
Yeah.
There are family members of, I guess, Seth, Katie, Christopher, Sebastian. There are family members in these groups, okay? But I think the biggest takeaway for me today was a realization that I've already come to on my own, okay? But it was just another kind of...
Venus, I have to laugh about that, because somebody else the other day said that, I don't know I can't remember exactly what was said, but basically, like, she scares people. And I'm like, for fucking what? Like, how does she scare people or intimidate people? Like, what? Because she's got a fucking foul mouth? I mean, I said a few more things, but like, there is nothing here that is intimidating. Nothing. There is not a goddamn thing. She is just like the rest of them to me. Just like the rest. And if this isn't a prime example of the flip-flop and fake fuckery, oh, they met Seth. And for whoever asked, this is right after supposedly they met Seth. But she told us out of her own mouth that she met him the 3rd of March. But now it was, obviously, the date on this one, just so you guys are aware, right here, is the 16th of March. And she's talking about meeting Seth. But now she goes back and rewrites this and says, she got an off feeling about him from jump. So which is it? Which is it? This is why creators, you'll never convince me otherwise, that it's all for clicks and views. They're going to tell you what they want you to feel.
Gentle reminder that these people who are on this platform for shock factor, for clicks and views and stuff like that, are truly damaging to people. Like, I couldn't imagine him. Let's take
the irony of this. The fucking, I hate chasing the irony of all this. Yeah. Yep. And then when she changed her opinion, she came back and said she had off feelings about him from jump.
Seth, for instance, right? And he's online and say there was a rumor like there is about Ethan, where they were decapitation and urine bath. Like, I couldn't imagine looking at this man knowing that he's like reading this stuff or hearing this stuff online. Like, what a freaking nightmare.
Well, yeah, I think the message to take away from that situation is, you know, everybody speculates, even the family members, right? We saw that firsthand today. You know, he's got his own speculations, right? But
Venus, it's because people see her as some sort of like information provider. They see, and she's dangling shit that she's learned from the parents, whether it be one side or the other. That is how people, creators, align themselves in these cases. Just like we've heard JLR. JLR is talking about his sources, his sources, his sources. We don't know who the fuck these people are, but they are seen as some sort of authority and access to information that might be salacious, behind the scenes information when they're out here playing the most fuckery. The Tempest, opinions change, but when you're a creator, this is a problem. This is a problem. And she's acknowledging, she knows it's a problem.
you got to be careful.
But now, as long as it's trashing Seth, she's a part of it. What? And we heard her on Pascal's in part 5 say all the things about Katie.
You got to be considerate that, you know, what you speculate will get back to the families that are hurting in any situation, right? So just be mindful about that.
Yeah.
That's the.
Oh, Pika and Angel, I don't know what you guys are talking about, but I have a lot of hesitations on SF. Personally, I think he's created a lot of chaos. He's not a defendant in the lawsuit, releasing stuff, in my opinion, that could be harmful to the actual defendants. I don't know. It's fucking weird. The games that are being played, the intentional leaks, I'm not interested in any of that shit, because at the end of the day, this is affecting people's real lives. This lawsuit isn't a fucking joke. And it's getting old.
Not to say not to do it, because like I said, everybody does, but it's just be mindful in the things that you say when you're speculating, because it could get back to them and it could be hurtful for sure.
Seth is 100% out there looking for his son. Like, seeing that today was just like,
full allergy. She's on the list. She is absolutely on the list of coming up in her date range. For anybody that doesn't know what we're doing, these are the dates in order. We are going from the date he went missing. Part 1 is the date he went missing, the creators that inserted themselves, the rumor mill, the Facebook posts, all of that stuff. This is the 13th through the 16th is what we are watching right now.
oh my gosh, like, it was really like, okay, so where we were today, we went and drove through the neighborhood.
Oh,
all right. And then we actually went.
Yeah, he's got licenses in multiple states. Yeah. You know how I feel about, Pika, you know. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Carry on. Ignore me over here.
Back to the construction site, and they were at the construction site.
Yeah, there was a group of about, I think, 6 people, including Seth.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 5 or 6 people.
And they were getting like wrapping up for lunch when we left.
Yeah.
So I don't know when they got there. Obviously, they were there before we were. But
I'm not here to change anybody's opinions on these creators. You guys do as you wish. You guys support who you want. That will never affect me one way or the other. You support people like this. Just understand that you're supporting misinformation and harm being done to families. And that's where I stand. And there will never be any. But there's a lot more than her. Again, it's not just one-sided. BJ, JLR, like you've seen bit by bit how they come in, how they run with salacious rumors, misinformation, grab onto something. There has been zero. The only 2 interviews that we've seen so far from the time he went missing to the time to now that have given a shit about bringing awareness to Sebastian is Duchess and Mo & Co. And I throw Mo & Co in there because she was articulate and very methodical about the timeline and the details of Sebastian going missing. She did her homework and her research. And it was very, very well done. The only 2 interviews that we have seen that have even remotely been about bringing awareness of Sebastian were those 2. The rest targeted against the parents.
We asked about Sebastian. We did learn that that part. And again, guys, like, this is where I've speculated, and I know a lot of other people have too, like, on how Sebastian really is. Like, were the stepdad and the mom trying to make it like worse than it really is. And I will say that Seth did confirm he is in maturity a lot, not a lot, but behind a 15-year-old, right?
I think he said
like 11.
Yeah, about
right.
11.
So 11 is about the age that he said in a 15-year-old body. Okay. So he is, I guess, maturity wise,
He's a little behind.
behind,
but functioning wise,
the same.
Well, and I explained to him, like, my perception based on the interviews the step parents have given is just me looking at what they've said, I take it and say
There's one comment in the comment section over here. It's Encyclopedia of True Crime and The Unknown, I think is what the channel name is. Don't you think all the creators that have been pointing out everything they think is suspicious of mom and stepdad are irresponsible too? All of y'all pointing towards them without proof damages. Sure does.
presenting a child that's not able to even tie his shoes on his own, maybe just above that, right? And
Mo and Co.
I was like, ultimately, my question is, if he were out there hiding, it seems.
Jet Setter, I highly disagree. Highly disagree that SF is the GOAT. Sorry. I don't think anybody is ever going to be called the GOAT. And you're entitled to your opinions, but somebody that's intentionally like causing more, because every time he goes at them, they go back at Chris and Katie. Again, he is actually not standing in the way of less harm being done to the parents. He's actually intensifying the harm being done in the narratives because they're not going back at SF. SF isn't a defendant. He's a distractor. And the one thing I will give him is he has credentials to actually search, and he has done that. But beyond that, the harm that he's creating, it's just another line of distraction. Sorry. And I don't find it cool that any PIs search Facebook groups for clients either.
It's like the way they portray.
And I'm not saying that about him, but people he's associated with definitely do.
He would just sort of just not even notice these people. And I'm like, is it possible that if he were out trying to not be seen, is it possible that he could stay out of sight on purpose? And he was like, yeah, absolutely. So he is. I think the perception the step parents or the stepdad and the mom have given everybody through the interviews, and maybe partly due to the media and the way they've clipped it up, possibly, is that he's almost helpless. But that's far from the case. Absolutely far from the case.
We did verify that yes, there was a search dog that picked up his scent, and it did lead to the construction site. He doesn't know where in the construction site though. Only that is where it led to the construction site. Like when we say it was almost like kind of
I'm not
ridiculous to hear that they don't share information. That is an example of what we mean, because he was unable to tell us where. He just knows that that's where it led and then stopped.
Yeah.
And I think like that's, to me, craziness. Like, I'm out here trying to find my son. Tell me an area that I need to be looking in.
Yeah.
He also told.
Let me add to this also. Like, I look at things that are being done right now. Granny's in a lawsuit, a frivolous fucking lawsuit that's been filed on her. And a lot of these people, Granny and Barbecue are the only defendants. The only defendants. Releasing stuff about the lawsuit and stuff that's without the term, whatever is happening. I would think, well, me personally, unless it was helpful for the attorneys and Granny has a whole attorney that is repping her, that is handling things. The unnecessary bullshit, it's just content. It's just content. It's just back and forth smear campaigns. But the shots being fired are landing on the parents, not the other people.
What us I'm so like, y'all can tell I'm like treading water right here, because I'm like, I don't want to, because I do understand completely. Even the stepdad is in group saying, I can't give details on this because it is an investigation. And that is right. It is an investigation. And you don't want to put anything out there that's going to jeopardize the investigation and possibly make it to where justice is not brought for Sebastian, if that makes sense. However, the RV, and I've seen this in a Facebook group, okay, so I'm not like, it's not like earth-shattering info, but it was what he stayed in when he was at work. That's basically what he lived in when he was at work.
Yeah, when he's out of town working, he lives in that pull-behind camper.
Correct.
Yeah.
And
the stepdad does.
Right, the stepdad. and that it's not parked where everyone assumes that it parks.
Yeah.
If that makes any sense. So I don't think it's gone. No, it was still
It
at
was
the
still
house.
there for sure. Yeah, it was there.
Matter of fact, I'll just go on and play this.
I would drive.
Yeah, I'll play the drive from today. And also the one last night, I have something that's missing. I saw somebody ask earlier what was missing. What's missing is, y'all remember that camera I showed you guys that like had the blue light flashing, and it's obviously like from the cops. The cops have set it there. It's like a 360-degree camera. That was gone last night when we went. So it was almost just like, what? Why? You know what I mean? Like, why? And I can say that's a question that I asked Seth because he is in law enforcement. And he said, I don't know.
Yeah, that's when he told us that. When you asked him, that's when he told us that in this case, he's just like any other one of us in terms of what he's privy to. Basically, if it's not public knowledge, he doesn't know.
Right. You got to do this. Welcome to the Clue Crew, because my throat is done. So I'm not even going to say that name.
Would you call him Shazza Banana or something like that? Is what you said?
Chasing. Thank you. It drives me freaking nuts because there's a lot of people that do it. Spanky does it too. It's a constant with a lot of these people. If you sit back and listen to them, they do that all the time. Right? Right? It's something that just maddens me.
Shazza Banana. Yes.
We're going to listen to a few more minutes of this, and then we're going to switch to Betty's coverage, because Betty was involved in this a lot sooner than a lot of people will recognize. And it's interesting how she came in.
So I'm like, Shazzy Banana.
Welcome to the Clue Crew.
That was
you
so
could have
bad.
done way better than that.
I'm just going to take that over. Shazzy Banana. Welcome to the Clue Crew.
See, that was fine.
Why? I don't know why they removed the camera. Like, I really, because we showed it, maybe. I mean, but to be fair, it was in the middle of the damn cul-de-sac. It's not like they had it in hiding. You know what I mean?
Well, it's all, it goes to the question of what was it doing there, right? What was the purpose of it being there is sort of the first question, and then why has that purpose now been served to the point that you can remove it?
My only thought was,
CJK, did you know she wasn't the first one to accuse them, though? Do you know that many of these people have made allegations that they did something to their son way before Betty did? I know Betty is one of the most highly disliked out here for good reason, 100% for good reason, because she has a pattern of doing this in case after case. But I wish people would open their eyes and see that the rest of these creators are just the same as Betty. They're just accepted by a few in this case because they dislike Seth. So as long as people will talk shit about Seth, people think it's okay because he has been problematic with his own behavior. But how is it different? Yeah, CJK, you can go back and see part 5. There's actually this one calls into Pascal's and makes some accusations too. Yeah, it was happening way, way sooner than Betty. Yep. Well, and they're chasing. The other thing is they're accepted by people that some would say, you know how it goes, the optics game that people play out here.
And I don't know when they put it there, but I would think they were utilizing it for if they saw him walking anywhere in the neighborhood.
And see, I was thinking more that it was a situation where it's
absolutely Sunday,
right? Because I noticed in the TBI update last.
And that's one thing people need to start recognizing too, is this filing in Pennsylvania is its own problem in itself. Yes, Sebastian's name was used and it's disgusting, but that has nothing at the baseline to do with Sebastian or Sebastian's disappearance. That's its own situation that is going real life on other people and used his name to do so. Once again, completely smearing his dignity. But the two in themselves are completely separate incidents and need to be treated as such.
Snyder yesterday, which I know this word doesn't just refer to, doing surveillance, but they said they had canvassed the area, right? And I'm like, okay, so maybe this camera is related to that because it wasn't there on the 3rd when we went the first time, right? It was put in sometime after that or parked there sometime after that.
That's why I'm just over here in my canoe chasing, running through the rapids going, catch me if you can. Now, I don't, that's the thing is I don't want to be accepted. To sell myself out and to think that this is acceptable, like this goes against everything. And I was wrong and not doing my due diligence and being okay with this. If I would have went back and seen all of this, I would have been like, what the fuck? What the fuck? But I didn't. I didn't know that this was how she came into this. I had no clue.
And it's like, now it's gone. So, maybe they're wrapped up with their footage gathering.
I will say this. Somebody just said JLR and stepdad. JLR also said step and real dad were not good buddies, talking almost every day. I will say this. I will say the craziest thing. Well, the craziest thing that I'm going to put out that I heard him say is I think right in the beginning when we got there, we were talking about the interviews between the stepdad and the mom and then him. And literally without me prompting it, without anyone else saying it, he literally said, it's like night and day. The differences between our interviews are crazy. And I'm like, oh, 100%. So I am with JLR on that one. The impression, I think that was possibly trying to be pushed by the stepdad is not
chasing. I think we are I think we should be thankful for not being accepted. Truly. I think we probably should be thankful we're not accepted in some places. I think that's okay. Maybe it's because we're too old. I don't know.
exactly how that relationship was, if that makes sense. Like, I don't, the closeness or whatever is not as close as I think stepdad was making it seem. Download the video. They were placing. Maybe that's Grammy. That could be 100%. That could be. I can also say that lie detector tests were spoke about in our conversation, and I won't divulge that information just because, again, it is part of an investigation. But that conversation was had because I saw some of you guys talking about it. I think it's just heartbreaking. Period. At the end of
Yeah, but before Venus, it was Katie did something to her child in a community post too.
the day, it is a heartbreaking situation. The fact that this man was literally just about to get his son with him full time, get to be an actual parent, I think is, I just couldn't imagine a worse type of situation to be in.
No, I don't know. It's one of those things we were talking about this a little while ago. Like, in this situation, I got the impression that hope is a really hard thing to keep alive for the people directly involved in this. It's a challenge, right? It's obvious to me that it's still there, but it seems like it's a daily challenge to probably keep it there. And I think the help and the support from the community is what's probably doing that. You know,
Whose chat yesterday? Never say never. If you're talking about Clue, I do not watch any of her recent stuff. You will not catch me there. Period. Point blank. End of story. Not at all. If you are talking about her chat, no. I don't have time. Nor am I interested. You'll never see me hanging out with a racist. Period. Point blank. End of story. Never. No. Nope. The only thing I have gone back and done is grabbed her old interviews for the timeline, but otherwise, no. Nope, you will not see me even give a view over there. Once you are known as, there is nothing that is acceptable to me and what I stand for that is ever going to be okay with somebody typing in a chat that they want to start a GoFundMe to ship people back to Africa. Period, point blank, end of story. I am not a thin-skinned bitch. I am not a weak-spined bitch. I stand firmly where I stand on that shit. Once I see who you are and you show it to the whole entire, no, I have no use for that shit. There is fucking no point in that shit. I won't be back. Talk all the shit, say all the shit you want. Cool. Racism is unacceptable. And anybody that supports that shit or excuses it or condones it or minimizes it, the fuck out of here. The fuck out of here. Because people I love are impacted by ignorance like that. So there ain't ever going to be a day that I accept that shit or condone it or no, you won't even see me lurking in a chat or being in the bushes. Nope.
you know what I mean?
I do agree with that. And I also think it's possibly there to maintain
sanity and civility,
right.
Probably, yeah.
Is the impression. Yeah, that's where I will leave that.
Yeah, it was obvious. It's an extremely hard situation for him, extremely frustrating situation for him, and rightfully so. All day, 100%.
He was.
And let me just be very clear: her problematic behavior did not start in Sebastian's case. Again, my own fault for not going back and seeing. I was trying to do this new thing of giving people chances and seeing who they were and meeting new people and stuff. Fuck out of that. That stopped real fucking fast because people showed me who they were very clearly. But I didn't do my due diligence and go back and look. But she was problematic in the Idaho. And if you want to see me fucking get fired up because I lived in those places, I know some of those people. Y'all are fucking crazy, stupid, lying buffoons. And how they've targeted the roommates. All of these people, nope. The harm is repeatedly done.
He's a really, really nice guy. He very genuine, very open, very, what I feel to be honest. I don't feel like he has anything to hide. And I love that when you ask, like, what can you do? What can we do? It's literally the right answer. Just spread the word. You know what I mean? Just keep him out there. But I'm going to play the drive from today because it was super bright.
I mean, pulling the complete CJ's, driving through the neighborhood again, all that stuff. So you heard what she had to say. So you tell me, which is the real her? The one that says he's completely honest, I feel so bad for him, all these things, or the one that tells you, well, now the first time she met him. Oh, hold on. Sorry, kid came in the door. And Dexter decided to announce her. Yeah, which is the real her though? Which is the one that felt so much sympathy and empathy for Seth Rogers and that he was honest and all this stuff, or the new one that says he was suspect to her from jump? Which person's lying to you? The one back then that told you he was honest and had nothing to do with this and she felt for him and all that stuff, or the one that now has aligned herself with Katie and Chris and now claims that? Which one? You tell me. This is why I don't handle fucking fake, phony ass pieces of shit. Because also, remember in those chats where she was shown as the racist, you know, wanting the GoFundMe to send people back to Africa, you know, that racism that will not be overlooked ever here. Julia, the dog handler, that everybody's got a fucking problem with because Julia is a plaintiff and a lying buffoon. Julia was in those chats, sitting right along with them, Kiki and Ha-Han. So you can't tell me that. So which part of this do you want me to believe? Who do you want me to see as the real people? Gets a little confusing out here when you're doing two things. That's one thing nobody can ever, you will never have any opportunity to question where I stand on shit. I'm very fucking clear. Sure was, chasing, sure was. All right, let's move on to everybody else's. Now, it's kind of funny that we're going to go do these back to back. Tell me what's different. Tell me what's different between these two. I mean, ironic. Isn't it ironic? Don't you think? Let's do this one really quick and let's end out with JLR. And yes, by the way, if you were a part of covering this case in the very beginning, well, even if you come up later on, you're probably in what's called my optics playlist that has like 200 and some fucking videos in it. You're welcome. I don't like assholes. And a lot of you are in there. Some of you that I actually like are in there too, but you're not in there until way later.
But the truth. Covering the Sebastian Rogers case. 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers right here. Went missing around.
Sunday. Ain't gonna talk about this. They don't want people to see the flip-flopping. We have been talking about this. Chasing's talked about this. Many of us have talked about this. And people, nope, because she might be a valuable source of information because she got in and inserted herself as a character into this case. Again, she has nothing to do with the baseline of this case. She was a nosy local who went out there and built content off of rumors and speculation and flip-flopped for the betterment of her channel. That's it. That's all. Oh, KB, if I can show you, if you have any questions, let me know and I will abso-fucking-lutely walk you. 100% I can. Again, a lot of people have feelings in Idaho. Okay, that's fine. It is what it is. But to target the roommates over and over again when there has been no indication from law enforcement that they had anything to do with this is unnecessary harassment. And again, they just experienced a complete tragedy. And to be targeted by people, that's some Molly type shit. That's some Molly type shit. Tell me that they're any different.
February 26th, 2024 is still.
I mean, again, you tell me how it's different when you're going to hear Betty in a minute and you can tell me what's different between her and Betty. But what's different between her and JLR or her and BJ? Pushing the same narratives against Chris and Katie and poor Seth. What's different? How is this seen differently? Well, because she had a change of heart and now thinks, does she really though? Does she? Or does she think that she got in close with Chris and Katie and is going to break the case and get the $50,000 reward for breaking them down? Which side of the field is she playing? Again, you tell me. Why are you reaching out to Nick the Hat, a problematic fuck who inserts himself and trolls families of missing? Why are you reaching out to him saying, hey, I have a relationship with the parents? What good is going to come out of that? You tell me.
Listen, it's almost 3 weeks now. Now we're here to tell the truth, but the question is, has Christopher Proudfoot and Katie Proudfoot told the truth? Have they told the truth? These two individuals right here. We're talking about the mother of Sebastian Rogers and the stepfather. And according to the stepfather, Christopher Proudfoot, he claims that him and Katie took a polygraph test. And he also claims that they passed the polygraph test. Check it out. Do you believe him when he says they passed the polygraph? I have some interesting questions, and I want to ask all of you these questions. When law enforcement makes someone take, or someone voluntarily takes a polygraph test, do law enforcement share the results if someone could be a potential suspect? Do they share the results to let the person know whether they passed it or not? I have that question because I'm not so sure. I can't find anything that definitively says, hey, if you pass a polygraph, they'll let you know. What about if you fail it? Would they let you know you fail it? So those.
Can you imagine walking up on this guy through the airport and seeing him doing this? Like, what would your initial reaction be? I'd be like, dude, are you okay?
These are some questions I'm asking all of you. The fact that they made him or made them or they voluntarily took a polygraph makes me think they're taking this serious where they're
chasing, and people are praising this guy. People are praising this guy now. Praising him. Insert Dietz documentary. You guys, if you want a video to watch on JLR and his problematic behavior, I will link Dietz's documentary because this guy should never be praised, ever.
Asking the parents, hey, where were you? Were you involved and whatnot? But there's also a lot of other history about polygraph because I know a lot of you, aka lie detector test. A lot of people are wondering if lie detector test polygraph are admissible in court. And I don't think so. But there is a good kind of informative blog I want to share with you about polygraphs because in this blog here, it tells you basically is the motive, the prime motive of authorities trying to get a confession out of someone via using the polygraph tactic. And this is interesting. I want to share this with you right here. This is coming from the Blanchard Law Firm, who has good insight about legal stuff on the internet. And in this report, they're talking about all about lie detector tests. I'm pulling it up right here on my phone. It says, should I take a lie detector test offered by police? And it says, in serious criminal investigations such as murder or criminal conduct, you know what this means. It is not unusual for police to ask a suspect to take a polygraph examination, otherwise known as a lie detector test. In doing so, the police are not looking to eliminate a suspect or get to the truth. They are trying to use the polygraph as a tool to elicit a confession from the suspect. It is rare that police even care about the actual results of the test for purposes of their investigation. Now that's interesting, folks. That's interesting. Polygraph examination results are not admissible in courts for criminal cases. This is because lie detector tests are not scientifically reliable. There is no evidence to support that there is any pattern of psychological reactions that are unique to deception because different people have different psychological reactions to different situations.
JLR, what do you got stuck between your teeth? It's bugging me.
A truthful person may be nervous when answering truthfully, and a deceptive person may be calm when telling a lie. It is impossible to conduct a proper validity study because the scientific reliability of these tests cannot be shown. The courts have determined.
He's sped up too. He's not really talking that fast. Baton Rouge, thank you so much for the gifted memberships. Welcome to the cabana, you guys. Air Force vet, I don't think anybody would hire him with his problematic past of harassing victims and their families, especially what he did to the Sandy Hook victims.
That they are not admissible as evidence in court. Many times the police will have a suspect appear for a polygraph examination, and regardless of the actual results, will tell the subject that they have failed the polygraph examination. They will use the assertion that the suspect failed the polygraph in order to try to get the suspect to confess the wrongdoing. So it's actually, they do it for tactics. Now my question is, if you were the Proudfoots, if you were Christopher and Katie Proudfoot, and there's a lot of unknowns about them, and there's a lot of cloud of speculation that they're involved. If police did come to them and ask them to take a polygraph test, would they, if you were in their shoes, would you do it or would you get a lawyer? I'm wondering if they have a lawyer in this case because it's quite possible. And we don't know yet if they did hire a lawyer. They got a lot of money. They live in a $600,000 home, the home that Sebastian Rogers.
Take the fucking computer away. Can some of you people start living in reality and realizing that a $600,000 home is what many people live in? Like that is an average home in a lot of places because of the economy and the price of homes. Like, can you guys come back to earth here and stop making it sound like these people are billionaires for criminy's sakes? They live in a very beautiful neighborhood outside of Nashville. The reason my house, oh, never mind. Let me just shut up. But God, you people.
Posey went missing February 26th. We don't know. Look at this guy right here. I'm at the airport traveling, but I wanted to share the polygraph aspect because the fact that they made them take a
Michelle Philly here. Thank you so much for the support. Really appreciate it.
polygraph, or was it a volunteer? Did Proudfoot or any of them, Katie, say, hey, we'll take a polygraph, and offer to do it themselves? And just because they passed, like Christopher claims, do you feel like, hey, they're out of the woods with this? Are they out of the woods? And Christopher's claiming they passed. Is he lying? Do you think Christopher could be lying? Christopher Proudfoot? A lot of people have been catching this guy in the lies in reference to the interviews that he gave to the media, talking about him and Seth Rogers and Katie are all on the same page in a sense. And I don't think that's necessarily so. And then Christopher is also not talking about his whereabouts when he went to Memphis, when Sebastian was missing. He's very quiet about the things that are going on in Mexico.
Again, I ask you guys, you, the audience, is this awareness? Is this what you would consider awareness of a missing child? Or is this a targeted narrative against the parents? Is this intentional division for content? Or is it awareness? You tell me.
So in reference to him, so there's a lot of unknowns, but they did take a polygraph according to Chris. Unless he's lying, they didn't take a polygraph. But, you decide. We are covering the Sebastian Rogers case. So subscribe to my channel, hit the notification button. Where is this 14-year-old little boy? I'm out traveling abroad, and
he was factually 15 at that time.
Going up to Tennessee to help look and search for this boy because authorities need your help. They won't.
Oh, he might be going up again. This was the 16th of March. By the 21st, he was invited in by Seth Rogers to come and film Seth Rogers.
Credible information. Sebastian's out there. A 15-year-old just doesn't.
And now he's attacking Seth Rogers. Again, the whiplash. It's not about people's opinions changing. Some of you guys have came around and seen, because once you see it, you can't unsee it. You can't unsee the playbook that they play in these cases, the intentional division, the confusion for content, clicks, and views. But if you think for 1 second that these creators aren't in control and they don't know what the fuck that they're doing, they absolutely do. They have done this repeatedly in case after case after case.
Vanish out of thin air. Somebody knows something, and it's probably most likely the mother and the stepfather involved in some way, somehow. That's my opinion. I'm JLR Investigates. Check out my Sebastian Rogers playlist. We dig in a lot of history about Christopher Proudfoot, Katie Proudfoot, aka Katie Payne. Yeah, they were both in the military. Katie Payne has some stuff in Florida, Escambia County, Florida. Go check it out. And there was supposedly some lack of domestic stuff with Christopher Proudfoot in the state.
Where? Again, you hear what he's saying about Katie has some stuff in Florida? No, she doesn't. Where?
New Mexico that you should check out and kind of brings insight. People are coming out of the woodwork saying things. For instance, Seth Rogers' mom, I guess it would be Sebastian's grandmother, was saying that, some things about Proudfoot, Christopher Proudfoot, and we shared that on my last live. So check it out. We'll talk soon. JLR Investigates. I'm en route. Stay safe.
Yeah, you freaking weirdo. All right, it's about to get even weirder. Here we go. Let's go. Now tell me how much different. Again, holy shit. Casual Art. Thank you for the gifted memberships, y'all. Welcome to the cabana. Holy shit. Knocking the people out of the bushes once again. Welcome to the shit show where we don't like anybody. I'm just joking. And enter Betty. So how many of you knew that Betty was covering this on March 16th? Tell me a yes or a no. I think you guys have said something before that some of you guys have seen this. How many of you knew that Betty was covering this we know she was actually covering it on the 10th of March, but how many of you knew that she started doing live streams as of the 16th of March? Yeah, she sure was. She sure was. Here we go.
Would like to see him come home.
Let's see how she went about this in the beginning.
On with this case.
This is the same video we watched the other day on the 10th when she came out. She used this as the intro, but it'll get interesting here.
That are now flooring detectives and the family. I've been monitoring the case of Sebastian Rogers. He's a boy that went missing in Tennessee. His mom has a message.
Love you so much, and we want you to come home, and you're not in trouble.
Search into the 15-year-old's disappearance.
You want to know another thing that happened right before this? JLR's Facebook group, where she was, a badged member until she wasn't, started getting a lot of traction and a lot of rumors. They get people in those Facebook groups, and people post anonymous as family members, inside sources, neighbors in the neighborhood, and they start building content out of that. So perfect storm right here.
has all failed. This is a boy that has autism. He's a high functioning autistic individual, and the parents are coming under heavy fire right now because it is leading to believe that foul play is involved. But here is something that the stepfather had to say early on in the investigation.
Chris and Katie tell me they've been harassed, people pointing fingers at them.
You're not in the situation. You don't quite understand.
Many here in the public are just concerned about the well-being of Sebastian Rogers and would like to see him come home and come home safely. However, the boy has been missing for a significant amount of time, and now this particular case has led investigators to a landfill. Landfills appear to be the most promising place for parents to dump their children because this is not the first time. I was on scene at the Leilani case, and this was related to her 20-month-old son, Quentin Simon, which was found in a landfill. Leilani Simon is behind bars. Also, Elijah Vu. He has not been found yet. He's missing from Two Rivers, Wisconsin, and also the detectives and the investigators in this case have gone to the landfill and are currently doing a landfill search. Now that we know that foul play is perceived in this case, we're going to take a look at the parents' interview. Please stay tuned and don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to the Bullhorn Betty channel.
Which there has been zero indication at this point in time by March 16th, even today, that there is foul play involved. But go on, tell us more.
Here on TikTok. From the East Coast to the West Coast, we are everywhere true crime is. We are asking for the public's help. We are searching in the woods. We are doing. Thank you for your. It's nice.
Here she goes.
Well, hello, my beautiful coffee beans here on YouTube as well as X. It's nice to see you guys this morning. So we've been talking a lot about Sebastian Rogers. He's a 15-year-old autistic boy out of Sumner County, Tennessee. It's near Nashville, but it's not. And this case is kind of taking a life of its
It's near Nashville, but it's not, huh?
own because this boy is a high-functioning autistic boy that didn't run off. It sounds like through several of the interviews,
He didn't run off. Right off the gate. Right out of the gate. He didn't run off.
by the language the parents were using, such as he was having a good day this day, or, he went to bed with, he didn't argue with me to go to bed. So obviously there is some indication that he can be a handful at times, but for the most part was always a good boy, a kind boy, a smart boy. It didn't appear that he had a whole lot of friends, probably due to his disability. And, when your child has a disability, you're a little more, you shelter your child a little bit more, so to speak, because you don't want anything happening to them or them being disadvantaged in any way. So coddling would probably be more in line. You coddle.
That's definitely not the proper term, is coddling, but
Coddle a child that has disabilities more so than a normal child, in my opinion, because you've got to be concerned about their mental health, their physical health. I mean, not that you're not concerned about children without autism that way, but I think you have a heightened level because you have to have more care for a child with autism. The house and everything, they look like they were fairly well to do. Chris Proudfoot is a heavy crane operator of some sorts and was working on a what was it, the Moffitt Center or some type of medical center, I believe is what it was. And either way, long story short is on the outside, everybody looking in, this appears to be a normal family that probably has normal problems just like everybody else. And then boom, one day we wake up and their son is gone.
well, shit. Isn't it ironic? Normal family, normal problems. Things really changed from March 16th going forward, didn't they?
And so a huge search, literally almost immediately, according to the mother, the whole street was lined up with law enforcement. The stepfather was having to come back home. We learned that Sebastian's biological father was involved in his life, loved his son. It wasn't like he had an absent biological father. His father was in his life. His father was about to get custody of him full time in the summer. And, again, I keep wondering, the reason. And I'm starting to feel, everybody's like, well, how did the mom feel about this custody arrangement? And, there's money coming out of the family now. She's not going to be getting that disability check. And
what disability check?
While that might be an issue, I don't anticipate that, this child was getting a whole host of money a month. It looked like that Chris was a well-bodied man that was, had a good job and a good income. It didn't seem like the money factor would be an issue, but just like everybody else, just because you make a lot of money doesn't mean you don't spend a lot of money. So finances have been a problem. To be honest with you, at this point, we don't know. We can allege it could have possibly been an issue for the Proudfoots, losing whatever, child support or disability or whatever, but you know what, who knows? It could be, you know, half of their income for all we know, you know, I mean, we just really, really don't know. But what we do know is that he has been missing for a significant amount of time. There was no evidence from the searchers that even said this boy walked out of his home, which is what's concerning so many people, because now they have, you know, even after going to a landfill, there was one potential hit on a,
Seth didn't get a disability check either. From my understanding, he was not on disability. So nobody, in my understanding, was getting a check for Sebastian.
like a dumpster or trash receptacle, from my understanding, on a like construction type of site near his home. Not sure how relevant that is. And we don't know if that was the only hit, if maybe it was possible the dog hit incorrectly. That is common. It's not an uncommon phenomenon that a dog picks up on the wrong scent, or a scent is moved. We talked about the dogs and the different types of dogs that there are and how they can't be cross-trained.
Isn't it ironic? All the things that, like, it's giving me whiplash to watch this again. It's giving whiplash. Like, another one has no idea the foundation of the case. It's not about awareness. His missing flyer. None of that. It's not none of this. This is all because there's enough information that she can maneuver and get some clicks and views out of it. Sorry, it is what it is.
Many cases, because they're so specific in their tasks. And but anyways, you know, again, the dogs, there are issues. We learned in that that research that there are many variables that can make a dog hit wrong, from just poor training.
He did. You are correct. He did talk about it, but from my understanding, that must have been like miscommunicated, and he was talking about for himself. Now, could there be something else that we just don't know that they haven't told publicly or something? Yes, of course. But from my understanding, nobody was getting disability for Sebastian. Now, I don't know if that changed over time or if that is accurate. I have no idea.
Training, their trainer not being ready, environmental changes such as wind, rain, all these things are factors in whether a dog can hit or not hit or anything like that. But what was most concerning is that the actual professional searchers are the ones that were really concerned. They're like, you know, at this point, we usually have something. We have nothing, almost implying this child never even walked out of his home. Then we started seeing this video of potential flashlights going on, turning off, going on. And it appeared to be two different people moving around that appeared to be in the backyard. And we started discussing that. And I'm like, look, guys, I really don't know if this is a legit video. I have no clue. We haven't corroborated it. But Nick, I think his nickname is Nick Bears with NC5, actually corroborated that that video is a legit video from a neighbor. So we have corroboration that the video of these flashlights in the back of this house were legit. And he confirmed that the time was around 3 a.m. Now, this is causing even more heartburn, because we all know that we were told Chris Proudfoot never made it home that weekend. That is what's being said. But when Chris is asked directly where he specifically was, he refused to answer. But I have to be honest with you. He has been answering a lot of people's questions on social media. And so I decided, you know, let's just this angle. What if there's more to the story? What if the parents are, you know, we got body language experts that believe the parents. So what if, you know, we're looking at the lens that we feel something's odd with the parents. We're looking at this from a sense of, you know, our simplistic understanding of autism and the behavior.
Simplistic understanding of autism. Okay. So she's telling you, she's telling you exactly why she's getting involved in this. 100% right up front. This is her first lengthy live stream on YouTube that she did in this case. Again, March 16th. A lot of people didn't even realize she was covering this heavily back then.
Behaviors that we know, general behaviors such as, you know, they're not spontaneous, they need structure, they need schedules. They typically do the same thing over and over again every single day. It's what makes them thrive better in our environment.
And I do know that creators started debunking her around the 26th, the 25th, the 26th of March. But it was a good week-ish before creators started like covering this and the misinformation. I started covering this, just so everybody knows, March 25th. And it was JLR, Spanky, and Dolly.
Is that structure. So for example, if an autistic child is, you know, always puts their socks and shoes on before they leave the home, it's not something that they think about. It's almost instinctual, like just breathing for us. They just don't do it. So if he was going to willingly walk out of the home, he would have.
The amount of misinformation between her, BJ, like all of them, it is fucking straight up whiplash.
put his shoes and his socks and shoes on instinctively. It wouldn't even have been a question. It wouldn't have even been a thought. It wouldn't have been, oh, I heard this noise outside. Let me go check on it. No, it's I heard this noise outside. Let me put my shoes and socks on and go check on it. You see what I'm saying?
Big T Press, Clutch Those Pearls, Justin of Justice for All. Hey Sweet Tea was his old channel. Now it's his monkey channel. But I've referred to Justin as Spanky for the last going on 2.5 years now.
It just doesn't, it's not like he's going to pop up like we would and run right out the door and check on whatever noise it is or whatnot. So there's this whole thing with this flashlight. We're not quite understanding that. But we're going to be diving into a little bit more of this. I've got the phone lines that are going to be open if you guys want to call in as we're discussing this case. If something pops into your mind, if there's something that you want to explore, I've got a lot of information. I did do some sleuthing on Chris just to see who he was before all of this. And I found some, messages that he's posted, over the last 10 years. And so I wanted to bring some of those messages to you so we can kind of get an
No, don't apologize, Big T. Don't apologize at all. Please ask anything. If you don't know what we're talking about, please ask. Sorry, Kenzie's talking to Kenzie. Or Kenzie's talking to Kenzie. Ugh. More likely she's talking to herself. What I find interesting, though, is you hear her say, I did some sleuthing on Chris. Again, instantaneously. At this point in time, we've heard that all parents have been cooperative from actual media and law enforcement. We went through all of the media interviews and how they brought awareness, what they said, what law enforcement was saying, the search, all of that stuff. You go back and watch this. It's wild to see how creators spun their own narratives. But you notice that at this point in time, we have been hearing that Chris was 100% in Memphis, had an alibi. And what does she tell you? She's digging into Chris, the stepfather, because where? JLR. Look where he's going. Oh, he's got court stuff going on in New Mexico. You can see how creators follow the leader. They follow the leader. They grab onto the salacious shit. We watched it with BJ in her first coverage of this. They have no idea what they're talking about, but as long as they can hone in on one parent and go after, they grab onto it and run.
Inside of, who Chris Proudfoot is. Who was he before this event? The things that we don't know about these people. Will it change our mind about, do we think that he is capable of something like this? We don't know these people. So naturally.
Jay Reese, yes, I will be bringing her in when she comes in. There's a bunch upcoming, and we won't be able to touch on every single creator that covers this coming up into like probably from the 26th on, but I will have a list available of most of the creators, most of them that you're going to recognize. There might be a few offshoots. We've got Surviving the Survivor. We've got a bunch of people. I don't have my notes in front of me, but there is a list of like 50 to 70 creators that I will be telling you when they start covering this. And then we will be kind of following more of the narratives that the creators started and who ran with it throughout the dates, but we will be carrying forward. Yep. But most of the creators that you guys have been listing don't come in until the end of March, beginning of April, some not even till the end of April. It is really, really interesting to see how this is all built and who was really invested in the problematic behavior in the beginning.
Us in the true crime community, we always look at everybody that's missing a loved one very skeptically, especially if they were the last people that saw that person alive, because the statistics lead us to that, and we need to resolve that before we move on, right? Because we know that is exactly what law enforcement is going to be doing before they move on. They're going to be looking directly at the parents because they're the ones that have the most contact and the most access to that missing child. So what was going on in and around this whole situation? And does it come to this whole custody situation that was just about to change this summer? Could that be a possibility? Could there have been more stuff going on inside the home that we don't know about? And if we don't know about it, how are we going to learn about it, right? So before we get started, I'm just going to go and say hi to everybody. Good morning to everybody that came in. But for some of the first people that came into the chat this morning, the Real Me Too, good morning. Of course, I'm here, Gigi for life. Cynthia, it's nice to see you. Our resident defense attorney, Big Mac Mike, it's nice to see you. Our beautiful Sonia that makes us our beautiful custom items. It's nice to see you here this morning.
The fakeness. I can't with her.
So,
what's interesting though, which is going to be shocking to you, Betty does go to the TBI website and she acknowledges some of the things that now she completely refuses to acknowledge. It's wild.
We have here. Well, first, before we get really started, I think the best thing to go through right now is the most the release. Okay, there's a TBI release on this case. It was released yesterday, so some of you guys may have already seen it. Some of you might have been at work and haven't had time to catch up on this case. And
now this I don't have a problem with. Go into the TBI, specifically to the TBI. The facts from the like, I don't have a problem with that. The other bullshit is where the problem lies.
And so we're going to go.
The facts aren't good enough for these people. They got to build a story. They got to be able to sell you a story.
Go through that. I think that's most important right now, just to see what information law enforcement is really willing to give us on this case. And pleasantly surprised they're doing a lot. They're doing a lot. But we know that they are. They've got a lot of, this is a concern for everybody, obviously, with Sebastian missing. So this was an update that was provided yesterday. And they say on February 26, 2024, 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers disappeared from his Sumner County home, leading to a large-scale ground search that resulted in first responders covering about 2.
OG, in my opinion, what made her lean to this side was because this was the side JLR had taken. JLR had already taken. He had already built a Facebook group with it so they could use the playbook of sorts, and it was easy access to information. And that's what the internet was really heavily leaning to, the public perception, because of creators selling you stories and building content out of speculation and rumors. And I think that was the easiest opportunity for her. Her and JLR were separated, I guess, at the time, but it was easy access to narrative building for her. Truly, he had access to the Facebook groups. That's the side she's going to go with.
2,000 total miles in their effort to find him. That's significant. Okay. I think that that statement in and of itself tells us that he wasn't on foot and you know, he's not out there, that something most likely happened, because if he just walked out his door, they would have found him in 2,000 miles. And of course, we see the TBI Amber.
Miss True Crime, do you know that I've covered LB before? I just think you guys, I don't care who you guys follow or watch. You know, I don't. She's sticking to reality TVs, thank God, because she dabbled. The last true crime case that she was really a part of was Marvon McRae's. And Spanky was the handler for LB in that case, just like he is for BJ in this one.
Amber alert right here, and it says an Amber alert has been issued on behalf of Sumner County Sheriff's Office for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. Sebastian is a 15-year-old white male, 5 foot 5 inches tall, 120 pounds, with brown hair and brown eyes. Sebastian was last seen February 26th in the area of Stafford Court in Hendersonville, Tennessee. Sebastian was last seen wearing a black sweatshirt, black sweatpants, and glasses. Sebastian has a medical condition that may impair his ability to return safely without assistance. If you have seen Sebastian or have any information regarding his whereabouts, please contact Sumner.
I got to give Betty props on this. One of the first ones outside of a few that have showed his flyer. Actually, the rest of them aren't even doing that.
County Emergency Communications Center at 615-451-3838 or TBI at 1-800-TBI-5.
Yeah,
now, it looks like Bobby Simmons is the one that's handling that case with TBI, and Detective B. Carter is the one handling it for Sumner County Sheriff's Office. They also continue to say, we continue to work with Sumner County Sheriff's Office and the FBI, both proactively pursue information that may be relevant to the search for Sebastian and to pursue any tips or pieces of information that come in. We have not forgotten about Sebastian. Much of the work currently being done is to bring Sebastian home may not necessarily be public or visible, but agents, detectives, and intelligent analysis continue to work around the clock to review every bit of information available. Sebastian's family has remained cooperative since.
Yeah, Miss True Crime. I think she learned that the true crime, well, again, I think they needed her for the sweet Southern, like the optics of the whole thing. They thought and plus they wanted her audience. And she had issues with Katie Joy. So it was easy for them to bring that in. You know how it goes, but yeah, crazy how this all full circle.
The search has begun and have done whatever law enforcement has asked of them. So we're learning right now that Sebastian's family is being cooperative. So law enforcement is saying that they're being cooperative, but I just want to point out, they have never said that either parent or all three of the parents, any of them have.
He wasn't put. So this is Kim, just date wise. This was May 16th or March 16th. She wasn't put out of the group until I think May, beginning or end of May, maybe middle. I'll have to go look. I think it was around the 10th of May, if I'm correct. But I need to go find my dates for sure. But she wasn't put out of JLR's group until May. So this is March 16th. So she was still using, and she was actually still using JLR's stuff at this point in time in the timeline. She actually promotes his group a few times in upcoming streams.
Been cleared. I just want to make sure that that is, you know, because we're going to be talking about a couple things related to whether they've been cleared later in the segment.
Yes, agree.
At this stage in the investigation, there are a few clues to indicate what happened to Sebastian or where he may be. There is no proof at this time that there is
no BHB wasn't connected to Katie Joy. We were talking about LB. Sorry. Yeah. No, BHB, I have no idea there. I don't know shit about those people, and stay the fuck away from anything Katie Joy.
any criminal element involved in his disappearance. But also, there is not any proof that there is not a criminal element involved. So agents and investigators are reviewing any possibility that at all that may indicate where Sebastian is. So in this statement here, it tells me right there, I don't see anybody at this moment being cleared because, again, they don't know if there's any criminal element involved in his disappearance or not. So if they can't answer that question, they wouldn't be able to necessarily, in my opinion, clear people. In order to preserve the integrity of the investigation, we cannot discuss many of the specifics surrounding the case, but we know how many people care about Sebastian and what has been done and still being done to bring him home. Also, we want to caution the public about putting too much stock into information being presented in various media forms that is inaccurate or incomplete and could be damaging to the investigation. I specifically think that statement is related to Nick Baer's release of that video. I don't think that law enforcement really wanted the public or anybody else to learn of that. So they're saying it's inaccurate or incomplete.
Or could it be the fact that JLR and all the rest of your buddies were pushing off so much misinformation, or like contacting them like Smiley was doing? Son and Duchess's interview, could that be part of it too there, buddy?
But we did learn that that video is corroborated. And so that leads us to ask additional questions about the videos. And we're going to go through those here in just a little bit. We ask the public to help us by refraining from sharing speculation posted by or discussed by non-official sources and reporting only credible tips or information to 1-800-TBI. Now, I definitely don't think we should refrain from sharing speculation. That's what we do. But
I mean, the TBI says be careful from, doing. I don't think we should do that. I don't think we should listen to law enforcement. I think we're good just to continue on, speculating and accusing people of random things without any evidence. Because why? We don't have a justice system in America that's innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. Why would we fucking abide by any of that? I mean, seriously, though. Michelle, thank you. It's really not that hard. It's really not that hard, but people don't invest time in this type of stuff because they don't want their subs to see it. They don't want you guys to see how problematic a lot of these creators are. A lot of them. Again, you can like who you like, but if you can't pull it back and see that the red and the green team are doing the exact same thing, just masked a different format, it's going to be a problem, and you're going to find yourself in that same cycle with the next family that's re-victimized by these creators. When it comes to re-victimizing families, there's no passes given. You're either a part of the problem or you're not. There's no area, oh, well, that's acceptable. If you're harming families and go in real life on victims and their families, you're a part of the problem. There's no excusing it.
Taking that speculation and reporting it, I think, is not a good use of law enforcement's time. We talk about things on this channel, and I know a lot of other creators talk about certain aspects of these cases on their channel. We have
Music City Mom. Do you really want me to give you an estimate? Hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not $500,000, between all of the different channels. The Seth's GoFundMe, his stuff independently. I would say probably getting close up to $500,000 easily between creators involved. Yeah. I would easily say $500,000. Absolutely. And then you got to think of Court TV, Nancy Grace, all of that stuff, all of those shows, how much they look at Pascal. I mean, Pascal, T-Rev, some of those bigger channels that were making so much money. We might be even way over $500,000. If you think a channel like BJ is getting, and we know this because she accidentally showed her 5,000 to 6,000 a month on one channel, and you take that, let's lower that down. Let's say that most of these channels that are doing this wild speculation and bullshit like this are making $3,000 a month. Let's say that there's 20 channels doing that. That's $60,000 a month. 20 channels, $3,000 a month. That's 60 grand a month. And it's going on a year. Yeah, I actually did Music City Mom. That's something we don't post my like links or anything. They're in my description for Cash App and PayPal and stuff like that, but we don't post them. But I was dumb to realize, like, I didn't have a clue how much people actually make in the PayPal and stuff. I've heard some creators like tell me some of their numbers, like, and it's astonishing to me. I didn't know that people really, and I've heard creators say that they make twice the amount of money on PayPal, Venmo, Cash App than they do on Super Chats because people don't want to give YouTube part of their money. That blew me away. So that's not even figured in those numbers and that's only 20. Yep, exactly. Yep. Yeah. I haven't looked at any of their play boards or anything. Like, I'm not interested. I don't pocket watch like that, but I would venture to say we're higher than I've even probably guessed.
We do not. If we felt as a creator that something rose to the level of needing to be reported to law enforcement, we would ask the people we learn the information from to report that to law enforcement. If they refuse to, us as creators would most likely report that to law enforcement. So if we're bringing that to the audience, we don't need the audience also enlightening any law enforcement agency. So I just want to tell you that, especially for this channel, if you ever hear anything that's groundbreaking on this channel or breaking news, I can tell you that it would have already been, if I felt it had not yet been reported, I can promise you before it's ever ran on this channel, it would have been reported to authorities. Information that has been released by TBI and or Sumner County Sheriff's Office throughout the investigation, including a list of frequently asked questions, can be reviewed below. So here is the frequently asked questions. What areas have been searched? Within the several few days of this.
Yeah, PJ's second chance. I guess I was kind of naive to realize how much actually gets sent that way. I genuinely didn't know. No clue. There's a few people, there's a few of you that send stuff that way. But it's wild to me. Like, I had no clue. It's still something that's astonishing to me, the amount of money some of these people are making, because some of these channels that are not 20,000 are making upwards of 10K a month. And it's like, what the fuck? Like, holy shit. It's wild. It's absolutely wild. Yes, Angel, I do. Yeah, that makes sense. What you guys are saying, as far as it makes sense what you guys do. It's just never like, I really didn't. But I guess if people are reminding you numerous times, I don't know. It's weird. It's weird.
Search, more than 2,000 miles were searched on foot. Many of these areas were intentionally searched and searched again. Law enforcement officers have searched the neighborhood, surrounding neighborhoods, schools, and many other areas in the county by foot. Bloodhounds and handlers have searched the same areas. There have been aerial searches with helicopters, drones, and a fixed-wing plane. These areas.
Slim, can you explain that a little bit further? Be careful. Creators will get you to Cash App subs and take credit. Oh, Venus. Ugh. Yeah, chasing, absolutely. Like, good channels, I don't have a problem with people being monetized, if I'm being honest. Like, I don't give a shit. Do your thing, make your money. I have no problem. It's how they go about doing it. It's grimy. The flip-flopping from side to side, the fucking hate campaigns, the targeted narratives, the misinformation. They know they're not putting any work into any of this. They're not doing anything to actually help these situations. They are actually harming these situations. If they were helping these, I would be all about, I don't give a fuck if you're making $40,000 a month. If you're doing something to help these victims and their families, won't give a shit. I have a question, Nonsense. You keep saying the sides are acting like each other. Dad's behavior in this case is disgusting, and that's what I feel is being called out. GoFundMe 3 days in, given. Hold on, I'm waiting for the second part. Yeah, Venus, I'm confused on that too. Sorry, I think she's going to explain. Waiting for your second part, OG, and I'll answer that. And then Yeah, Layla, right? Right. The shit that comes out of their mouths, they don't even. A lot of people have Amazon wish lists, Ryan. A lot of, and again, people can do whatever they wish, whatever they want to do. You've gotten calls, helped, and then the creator went live breaking how they. Wait, so you sent something to another sub on behalf of a creator, and then the creator took what credit for it? What? If somebody, like, I have somebody that sends me, like, they have access to me, so they'll PayPal me something so I can send it over to other people because I have a business account. So, but I put in the notes who it is from, like, every time. OG Fish. Okay, so I think what you're asking is, how are they the same? I'm talking about creators specifically, not comparing the parents side to side. So that might be where you're confused first and foremost. Like, there is a significant difference in how Seth has acted about Sebastian's missing case versus how Chris and Katie have. I can understand that 100% with what they have said and done. But when you talk about the creators that they've aligned themselves with, what's different? That is what I'm trying to get across is, what is different between Cluminati and BJ? Cluminati uses her relationship with Chris and Katie Proudfoot to dangle information so people think she's a factual source of inside information. How is that different than what BJ is doing with Seth? Do you see what I'm saying? Seth is being exploited 100% and willingly allowing himself to be exploited and his missing child to be exploited by aligning himself with people like Nick the Hat, At Night Media, things of that nature. But there is a significant difference between how parents have acted. But when you talk about creators, what's different here? What's different between, well, and I mean, she's not really a creator, but UA, go in real life on Seth Rogers. Just because we can doesn't mean we should. Just because we can get access to public work documents doesn't mean we should. Yeah, I have no problem with, again, parents. I'm not even going to get into that discussion because I find that weird that people are. I got caught up in the weeds with the whole Marvon. No, chasing. I do think he is allowing at night. I do think that he's allowing, but again, I go back to the other creators. Hell no, they're not going to touch it. But I think he is absolutely allowing at night because he's got a contract. Now, what the terms of that contract are, we don't know. So that I have said that from day one, that could be problematic in itself. Like his contract, we have no idea what is in that contract and what he is held to. And if he can even if he wanted to, could he stop it? I don't know. I genuinely have no idea what the terms of that contract are, but he is allowing, at some point in time, he should be able to protect the dignity of himself and his child too. Oh, no. Yeah, no, this is chasing all of that before Seth was involved. Seth wasn't, if you think about the optics of this, Seth isn't really even, he's been on one panel at this point in time. One panel, Pascal's. There's no way he could, look what's happening. And he wasn't connected to any of these creators publicly yet. None of them. 100% agree with you. I guess I was also including Granny in the mix and the whole mess surrounding her. OG, what are you talking about? Yeah, chasing, it's factually correct. And that's why it was so important, because he is not aligned with any of these creators at this point in time. And look how fucking problematic they are acting and being. Like, it isn't until the 21st of March, which is 5 days in the future from this live stream, that Seth is even connected with JLR, and JLR is there on the ground. Chris and Katie went on Duchess's channel, did their interview, and that, yeah, no. Yeah, chasing 100%. And look what was happening to Chris and Katie and Seth by this point in time. I mean, all of it. There's no stopping these creators. The parents have no control, but the creators are actively, it's a race to see who can get connected with which side. And then the opposition takes the other side. And it's the opposition of the creators, not the parents. They choose narratives. Creators are choosing narratives not based on factual information. It's about who they dislike on the other side. OG, you'll have to explain a little bit further what you mean about the stuff with Granny. Granny was brought into a frivolous filing, and that's a whole separate situation outside of this. Chasing agreed. And it needs to be fucking stopped. And sadly, there is no stopping this train because it's become so profitable for so many people. And they know how to run this. They know how to run the playbook. They know how to do this. They know how to conquer and divide. Yes, Seth was invited on Duchess's too to bring awareness for Sebastian. Yep. I know, chasing. Yeah, it sucks. Yeah, Lady K. Yep. Yeah, there's a lot of it though, Lynn. I do agree though with what Chasing is saying. Like, he can't stop. At night is the only thing that I think he has any control over. But then again, there was a contract there and we don't know what that fucking contract is. And that's why this company needs to be stopped from exploiting parents at their worst moments too. But as far as the creator, Seth has no. Oh, okay, OG, I got you. But he has no control over these creators. They're going to continue on. They were doing it before he was ever involved. Nope, I don't think he has any control over me either. Truly, Betty's gonna. Do you think if Seth said, "Stop covering my missing child's case," do you think Betty's going to stop? Do you think BJ, Betty, Spanky, any of those people are going to stop? Genuinely asking, do you think if Seth said today, "Please stop covering Sebastian's case unless you are just detailing information about Sebastian solely," do you think these people are going to stop?
Searches have been conducted on multiple days and multiple nights using thermal imaging technology. Sebastian's residence, the yard, the house, the vehicles, all have been searched multiple times. The neighborhood where Sebastian lives has been canvassed. Neighbors' house have been searched. Sebastian is autistic and his family says he is drawn to water. Pools in the neighborhood were searched. Dive teams were brought in bodies of water around the neighborhood and beyond that area were searched, including caves. Didn't realize about the caves. Another question. What about the technology aspect? Have you collected security video from area homes and business?
Casual art, absolutely. She was needed for that filing. She was needed. And I will say it till I'm blue in the face. Granny hasn't said anything to my knowledge. Like, I have not seen her say a lot of the things, even in their filing, they cannot attribute some of the things that they are claiming directly to her. That's why they're lumping them all together, because they cannot attribute some of the things that they are using in that to directly her. Have we all pushed the bounds? Absolutely. Have we all said too many things? Absolutely. Have we all let our emotion override our ass and say a lot of things about parents of miss? Yes, absolutely. Bye, KCG. Have a good night. But I'm telling you, well, we saw that. Oh, hold on. They needed her for the filing, and I've been detailing that too. There's a whole, you guys, there's so many different timelines here that we are doing, and switching back and forth and keeping them separate is really important to me. But there is a whole filing playlist, like everything that they used in the exhibits down to the filings. I break it all down. I show you the plaintiffs' live streams, their reactions, the team's reactions. Watch that stuff. Go watch it. You'll be shocked. And if you think for 1 second Seth is steering that ship, I don't think he is in any way, shape, or form. I think he's a willing participant, but I do not think he has any control over that ship being steered whatsoever. And I don't even know, depending on his contract, if he could stop it. Now, there was something else up here that I wanted to touch on. Amy, they would turn on him. They would include him in the accusing. Amy, great point, because think back to when JLR was pro Seth Rogers. Seth Rogers comes out and says, oh, hold on. Seth Rogers comes out and says, I'm going to be working with the Proudfoot family. Fuck everybody that doesn't like it. The tide shift. Dolly instantly went against Seth Rogers. JLR instantly against Seth Rogers. BJ instantly, I'm not defending any parents. I'm going to pull back. Tony became the problem. Tony became the scapegoat. Tony became this, that. Tony didn't even involve himself, you guys, until April. We haven't even got to where Tony's, and look at the problem with the creator swarming. We've already seen the narratives that are still happening to this date being supported and ran with by March 16th. And none of these parents really are involved with any of these creators. They have no chance of this stopping. That's why this is important to show it this way, because people are not understanding that even without the parents, these people do this. It's a way of dividing and conquering. Duchess offered a safe place for them to bring awareness. There's a significant difference in her coverage of this versus the people that call themselves true crime. Duchess is solely an awareness channel and really proved the difference between that and the targeted. These people are not true crime. Please stop letting them fool you that they are. They are storytellers of people's worst crimes and creating division intentionally. But this is why this is important to show this day by day, because what you've only seen is Seth did one interview with Pascal that wasn't really that problematic. He was invited on with Chris and Katie to Duchess's. But you see what was already being said. And Chris was like trying to, the three of us. What a mess. It is. It absolutely is. And I'm so thankful. Can I just give you guys a shout out to all of you that have sat here with me for 6 fucking hours and watched this go on, because you guys are getting it and you guys are understanding how this is happening, because it's going to happen again. It's happening. It's been happening for decades. They're just getting more equipped. They're slicker on the uptake with the division. PJ, we were watching that with AV today, and you know what? You guys have at least been able to pull it yourselves away and realize what's going on here. What? Oh yeah, hold on. I'm gonna play this. Sorry guys, we're chatting.
Have cell phones been checked? The answer is many neighbors and businesses have provided videos from home and business surveillance systems. We are grateful for that cooperation. The video has been collected, and from the beginning of the investigation, it says the video has been, I don't know why maybe that's a typo, maybe they said the video, but it says the video has been collected, and from the beginning of the investigation has been analyzed and enhanced where possible by tech experts with TBI, FBI, and Secret Service. So they have a lot of big resources involved in this case. To date, nothing gathered from these video systems has been determined to be significant. We do caution that some surveillance video being shared in the public may have been misrepresented or misidentified or not shown in its entirety. And I think that's what they're hicking up. This is the second time they talk about incomplete or in its entirety. And I think that's what they're keeping because I don't think they wanted that video released. It has been determined that it does not hold any evidentiary significance to the investigation. I do not believe that, because in a trial phase, they are going to absolutely use it. Numerous search warrants have been executed. Cell phone data have been analyzed, and any other available digital evidence has been collected, searched, and documented. Information was collected from Sebastian's gaming system and has been analyzed.
Unfortunately, I agree with Chasing on this. It'll be somebody younger, white, potential for division. I can't remember exactly with Holland, but I think there was talk about addiction issues. They don't, there's a specific thing that they do and they look for, unfortunately. And it's disheartening to see what's coming up.
With help from the FBI, vehicles that were placed in the area at or around the time of Sebastian's disappearance have been accounted for. These videos and all the electronic evidence that has already been reviewed is often also being re-investigated. So how can we have cleared people if they keep reinvestigating this stuff and combing over additional information and stuff like that, especially with the mom? There's no way they're going to be able to clear that mom until they know what happened to Sebastian, especially since she appears to have been the only one physically home at the time he went missing. The search for Sebastian has not stopped. Every day, tips and leads are investigated. People are being interviewed and re-interviewed. That right there tells you there's nobody being cleared if people are being interviewed and re-interviewed. And I can guarantee some of those re-interviewers are the parents, the Katie and Chris, because they may find something and have to re-question them about something that they found. Evidence that has been received once already is being gone over again. We continue to ask residents in the area of the search to keep an eye on their property to see if
Revival, and I thank you for putting up with me, because a lot of you are my support that when people berate me and cut me down, I sit and fucking laugh in their faces. Truly. Like the ones that are berating me or thinking that I'm better than them. Yeah, I am. I'm sure as fuck better than you. 100%. And I have no problem saying that anymore. I am absolutely better than this shit. I will always be better than this shit. The day that I ever start attacking these families unnecessarily or building stories out of a life that I've never lived or complete strangers online is the day that I will be disconnected by my family and my friends and my loved ones. So thank you to my support group, because when they fucking berate me because I'm showing you exactly what they do and exactly how they are, berate away. You're the fucking buffoons, and it only shows something about you, not me. Again, have your day you all deserve. I don't fit into the little cliques because I've never been a clique person, but I also walk to the beat of my own drum because most of you I wouldn't break bread with in real life, if we're being honest. And that's not to my subs. That's to these creators that are doing this shit time after time to these families. I have no use for people like this.
Anything may have been moved or displaced. Is this a place where a child could have hidden? If you have properties, they still think there's a possibility that he ran away and is scared and hiding. If you have property that has ledges or holes that a teenager might find interesting and you can't search it yourself, please contact.
When they say, oh, she thinks she's better than you. Yeah, it's not fucking hard. Okay. Dexter's hairy butt is better than some of you people. And it doesn't talk, thank God. But seriously, like that, when people do that, like, oh, look at her condescending. Fuck yeah, I'm condescending. Do you see how some of you act out here and then tell me you're so fucking hot and so smart? Ma'am, did you watch that backwards? Did you rewatch do you see yourself in a mirror? Come on now. Come on. Come on. The only person you're fooling is yourself.
Contact the tip line and we can have someone check it out for you. If you know Sebastian and have information about him, what he likes, how he acts, that you think could be relevant, let us know. We know how many people are interested, or excuse me, how many people are so very invested in getting Sebastian home. We will update this information as there may be any developments. Please use the tip line 1-800-TBI-FIND to provide any relevant information you might have, or send that to tbi@tbi.tn.gov. And finally, we are extremely grateful to so many members of Sumner County community for the time, attention, and prayers being offered to help find Sebastian, the members of multiple law enforcement communities, emergency management personnel, wildlife organizations, so many other groups, along with the very generous businesses and individuals who have provided well wishes for Sebastian, along with water, food, and other comforts to searchers. All these contributions are greatly appreciated. Thank you. And then there is Sebastian right there.
See, she can never say that she didn't know the extensive search that law enforcement did because she read it all out.
For people that need to look at him. So obviously there's a lot of unknowns, without a doubt. I'm going to go back and look at some of your comments here in just a second, because when I was on that screen, I couldn't see anything. There's a lot of unknowns when it comes to this case, and we don't know the parents, and we don't know what his life was like, and we hope that everything seems normal, but we also know, coming from the true crime industry, what looks normal on the outside doesn't necessarily mean it's normal on the inside.
Did you hear what she just said? The true crime industry, coming from the true crime industry. I'm telling you, they think that it is an industry at this point. She's not wrong, unfortunately, but she says it out loud.
I mean, it applies to this case. No, it doesn't mean it applies.
No, it doesn't, because at the surface, this is an awareness of a missing child. No missing child's case should ever turn into this. Ever. Ever. This should be solely awareness. This isn't even a true crime case because we don't even know if a crime has been committed. That's factual, though, and people don't want to deal in reality.
To this case at all. These parents could absolutely be telling 100% the truth, that the mom woke up and has no clue what happened to her son. And there are many professionals that believe the Proudfoots are being honest when they're saying these things. But there's a few things that are still very perplexing to me. For example, they said the door was locked. They said the door was locked when
Amy, I gave her credit for that too, that at least she showed the flyer, unlike most of these other channels. Isn't that ironic though? People have a hate on for Betty. I get it. Trust and believe she is problematic as fuck. I can't stand her. She is shit on the bottom of a shoe. Truly. I understand people's dislike of Betty and her problematic behavior. But if you think for 1 second these other people aren't Betty Juniors or just as bad, if not more problematic, like Julie Skolnick, they really are. They are just as problematic and just as foul, and don't even do some of the very basic things that Betty does that we will give her credit for, like showing a missing flyer.
They got up that morning. Does he have a key to get in and out of the house? And if so, has that key accounted for? Because there's only one way to lock a door, and usually that's a key, unless you have a keypad. Now, did he, hit the keypad? That's a possibility. But I would like to know more about that, because later down Windows.
Robin, isn't it interesting to go back and look and see how things changed? But again, think about who wasn't involved and what they were using for content here. She's just following, but she's even doing, she read the TBI flyer. No problem with that. She showed the flyer. No problem with that. But this doesn't sell. The facts don't sell, and she knows that.
Locked too. Yeah, Allie, great point. Where the window's locked. How, if somebody was to get into the house or try to get him out of the house, how would that happen? My other issue with this is the fact that I feel like if he walked out.
Sunday, you belong with all of us. We're all equal opportunity haters. I mean, shit, some days I wake up and I'm like, God, my body hurts. I hate myself today. So, I mean, you belong with us because we all are equal opportunity haters too. Chasing used to say I liked like 7 people. Well, you can include Chasing in that. So there might be 8 on some good days. Chasing is one of the creators I fuck with though. When Chasing gets oh my God, her sense of fucking humor, the dry sense fucking cracks me the hell up.
Out of the house, there would have been some type of security camera that picked up some type of movement, whether or not.
Okay, Mal, I won't.
Whether or not they could see the movement or identify the movement, I would think that they would, with some lights, they may just see a little like blurb that walks across there. Even though they can't identify who the person is, what did they see? So there's got to be some type of video out there that shows some type of movement other than this backyard. If we have this backyard, this dark backyard video that shows movement, shows light, like little flashlights turning on and turning off, which I believe that's what it is. It surely does look like that. And it surely does look like these things are kind of, one's on constantly and one's going on and off as it appears that somebody appears to be moving.
Mal, get your ass in here right now. Get your ass in here. You sent me that, told me not to open it, meaning my nosy ass is going right to open my text message. And then you expect me not to, babe, I love you. Have a good flight. I can't wait to see you. Mal, get in here right now. There you are. Ma'am, why'd you do that to me? And then you expect me to recover from that shit? Come on now. Come on. I don't like my friends today. Mal's off the list. Chasing just took Mal's spot. Mal is not liked anymore. Fucking shit. How am I supposed to recover from this? Okay, hit the button. Play the button.
So we could see that, right? We couldn't see a damn thing in that video, but what we could see is movement. Another thing I have a problem with is, while I know this is Tennessee, and I know that I believe it was pretty cold. We've had a lot of children disappearance, Elijah Vu up in Wisconsin, a significant time away from Tennessee. But we know that in and around this time frame, it was pretty cold outside in those, northern states. So I have to assume that it was chilly, in that area at the time. I'm Florida, so what does chilly mean to me versus somebody else, right? Well, it depends on where you are, because chilly to somebody in South Dakota is much different than somebody that considers something chilly from Florida. So the other thing that I found just a tad bit odd is the fact that mom and dad, and I don't know if anybody else picked up on this, but mom and dad appeared to state that their son was in all black. Of all things to, walk out the door and go missing in, all black. Black pants, black long sleeve shirt. You should not be speculating this. You are exactly what happened. Professionals warned about. Oh, shut up. You know what? Shut up. Why are you on the true crime if you don't want any information? And how dare you come on my channel and tell me what I can and cannot do? This is America. If you don't like it, please get away. Go up, go somewhere. Get out. Get out. And goodbye.
Kenzie. America ain't free. What do you mean? Kenzie's over here commentating. She's like, this ain't America. This ain't. Oh.
Taking our freedom away. Freedom of speech away. What do you mean? It's America.
Do you guys hear her? No, Mal. I don't know. I could play that, Mal. It's a public video. You know that. Like, I could actually scare everybody and play that shit. I might make somebody cry though. Oh yeah.
Don't come in my channel. Let me tell you something. This is don't be a Richard. If you don't like true crime, why are you watching it? Okay, don't be an idiot. And if I offend you by calling you an idiot, oh well, don't be an idiot. It's pretty simple. By the way, don't forget to hit your like button. Don't forget to hit the like button, right? Oh, some idiot telling me you shouldn't speculate. Take those bleeding hearts someplace else. Get off true crime. You literally have no business being here. If that's what you think.
Alma, yes, you can come live with us on the island, the imaginary island where we all go in our head.
Like literally get off YouTube. You're an idiot and don't deserve YouTube. Oh my God, she hurt my feelings and Daddy's bad. Well, don't be a dick. It's pretty simple. One freaking rule. And asshat can't even listen to one stupid rule. Anyways, so getting on to this, now we're learning that the FBI is involved. We're learning that the Secret Service is involved, and we're learning that they're not getting any hits from scent. My issue is if he walked out of that home, there would be a scent. So that's my first problem right there. My second problem is there are 2 flashlights. Okay. My third problem is Chris Proudfoot was in an RV staying at some campsite while he was working in Memphis. He has an RV. So that tells me he's not in a hotel that can monitor him. He's in an RV. Is there any cameras at the RV park where he's parked? That's going to be obviously one of my questions. This happened, according to this Nick Bears, this video was about 3 o'clock in the morning. When you time this, it still gives stepdad enough time to get back to work to start his day.
Oh, and there we go. So what did we get? We got a lot, like 20 minutes of decent Betty out of this. We got like 20 minutes where we were like, oh, well, you know, she's reading the TBI flyer. She might not do something stupid. Well, forget it, friends. Forget it, because here we go. Casual art. It's scary how much sis is just like me. It's scary. You should hear their commentary when you guys are muted. Between if her and Kyle are both home listening to what I'm doing, it's a problem. It's a problem.
So again, you know, there are some major red flags when it comes to Sebastian's mom and stepfather. And we have to remember, if everything is true, as the parents say, mom would have been the only one home with her son. Mom says she went to bed at midnight. And it takes 2 hours and 15 minutes to 3 hours to get home, depending on traffic. It seems awfully funny that at midnight, Chris had enough time to drive home to be there by 3 and had enough time by 3 to go back to work. Okay. Now, does that mean that's what happened? Of course not. Of course not. Am I alleging that that's what happened? No. But there are a lot of people that have questions either for this family or against this family. And I'm just going to put all the information out. Now, is there some other sides to this? Yes, there are. And we're going to get to that. We're going to get to some text messages that Chris has had over the last few years and what his demeanor was like. And maybe it'll give you guys a different perspective of who Chris Proudfoot is, right? Because right now we're looking at this saying, holy crap. Mom says she went to bed at 12. That gives enough time for dad to get home, to have those lights in the backyard, stepdad to get home, to have those lights in the backyard, and to be off back to his work, to do a full day's worth of work before he gets a call. Is there a garage? Yes, there is. Yes, there is. Something is definitely not right. But just because we see flashlights on the outside of the home, you can't see who it is. We know a child is missing. This could be evidence of something else going on around his house at the time. Maybe he did get up. Maybe he did hear somebody outside of his home. Maybe he went to go investigate it because he wasn't, you know, he's an autistic boy that's not thinking clearly that of the dangers. Maybe he did instinctually get up and did walk out of the house without his shoes and did take a flashlight out.
Kim, isn't it freaking wild and mind-blowing? And yeah, well, none of us really have brain cells left over here as is. Like we've been since probably month 2, since what, May-ish, everybody over here has been like brain cell lacking for sure since we started covering this shit, because I've thrown the worst of the worst. We got a new character segment coming up that I'm going to probably do tomorrow afternoon. And let me just tell you, it's terrible. But yeah, all of us heads are shrinking. But we knew, like, she couldn't stick to the facts. She's got to do all this other salacious bullshit. It's just like that. You can watch them switch.
There to investigate who was outside of his home, in his backyard. And maybe it has nothing at all to do with the parents. That's the beauty of speculation. There could be more possibilities here. A lot of people are focusing directly on the parents because, you know, statistic tells us that, you know, parents can do terrible things. There's a lot of
statistics tell us. So statistics tell us. Here we go with that bullshit. Let's be honest. Do they think you lost your mind? Bye, casual art.
dangers inside of our homes by the people that we love. And that usually when you'd be looking at the last person that's seen that person alive. I mean, that is kind of our protocol. So that's leading us right to the front door of Chris and Katie Proudfoot. But just because those statistics are what leads us there, we still need more than just statistics for that allegation to hold water. Who was Chris Proudfoot? We're hearing that he was an abuser. Yeah, 2 light sources. Yeah, which kind of almost imply mom and dad, mom and stepdad. And that's why I pointed out that that stepdad had enough time to get home and had enough time to do whatever needed to be done and had enough time to get back to work. He absolutely had enough time. So there's no ifs, ands, and buts or buts about it. Did he have enough time? If he truly was in Memphis and did not come home that weekend, would he have had time to get to work, to go to work, or to be at his RV, come home, help his wife, and head back to work to act like nothing ever happened? Yes, he does have, the time is there, in my opinion, from what the mom says of her going to bed at midnight. They are sus, Bonnie. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it, but that's because we don't know them. Like, for example, if somebody's told me that my mom hurt somebody and the whole world was breathing down our neck saying, your mom, and it's like, I know my mom. You're not gonna argue with me as to whether my mom did this horrible thing or not. Of course she did. So we also have that too. We just don't know these people. So naturally, because we don't know their behaviors, they can be suspects to us. But however, had we known them and known them their whole life, our perception of this might be different, where we say, there is no possible way. I don't care what you say. I don't care how this looks. There's no possible way. But again, we don't know these people, so we can't bring that up. We can only bring up what we feel in our emotional situation. And when we start feeling those emotional things, it's based upon our information that we've learned, statistics. So I thought it'd be kind of interesting. I've got a few things that I do want to go over, but I also want to go over this. And I think now would be a great time to kind of dovetail over to the text messages. These them? Yeah, I think these are them. Text messages. Let me get these up so I can make sure you guys can see them. There we go. So we got some stuff, and like I said, Chris has been speaking to people. Chris has been communicating. So this was one of the things, and it says, have you read the latest news here? May answer some questions. And it says, yes, that has happened and results are passed. They were asking if they had taken a polygraph test. And they're saying that they have passed the polygraph test. And anybody can tell you they passed the polygraph test because law enforcement is not going to release that information.
Who else did we just watch talk about polygraph tests on March 16th? JLR. Again, think about the playbook and the creators. Take the parents out of this just look at what the creators have done. Just think about it from the creator perspective. You see where they're parroting. They're all parroting each other, mirroring each other. I guess it's called mirroring it with content. But they're all doing the exact same thing. We just watched JLR talk about polygraphs and all of that stuff that he went and researched and looked up when he was running around the airport. And here Betty is the same day building content out of polygraphs.
It's whenever people tell me they passed polygraph tests and the fact that they're inadmissible in a court of law, I don't really put a whole lot of stock in them. However, here's some of the comments that we had here. It says, my husband and myself have been praying since day one. I couldn't imagine. And this is to Chris. I'm sorry for everything you and your family are going through. I'd give anything to take away y'all's pain, bring Sebastian home to his family. I'm a mother myself, and it breaks my heart so bad. I wish there were more I could do to help. I pray at night for the Lord to bring Sebastian home or give someone a sign to where he is, and goes on to that. Give me just a second. And here's the insight. Okay, that was out of order just a little bit. So here's the insight. I want you to read some of these things, these statements that Chris has put out there over the years. This was one that was in 2017. He talks a lot about his daughter and how he misses his daughter. You can really see the love of his child throughout these posts. And this one says, I miss her so much. I love her with all my heart. I hope she knows deep down that her daddy is and will always be there for her. 2 hours isn't long enough, but at least it's something. So he's talking about his visitation. He only gets 2 hours visitation. I can't wait until tomorrow morning as well. I get to have her back in my arms again, where she belongs. She is my world and the one true meaning of my life. Daddy loves you, Faith.
These motherfuckers, you guys, these posts are from 2017. They went back to 2017, 2023. Those posts are from 2017 that she's showing on her screen.
So it seems like he's and this is from 2015. So it's time to finally say goodbye to all my friends in Virginia. Take care, everyone. You will all be missed, some more than others. If you're guessing if that's you, then that's sad.
2015.
I'm off to California for a fresh start. Once again, I can't wait. Worst part is being so far from my family, but this is my life. I love you all and will miss you very much. So in 2015, he's making the trip from Virginia over to California. And again, just seems like a fairly normal guy, doesn't seem very hot under the collar. But one thing that is noticeable is he's having failed relationships all over the place, right? And he's going from one side of the country to another side of the country.
Isn't it ironic? She used to say that he didn't seem hot under the collar.
Most likely because of those failed relationships. So we have to look at that as well. Good morning, everyone. It's a beautiful day, especially since we all woke up. I just wanted to take a minute and let everyone know that I'm grateful and blessed to have such amazing family and friends. Thank you to all of you who wished me a happy birthday. I know this only seems like words, but please know that I'm truly grateful and blessed for all of your
We talked about this specifically in the building of the playbook, how they use Facebook posts and social media posts for this shit every time and time again.
wishes and happy birthdays. Love you all.
Well, thank God we're doing good.
You know, seems like a nice guy, right? Seems like a nice
Thank God we're almost done.
guy. This is one that's more recent that he had posted. And this has been since after, my understanding, since after Sebastian. I can't remember. I did pull this off and said, I don't think this could be said any other better way. A man a man.
Babe says sorry to be rude, but her voice sounds like two hyenas fighting, allegedly. You don't have to say allegedly. It's the
cry
truth.
for help. He may not cry for help, but if you listen to the music he plays, how fast he drives, how hard he tries to work the pain away, you'll hear the scream of a dying man. And then here's more recent statements. And this is the one that's causing the most problems with everyone. And this is where he's not really wanting to tell people where he was. And this is a problem for me because why would you not want to tell people, you know, where you were when your child went missing? How could that
a problem for you? Well, imagine that.
Possibly derail the investigation in one aspect. I mean, you're asking the public to help, and the public is looking squarely at you because our intuition and our instincts are telling us to look at the parents. And then when we
because that's what you need for a story, right? You couldn't just be like, well, 15-year-olds do walk out of their home. 15-year-olds do get lured out of their home. 15-year-olds are groomed. 15-year-olds do leave.
we finally get access to the parents and we're asking, hey, can you resolve this one lagging issue so we can move on? Where were you, Chris? Were you at home or were you in Memphis? Where were you? Did you come home that weekend or not? And his response to that question is, last I saw Sebastian was early February. I cannot give the actual date. Law enforcement has told me to not provide dates to the public as it could cause problems in the investigation. Please understand. I don't understand how it can cause problems in the investigation when we're trying to provide leads and tips to the investigators. And if we're going to provide tips and leads to the investigators, do we need to be reaching out to people in Memphis to start looking at their video footage to find out where Chris was? Because
is that a little shot fired of, if you don't give us what I want, I'm going to go further?
he's refusing to tell. I mean, this is social media. There's web sleuths out there a hell of a lot better at their job than me, right? But
well, I mean, that's true.
They will find out. So
and Q, JLR, and Betty, and all the others go into Chris's job site in Memphis.
Why make it difficult? Would you rather have accurate information out there to the public or inaccurate information out there to the public? Because this is a pivotal moment when people think that you came home and helped do something with this child, and then you're refusing to answer. But again, we just went through a whole bunch of text messages that seem like this man is a normal guy that loves life and is thankful for his family and thankful for his friends. And is blessed to know them and is blessed to have the life that he has. Wonder if Mom and Sebastian went to stepdad's campground Sunday. From my understanding, and this is just my understanding, there's enough evidence that state that Mom and
look at the source of all these Facebook posts from Facebook groups.
The son were definitely there Sunday and had been seen in several different locations that Sunday until they got home between about 5 and 6 p.m. from my understanding. And as hard as we're going to see some people looking and requesting information to find out and determine whether anybody saw this kid after Mom and him returned home from dinner, because they said the cameras had picked them up coming in. So we know there's cameras. We know, and this is maybe what law enforcement does not want people to know, and but we're going to find out. So they need to start trying to funnel information better, because if they don't want it out there, they need to be telling people that you don't want shit out there, because people are going to put it out there. They're just going to. So Melissa's asking, wonder if Mom and Stepdad went to the campground. I don't think that's probable. Is it possible? Yeah, I guess at this point anything's possible, but it just doesn't seem like there's enough facts to support that they left the area to go to Memphis. I have followed everything going public about Sebastian, and at first I thought the parents did something to him. After taking my take after seeing the Ring video, and I didn't open that one up any wider. Maybe I did down here, but I don't think I did. And this is explaining that, yes, he was in an RV. Yeah, they're trying to find out where he parked his RV and where he stayed in Memphis, but they haven't gotten any answers yet. That's something I haven't thought about. There's a video of Sebastian. Here it is. There's a video of the mom and Sebastian coming home that evening. But did they leave again? People are wanting to know, did they leave again? Is there any video Ring doorbell footage of them leaving? So we definitely know that there are Ring doorbell videos out there that show their comings and goings from that home. So that's good. That's good information that tells us there's a digital trail. There's eyeballs out there watching and monitoring. They just need to go through all of that, which is a task in and of itself. So people keep going on and keep wanting to know what the campsite is. I live down the road, and he was at his friend's house during the day Sunday. So even a neighbor is saying, I saw him that day. So I think the idea that he was at the campsite in Memphis, I think there's enough evidence here that they were in Hendersonville. And so, and people are just curious. They're wanting to know. Now here's where
You see what she's doing here? I mean, I think I've proven my point. Have I not proven my point? Have I proven my point? Does everybody get what I'm saying? Everybody understand? Again, look at the optics from the creators. The creators are who spun this into what this mess began. Seth had only been on one panel. Chris and Katie have only been on one panel, and they've done some interviews with media. They were seeking awareness for Sebastian. None of them were firing shots, but you can see the creators all firing shots. They're all digging into thinking that they're going to be the ones to solve this or find out the information, all of the nonsense, all the bullshit. It hasn't stopped. It's 11 months going into a year that has continued. I can't even take listening to any more of these people. Like this is one of those lineups that goes from bad to worse. It just goes worse, worse, worse. And all of them are doing the same exact thing, the same exact narratives, the same exact bullshit, all of it. We've done this for 6.5 hours, and we are only through 3 days. The 13th through the 16th is where we have landed. Let me see where we're at. Oh shit, there's one more on the 16th. Hold on. Let me go here really quick. Fucking forgot we have another one. Oh God, help us all.
No, they don't have drinks you like it.
This is the worst one of them all too. Hold on. Yeah, I know, Pika, you guys are rock stars. Thank you to the mods for hanging out with me. Okay, here we go. This is our favorite shit show to wrap it up with. Fuck, oh dear, what happened to the eyebrow?
Hello.
Whoa, whoa. Where'd that one go? That one, like, what?
Hello. The real Brenda, hello. I sure have missed y'all. I've been busy. Very busy. But not too busy for Sebastian and not too busy keeping up with everything. Of course not. We have to keep his name and face out there at all costs. Hello, everybody. Welcome in. Hey, Brat, good to see you. Good to see everybody. I am too. I'm not going to stop talking about Sebastian. Sebastian is so important. We got to find out what happened to him.
Did y'all not see
Everybody,
it?
I hope, is talking about him. And from what I can tell, there's so many.
Duchess. See it. It was Duchess.
Sorry about that. I got a little carried away with buttons all of a sudden. Here you go.
It's a good thing. Absolutely. Green hearts. That is his favorite color. Hello, September Virgo. Hello. Welcome in, everybody. Green hearts and praying hands. Whew. It's been a long day, long few days. Hello, Ginger Snap. Thank you for all you all are doing. Ginger Snap has some beautiful flyers out. The last few days I've been very busy, but I have been trying to share everything and everybody that I've been seeing, and I've been trying to keep up with everything. Absolutely. Thank you all again. There's not really a whole lot of news. My grandmother used to say, no news is good news. But there really hasn't been much news. But there's been some here and there that I wanted to share. Maybe a little hearsay, but I still wanted to talk about it. And we can. Ellie is keeping a lot close to their vest, and they should. That's okay. If it solves this case, and it is a case, it is a criminal investigation. They have said that themselves. This is a criminal investigation. They can't backpedal on that now, right? Hey, Annabella, honey.
Hey, babe, are you still in here? Are you still in here, or are you in your Uber? You might be through a dead spot too. I'm gonna leave the house at like 10:30, or should, because it usually takes you a while to get your luggage and stuff. Let me know if that's okay, or you can text me.
Please drop her link. I want y'all to drop her link, but they can't backpedal on that now. It is a criminal investigation. Lolly, drop her link.
It's not a criminal investigation.
And by the way, there is police surveillance on that road, as y'all know by now, because I'm a little bit behind. But there is a police camera, police surveillance down at the end of the road. I call it surveillance because it is surveilling that area.
We already heard from Clue that that was removed. Carry on.
It's surveilling the Proudfoot's home, I'm sure, to see who's coming and going. Maybe, as some has put it, it could just be to see if Sebastian comes back or not. If that's what you want to think. I don't know. But they've searched the house at least 11 times. Whatever you want, whatever y'all want to call it, okay? You're entitled to that. You're entitled to your suspicions. Hey, Bob, and drop his link too. Drop all my good people's link.
You guys, I just realized it might take us 2 years to get through the full optics of this at the rate I'm going, because I can only handle one of these type of live streams like once a week. These people are too much.
Listen, everybody's entitled to their opinions and their thoughts. I have my thoughts and my opinions, and I'm entitled to those. Last time that I checked, I still lived in America, home of the free and the brave. Last I remember, I chose.
Kenzie's over here spazzing out again. Oh, sorry. I shouldn't use that word. She's freaking out again. Sorry. I will not use that term anymore. I keep forgetting that it's problematic for people, and we'll do better. Anyways, Kenzie keeps saying, it's not free. It's not free.
Also, to come on here and stand up for Summer Wells. And it was my platform, the last that I checked. The last I remember, I chose to stand up for victims after I figured out what all this was about. And the last I recall, and the best to my knowledge, nobody forced me. I believe Sebastian is a victim. And the last I remember, and I can see and I can tell, I'm grown and I don't need anybody's permission. And I didn't ask anybody's permission, and I'm not going to start now.
Oh my God.
Of what anybody thinks. Anyone outside of Sebastian, to me, and this is just me, and I'm not being rude, but their feelings don't matter to me. They do not matter to me. Right now, at least. I can always go back and apologize later, if need be. But last I heard, Hendersonville, Tennessee did not have a rapture, nor did they have any UFO sightings that caused Ellie to put that camera down at the end of the road, that police camera that's doing their surveillance. Nor did they have any ET bicycles with a finger flashlight on the end of it, carrying Sebastian off, and somebody saying, ET, Sebastian, call home. I mean, really, did they? Did anybody? Anybody? Last I heard, I didn't hear nothing about none of that. This is not a movie, people. We're not in the Twilight Zone. I don't think you're going to find Sebastian hiding with a doll or a bear in a closet somewhere, being fed milk and cookies with a cute little girl with pigtails, hiding out until the mom finds. Hey, Derek. So let's just be real about that. Let's just be real. Let's get real. Now they say it was Sunday, February 25th. Yeah, I wouldn't imagine, Bob, there being any Bigfoots in that area either. I think all that would be caught on camera. Hey, guys. They say on Sunday, February 25th, there's a video of Katie Proudfoot out to dinner with her son.
Again, these assholes knew that the video existed, and now they've spun a new story off of it. Okay.
I assume LE has that. I assume. I would hope. They don't have to tell us
Can I just say shout out to my fucking mods and my friends and all of you guys that put up with me in these stupid timelines. You guys really are the rock stars because y'all have sat through this insanity, and I really, really, really appreciate all of you guys. Kyle just says, "Shut up, Kiki." I can't even tell you guys because you guys being invested in how this happens and where we are and how this can, like, it means so much to me because you guys are really, really wanting things to change. Like, you get it, and that means so much to me. The fact that you are willing to sit here through this and see how they played everybody and how this all, it genuinely means a lot.
Where it's at or what restaurant, but I would love, love to know what restaurant that is. And I would love.
But I still don't love a bunch of people because that's weird. I have a black soul, so that's about as far as I can go.
Love to know with who. Now,
I know
that this case has blew up everywhere.
Sorry.
I was wondering if there was anyone out there, Ellie, or nobody can stop you. Justin, hey honey, and everybody coming in. I was wondering if anyone out there happened to see them at any restaurant. And if you did, can you say so? What restaurant was it? And can you come forward and say, because I would like to know what was going on at that table. And I would like to know, was anybody else with them? I'm not even saying the stepdad. I'm just saying, was anybody else with them? One of the reasons I would like to know that is because it was written down somewhere in one of the groups. Again, we don't know for a fact, but it was said that either Sebastian's cousin or their cousin, I'm not sure clear on which one, but Katie stopped somewhere and there was somebody else, again, Sebastian's cousin or the person's cousin was with them before Katie got home that night. If that's the case, it would be important because I would like to know someone else in the car possibly laying down and not caught on video when Katie and Sebastian drove by, because it could be possible someone else was in the car laying down. Just my thoughts. But if there was anyone out there in the restaurant who saw them, could they tell what was going on? Was it a happy dinner like everybody said? Could anybody hear anything at that table? That could have been Sebastian's last meal. I hope not, but it could have been. You heard the stepdad's sister was with them shopping, but didn't go out to eat with them. Okay, so that could have been Sebastian's cousin then. So from what I'm understanding, they stopped somewhere else. It wouldn't have been the mom taking the cousin home. It would have been Sebastian, the mom, and possibly, allegedly, the cousin stopping at someone else's house, maybe another cousin's or someone's house. So that brings me to wonder if that person, I don't know how old this person was in the car, possibly laying down. Did that person go home to stay with them through the night, or was anyone else there with Katie, or possibly help get Sebastian gone? Does the law know this? I'm just curious.
This is purgatory, truly.
Who was this person? I hope the law knows everything. Assuming, and again, this was Chris' side of the family, if I'm not mistaken. If anyone can confirm, that would be wonderful. Again, it's not fact, but it is hearsay, and it's all over the place. Again, who, if anyone was with them? I would just like to know. But I read that stop was made. And if it's true, did Ellie know? And is there a video? Be interesting. It would be very interesting. Be very interesting to know. I think there is a lot more known than we know. I think there's a lot more known. Okay, so the mom, Katie, and Sebastian, as we know it, hello everybody coming in, arrive home, and Sebastian going into the house Sunday, but Sebastian never came back out that we know, that we saw. There's no footage of him coming back out. So that would leave him having to, in my opinion, leave from the garage or in a car or whatever, or in something. That's just my opinion. Again, ET didn't come on and get him in a bicycle on a bike and whoop, there wasn't no rapture.
Oh,
There wasn't Bigfoot.
really?
What's happening here?
I don't know. You tell us, smart
Just
one.
questions, because this gets crazier by the day.
Oh, does
It gets
it?
crazier. Now, Ellie said all vehicles in the area have been accounted for. Now, Trev Lee put out something on that, and it's no laughing matter, but it did make me laugh. And Trev wanted to know, did somebody kidnappers come up on a skateboard? I thought I was just going to die laughing. I mean, because you got to be serious here. What is going on?
Oh, you're going to die laughing because it's fucking funny,
I
right?
mean, was the house so pristine that cleaning solutions just vaporized Sebastian? I mean, come on now. People, you got to get real. What's going on? Where is Sebastian? Do y'all realize that the grandmother has come out and made posts now? Has anybody saw those posts? And this is the
Guys, she makes notes to do this. That's the craziest part. I have notes. Like, she's just rambling. She's just freaking rambling and talking in circles. Y'all know. Like, and she makes notes to do this. This is embarrassing that they can't keep.
bio dad's mother. Anybody? Well, let me enlighten you. And this is fact.
Oh, is it?
I have those.
It's
this is fact.
Okay.
The bio dad's mom. You saw it, Annabella? I have it here.
Oh.
She states, I'm just going to read it first, but I can go back and get it. She states that she absolutely believes, she absolutely believes that there is foul play. She said, and let me just say,
how is fucking hearsay facts? Anybody enlighten me?
That Chris couldn't charm me. He became verbally abusive towards me in a split second. That's the grandmother. She then went on and said, quote, he was afraid of his stepdad. She's talking about Sebastian.
And again, we have no indication of what. Oh, yeah, play nice. It's all part of their playbook. Okay, I'm done. I'm sorry. I can't do anymore. I'm done. Tapped out. We're tapped out. We're done. We're done. Can I play some stupid bullshit right quick? What stupid bullshit do I have on here? You guys want to, I mean, there's a funny. Can somebody like beam me up? I mean, I don't even know what I got at this point. My brain is fried. Like, I have nothing else going on in this head of mine. I have zero going on. There is nothing forming that is of any substance right now in this brain. Nothing. I'm just sitting here like, I feel like I'm in a tornado of sorts and my brain is checked out. I don't even know, like, ugh. Babe, I haven't loaded them yet. I haven't loaded the new ones. Oh. Yeah, exactly, Kim. Oh, the grandmother came out and made a post, and there's obviously things going on. Got to run and tell the internet. Ooh, and it's fact, don't you know? Hearsay is now fact, even though there's no fact basis, but it's fact. Yeah, we survived part 6. We all need stickers for today for sure, because what in the hell is happening here? All right, y'all. I'm gonna get off here and go sit there and stare at a wall for a little bit. I have to drive here in a few hours, and right now, I think if I had to drive, I'd probably just be spacing off and just. I have no brain cells. Seriously, none. We could make charts, Misty. We all deserve gold stars after today for sure. Right? Play nice. Your husband is spot on. He's truly spot on. Nobody can, like, it's unreal. Unreal. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. Free Kenzie. She's freed, unfortunately. You guys have been hearing her. She's got a lot to say. It is crazy. It's real crazy. All right, y'all. I am going to run for the night. Tomorrow, I think we'll do a fun segment of new characters to explore, or some old characters with some new bullshit. And I'm keeping tabs on what's going on with the filing. The injunction There's no movement in the actual docket and the court website. I know there's been stuff being thrown out on X and stuff being rejected as far as the plaintiff stuff, but I'm just kind of waiting to follow it. I know there's also been some stuff going on with the lady suing Seth. Please understand, here's my take on the stuff that's going on with the lady suing Seth. I will watch that play out through the court system. I'm not interested in the background stuff of it. I'm interested in the actual meat and potatoes, the court following all of that stuff. Like, that's what I want to know, is what they have, what they're actually claiming, what the damages are going to be, and how that goes in the court system. I'm not interested in all that other stuff. Yeah, I've heard that, Music City Mom, that she's back on the case. You know, they're running distractions. Yeah, she did. You guys want me to look at it really quick? Hold on. It's probably long. We can do that tomorrow if you guys want. I'm sure there will be other people that are reviewing it. In fact, Every Day with Jay is reviewing that right now. In fact, I just got that popped up. I got to give Jay credit, though. Jay is one of the only creators that I have seen that has gone back and taken the time to correct some of their shit and been like, oh, I was really like hard. Like, I'll give credit where it's due. Most of these people won't do that. And she's been doing that. And that says a lot to me. Who was I looking up? Jennifer Koffendorfer. And I never thought I'd say that, but Jay is one of the only ones that has been willing. And I hope, I really, really, oh yeah, it's an hour. We can look at it tomorrow. I really hope that she continues on. Yeah, she's been really correcting a lot of her stuff and rewatching stuff and being like, wow, was I off about stuff? So yeah, it's an hour and 12 minutes. We'll do that tomorrow. All right, you guys, I will see you. Well, I should say, depending on what is going on tomorrow, I might spend some of the day with Kyle, and then we have orientation tomorrow night. So depending on how life goes, but I should be back Friday, and then Saturday. Anybody remember what we're doing Saturday? And by the way, we need to plan our new fundraiser. That we need to do that next week at the beginning of the next month. That'll be one a month, but I think that's, people are recovering from the holidays and a lot of people have stuff going on. So if you have a foundation that you're really invested in that helps or something, we need to get our next fundraiser and who we're going to snark on for our fundraiser. I also thought about attaching it to the motocross one because there's actual charities that help with like special needs and things of that nature. So I might attach one to but the races are Saturday. So if you guys don't know what the races are, a cancer foundation, absolutely, Alma. I think that's we can do a cancer foundation, 100%. Yeah, true. I'll take the truck. I will take the truck. I will do that. You guys know my legs are too short to even run. Like I don't run. Even if I'm in fear of my life, I'm just going to stand there and be like, I'll bend over and kiss my ass goodbye. These legs don't run. Yes, it's race day. Saturday is race day. So I'm going to take you guys to the races again. It's motocross. Time to go. That's why Kyle is coming home today. So it's the races, and it's our local ones, which if you joined us in Vegas, the track wasn't very fun. But those of you that have joined us in Glendale before, you can see amazing from where we sit usually. I don't know where we're sitting this year. But we should have decent seats and you'll be able to see the full track. So Roro, shout out to Roro. We can watch Eli and Tomac win. Which isn't right. But my dude should be racing. So Malcolm should be racing. Last week, a couple 250 riders got booted because they got in a fist fight. So we'll see how this season goes. But all right, you guys, I will see you either tomorrow or Friday, and then I will for surely see you Saturday from Glendale State Farm Stadium. Your local monster motocross commentary with nonsense. It's always a blast. All right, good night, you guys. Thanks again. Thank you, Mod.